The story begins with our main character suddenly tossed into a completely unfamiliar reality. In this place, women hold absolute power and dominate every aspect of life. Men, on the other hand, are frail, obedient, and pushed into the background. Girls here freely claim whatever or whoever catches their interest. They pursue men boldly and refuse to accept rejection of any kind. Zheng Hao struggles hard to protect his dignity and personal boundaries. That becomes extremely difficult when his stepsister is unbelievably attractive. Still, her feelings for him are anything but subtle. Things spiral further out of control once he starts attending school. His classmates become obsessively fixated on him. It quickly becomes obvious what they are all after. Zheng Hao refuses to give in so easily. You might assume his workplace offers some relief. Unfortunately, his female boss behaves no differently than the rest. Everyone desires him precisely because he stands apart from other men. Society ruled by women, he represents peak masculinity. The divine being responsible for pulling him into this world delivers him a single, unavoidable condition. If he ever hopes to return to Earth, he must prove himself. He needs to embody true masculinity in this extreme feminist society. It sounds easy in theory, but reality says otherwise. Masculine traits have nearly vanished from this world. His objective becomes fixing this broken society and redefining what a real man should be. Before all this, Zheng Hao was just a powerless office drone. Late one evening, he notices a crimson moon looming above the city. Moments later, his consciousness fades into darkness. When he comes to, his surroundings are entirely unfamiliar. To his horror, he now inhabits the body of a pretty boy in pink sleepwear. While he panics over his identity and the bizarre situation, the door flies open as a man, claiming to be his father, orders him to hurry. Apparently, they are heading out shopping with a friend named Yahello. Hearing that name sends a shock through him. Yahello was once a terrifying mass of muscles and tattoos. Alarmed, Zheng Hao rips off the pajamas without hesitation. He bolts outside, unwilling to keep such an intimidating figure waiting. Upon seeing Yahello, he is stunned to find a delicate, feminine man standing there instead. When his father notices the two of them together, he praises Yahello endlessly, calling him the ideal example of manhood. This pushes Zheng Hao to search the internet for answers. Historical records show powerful women conquering nations, while men serve domestically. Male bodies here lack strength and stamina compared to females. Men raise children while women handle labor, resulting in a massive gender imbalance and men treated like infants. As they age, men adopt feminine hobbies and constantly fear predators targeting them. After only a few hours in this world, Zheng Hao is already fed up beyond belief. He drags Yahello along, declaring they will reclaim their masculinity despite Yahello's doubts. Their first stop is a tattoo shop. Inside, only women stare judgmentally at their fragile male physiques. Pushed to his limit, Zheng Hao tries to prove himself by snapping a photo. The instant he reveals some skin, the women erupt with excitement. Returning home brings no comfort from this ongoing nightmare. Stepsister, Zhang Qianqian, turns out to be stunning beyond belief. Even he struggles to grasp how someone like her lives under the same roof. He recalls his father remarried and awkwardly introduces himself as her shy brother. She watches him closely with unsettling interest. Exhausted and uneasy, Zheng Hao retreats to his room. Makeup, harassment, and feminized men have drained him completely. He vents his frustration until another interruption arrives. His stepsister storms into the room without warning. She pins him down, asserting her dominance. Then she wraps him in a tight embrace, pressing him against her chest. Despite everything, Zheng Hao admits this twisted world has its benefits. Later that night, he sleeps as peacefully as a fairy-tale princess. A soft voice calls his name, pulling him from his dreams. A mysterious girl now stands inside his room. He screams instinctively in shock. Calmly, she asks him if he recognizes her. She explains that she is responsible for bringing him here. A realization strikes Zheng Hao all at once. She is the blood moon he saw that fateful night. He confronts her directly, demanding answers. Blood Moon Goddess reveals she answered his wish to stop being a virgin and points out his popularity here. Zheng Hao completely loses his composure. Goddess explains he may return home only after completing a trial. She criticizes his past arrogance and shallow understanding of masculinity. True manhood, she says, requires effort and growth. Strength is not about trivial feats like brute force alone. Surrounded by powerful women, he must genuinely evolve to earn his return. Failure means adapting to this world permanently. That outcome horrifies him, but he is cut off. The goddess vanishes, leaving him overwhelmed with doubt. He questions what becoming a real man truly demands. Next morning, he assumes the encounter was just a dream. Finding her scarf proves the mission is very real. He struggles to define masculinity in a female-dominated society. The only certainty is his own lack of confidence. To survive, he must first understand this world thoroughly. He begins studying biology to learn how reproduction works here. He discovers men are biologically conditioned to submit. Zheng Hao despises this reality and longs for his old world. He also investigates the strange lunar event, hoping for a scientific explanation. With no one to trust, he knows research must be done alone. Being broke and still in school makes hiring help impossible. For now, earning money becomes his immediate goal. Leaving his room, he encounters his alluring stepsister in the kitchen. He pauses briefly to admire the scene before him. While preparing for the day, Zheng Hao reflects quietly, admits his face is attractive despite its soft, feminine edges. This marks his first day attending school in this altered world. Outside, he witnesses his father being openly groped as Chin Chin waits nearby. Any remaining respect he had for his father vanishes instantly. He rushes out of the house, desperate to escape immediately. Yet abandoning the soft life proves far harder than he imagined. The moment he meets Yilong, his hopes crumble since his best friend is extremely feminine and excitedly chatting about a new lipstick. Apparently, that shade happens to be the hottest trend this year. Zheng Hao awkwardly tells him to act with a bit more restraint. Only then does he realize his words have hurt Yilong's feelings. Quickly apologizes, explaining that he only wants to become a real man. Yilong is completely confused by that idea, but before he can ask more, he suddenly notices something and urges Zheng Hao to leave at once. Points out that suspicious women are staring at them. Sure enough, a chubby girl lurks behind pillars, openly drooling over passing boys. Zheng Hao finds it ridiculous and assumes Yilong is overreacting, insisting grown men should not fear a single girl. Yilong strongly disagrees and insists it is safer not to gamble. Tugs Zheng Hao along before any argument can begin. As the woman steps closer, Yilong bolts, dragging Zheng Hao into a frantic sprint. They finally stop far away, both trying to steady their breathing. Yilong frets about his makeup being ruined from the run. Zheng Hao, meanwhile, is distracted by entirely different thoughts. He realizes he is enrolled in Elliston's business program. Around him, the girls are all athletic types used to physical work. Dawns on him that his family must be wealthy given the school's elite atmosphere. Watching class interactions, he sees men struggle with simple tasks like opening bottles while girls do it effortlessly. Zheng Hao refuses to accept such helplessness. Stepping forward boldly, he declares he can handle the bottle himself. Grips it tightly, fully intent on proving his strength. Yet no matter how hard he twists, the cap refuses to budge. Swallowing his bruised pride, he returns it to the girl in defeat. The embarrassment burns, and the situation worsens as others notice. More girls surround him, teasing him to try their bottles in exchange for chatting with them. Overwhelmed, Zheng Hao collapses to the floor as Yilong frantically shoos everyone away, claiming Zheng Hao is unwell. Crowd slowly disperses, though Zheng Hao barely registers it. His mind fixates on one truth. He has made zero progress toward manhood. Needing space, he heads to the restroom alone. Yilong calls after him, asking to come along. Annoyed, Zheng Hao storms off, only to realize Yilong's concern was justified. Inside, several girls follow him, surrounding him and loudly commenting on his cute features until he feels trapped. He thinks he cannot endure this forever, and fears failing his mission due to his weakness. Zheng Hao decides he must find a proper place to train. He searches online for kung fu classes. The idea of building muscle motivates him to push forward. Focused on his screen, he suddenly senses someone behind him. Is Yuan, his seatmate, and he startles badly, telling her not to sneak up on him. She laughs, saying he was far too absorbed to notice her approach. Tilting her head, she asks if he is messaging a girl he likes. Before he can answer, she leans dangerously close, making him blush. Flustered, he asks her to give him some space. Instead, Yuan grabs his hand and praises how soft his skin feels. Zheng Hao panics, knowing women here freely touch men without hesitation. He yanks his hand back and demands some basic respect. Hurt, Yuan says he seems different from before. In his heart, Zheng Hao knows he has not changed at all. Trying to lighten things, she offers him a massage if he is tired. He panics and attempts to push her away. At that moment, he realizes her overwhelming strength and feels painfully powerless. As he struggles, the classroom door opens and Mrs. Ma enters, ordering everyone to sit. Relieved, Zheng Hao opens his book and is shocked that he understands every word with ease. For the first time here, he senses a benefit of this world. His intelligence stands out. Confidence surging, he eagerly raises his hand to answer. When called upon, however, his mind blanks completely and no words emerge. Even the teacher notes he looks ill and suggests seeing the nurse. Surrounded by staring classmates, Zheng Hao's chest tightens. Whispering girls remark on his strange behavior, deepening his embarrassment. He bows his head, wishing he could disappear or wake up back home. Later, Zheng Hao walks alongside Yilong after school. Seeing his exhaustion, Yilong hears him blame poor sleep, though the truth is deeper fatigue. Constant attention from women drains him daily. Sometimes, he is even touched inappropriately in the halls. Meanwhile, unattractive boys who feel excluded try to falsely accuse him of bullying. School becomes unbearable, making him long to stay home. Suddenly, a girl blocks his path and announces she has a confession. She hands him a gift and boldly asks him out, shocking him with her forwardness. He turns her down politely. Even Yilong cannot fathom rejecting such an offer. Later, while discussing food, Zheng Hao notices most boys eat extremely small portions. Yilong explains that it has always been this way. He even orders plain cucumbers, claiming he is dieting. Zheng Hao cannot comprehend eating so little. Wanting strength, he orders a large meal instead. He confidently asks for the biggest plate of pork and rice. Yilong panics about weight gain, but Zheng Hao sees progress. Nearby boys whisper that he will soon be fat and unattractive. He pulls his watch closely, eager to mock him. Zheng Hao eats freely, while Yilong stares in disbelief at his change. That is when Liu Feng, a senior student, approaches. Zheng Hao initially does not recognize him. Feng reminds him they share a class. He mocks Zheng Hao's appetite, brags about himself, and sneers that Zheng Hao looks greasy. Annoyed, Zheng Hao snaps back, telling him to get his eyes checked. He adds another sharp insult, prompting Feng to cry fake tears. Girls rush to console Feng and accuse Zheng Hao of cruelty. Feng smirks behind his act, enjoying their support. Suddenly, a bold girl defends Zheng Hao, declaring he can eat whatever he wants. Zheng Hao realizes yet another strong-willed girl has entered his chaotic life. Feng stubbornly refuses to back off. Zheng Hao meets his gaze firmly and orders him to leave while the master eats. His words slam down like thunder, leaving Yilong stunned in his chair, shocked by his friend's harsh tone, while the purple-haired girl only looks at Zheng Hao with growing admiration, finding him even more appealing. Feng storms off angrily, dragging his clique of sharp-tongued girls along with him. His followers quickly console him, assuring him he is still more popular and mocking Zheng Hao by saying he will only get fat soon anyway. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao turns toward the purple-haired girl, sensing her kindness but not knowing her identity, so he asks Yilong. Yilong explains her name is Zhao Ling, the basketball team captain and a senior who also sits near them in class. That makes Zheng Hao notice something odd. Every seat around him is occupied by capable, intimidating girls. Zhao Ling leans closer to Yilong, asking if he played the Heroes versus League game she recommended, and he admits he found it too difficult. Zheng Hao jumps in unexpectedly, correctly describing the game, shocking Yilong, who never thought his friend played those so-called girl games. Zheng Hao reflects briefly, realizing that in a reversed world, such games would naturally be dominated by girls. Zhao Ling encourages him to keep playing, even if no men rank highly. Zheng Hao finishes eating, casually says he already tried it and finds it fine, then leaves for class without thanking her. Yilong hurriedly fills the awkward silence to smooth things over. Zhao Ling secretly wonders when this handsome boy will finally notice her feelings. Back in class, Zheng Hao quietly thinks, realizing top male gamers from his world likely do not exist here. That realization sparks a plan. He decides to seek them out, and the idea keeps growing. A heavier question weighs on him. What truly defines a real man in this upside-down society? His gaze drifts to a quiet girl by the window playing alone, and Yilong looks up from his phone. Tells Zheng Hao she is Min Yuehua, a new transfer student. Zheng Hao teases Yilong about liking her, and Yilong's flustered reaction convinces him it is true. Suddenly inspired, Zheng Hao stands and drags Yilong toward Yuehua, insisting he should talk to her despite Yilong's protests. Zheng Hao introduces himself to Yuehua with an easy smile. Yuehua softly replies that she just transferred to the school. Zheng Hao immediately senses she is different, quiet and distant rather than boldly flirtatious like other girls. He then introduces Yilong. Yilong nervously stammers that she may not want to talk, but Zheng Hao persists and asks about her book. He wonders aloud if she is shy or simply quiet. Yuehua lowers her gaze and admits she does not know what to say. Zheng Hao realizes she is not disinterested, only painfully shy. Acting naturally, he offers his hand and suggests they be friends, so she feels comfortable. The moment is small, yet it feels like a win to him. He thinks that a real man never ignores someone struggling alone. Suddenly, Yuan bursts in loudly, demanding to know what he is doing with the transfer student. Zheng Hao nearly sighs, but her chatter gives him an idea. Grinning, he asks Yuan to befriend Yuehua and help her settle in, pushing them together confidently. Yuan happily agrees without hesitation. As Zheng Hao returns to his seat, Yuehua mouths a quiet thank you, leaving him satisfied. For the first time, he admits he might already be halfway to becoming a real man and escaping this world. Later, Zheng Hao relaxes in his room listening to heavy metal, convinced real men love rock music. Chin Chin suddenly enters wearing very little, startling him as he hurriedly explains he is just listening to music. He steps closer calmly and says she wants to listen too. Zheng Hao admits there are definite perks to having a goddess-like sister. Chin Chin sits beside him, their bodies nearly touching. She shares his earbud and teases him for liking rock, saying he is unlike other boys. Her words secretly please him. She casually adds that he is very handsome. Zhang Hao freezes, wondering if this is a test of his masculinity. His mind debates temptation, torn between restraint and action. The internal struggle intensifies. Finally, Zhang Hao pushes her away. He stumbles and falls onto her, their faces inches apart. The closeness makes him question what being a real man truly feels like. His resolve wavers as temptation peaks. A sudden vision flashes of a girl claiming him as hers. Zhang Hao snaps upright, pulling away in confusion. Chin Chin notices his pale face and asks if he feels unwell. He forces a smile and says he needs rest, knowing he barely resisted. Chin Chin hugs him gently, telling him to take care, and he realizes her kindness. Yet he wonders if something darker hides beneath her warmth. Changing the topic, he asks about cutting his hair shorter. Chin Chin smiles and says she will support him no matter what. The closeness feels strange, but he focuses on tomorrow and change. Tomorrow marks the start of a new chapter. At the salon, a stylist greets him brightly and asks about inner beauty. He dismisses the idea, uninterested. He asks what style he wants. He simply asks for something comfortable. The request surprises her. She assumes he secretly wants something bold. With that thought, she begins cutting. Scissors move swiftly. The result shocks him. Clean, sharp, and flattering beyond expectation. The stylist blushes and suggests he model for her salon instead of paying. Comfortable, he hesitates as she keeps flirting. She slips him her card, and he leaves stunned by his own reflection. At home, he keeps admiring the cut, feeling renewed. He searches his wardrobe for fitting clothes. The bright, frilly outfits disappoint him, and he decides they must go. Soon, his father returns with groceries and calls for help. Seeing the haircut, his father explodes in anger. He yells about marriage prospects and storms around in rage. Zhang Hao is stunned that a haircut needs approval. His father even strikes him, and Zhang Hao flees shouting about abuse. Chin Chin rushes in demanding answers. Zhang Hao crashes into her chest. She steadies him calmly. She gently scolds their father, urging him to calm down. She examines Zhang Hao's hair. Short cut unsettles her slightly. She lies to defend him, saying she approved it, though their father remains upset. He storms off to cook, still fuming. Zhang Hao thanks her, and she assures him she will always protect him. He follows her eagerly, expecting a girly room. Freezes upon entering. Her room is cold, tidy, and clinical. She retrieves a small box, explaining it as a delayed gift. Inside are diamond earrings. Zhang Hao is shocked by their value. She insists she wants him happy. The first time, Zhang Hao feels the warmth of having a sister. Alone later, he wonders quietly how much the diamonds truly cost. She gifted him something that precious. He felt obligated to return it somehow. But after the haircut, his wallet was completely empty. Just then, his phone lit up with a new message from Yilong. Yilong excitedly told him he had finished a new novel and suggested Zhang Hao read it. An idea sparks in Zhang Hao's mind. If Yilong can write novels, then he can too. And it could be a fast way to earn money by writing stories about heroic men and commanding war queens. Fired up, he sits down, opens a blank document, and types the title of his first book. He names it A Real Woman in a World of Men, leaning back confidently as he imagines bestseller success. Following day at school, Zhang Hao's phone vibrates again. He checks the notification from the writing site and is shocked to see his novel has passed review and now requires him to contact an editor. He realizes the approval process is much faster than expected and daily update income is now possible. The first time, it feels like his money-making plan is truly working. Feeling celebratory, Zhang Hao decides to treat himself to ice cream. Unfortunately, with only $1 left, a simple popsicle is all he can afford. He heads toward the shop, but the moment it comes into view, stops in his tracks, struck by a sense of familiarity. Memories suddenly flood his mind. In his previous life, this was the store where he first met his sister Ami, who was a senior in high school then. She had been petite yet strong, the daughter of Uncle Kim. Uncle Kim owned the shop next to Zhang Hao's home. Their families were close, and Ami was always cheerful and kind. She often promised to buy him lunch, and back then he believed that feeling was his first taste of love. After school, Zhang Hao frequently visited Ami. Sometimes he would simply watch her quietly from afar. One day, unable to hold back anymore, he gathered the courage to confess. Ami awkwardly laughed and told him she preferred boys her own age. Rejected that day, Zhang Hao felt crushed but refused to give up. He vowed to train hard, grow strong, and become someone who could protect her. Now, however, everything is different. He is admired for his looks rather than strength. With renewed determination, Zhang Hao believes this time he can truly win Ami's heart. At the store, he overhears Ami arguing with her father about saving for marriage without working hard. Her father scolds her, comparing her to other daughters who study and work harder, making Zhang Hao hesitate about approaching. Then Ami walks into view, and the moment he sees her, his heart skips a beat. She is still stunning to him. For a brief moment, he forgets the argument entirely. His gaze drifts downward, and he freezes in shock. Ami is far bigger than he remembers, startling him as she notices his haircut and questions it. Overcome with fear, Zheng Hao collapses to the floor. Shaking and crying, he begs her not to come closer despite being drawn to her. Her face remains beautiful, tempting him even now. He pleads for the Ami he remembers to return. Ami seats him firmly, brings watermelon, and cheerfully tells him not to be shy since it has been so long. Inside, Zheng Hao trembles, genuinely fearing for his safety. He nervously says he does not need food and just wants to leave. Excited, Ami begins bouncing him on the chair. Her strength snaps the chair beneath him. He gasps in surprise and asks if he is hurt, as if unaware she caused it. Zheng Hao scrambles away, insisting he is fine. He claims he suddenly remembered something urgent. He flees immediately as Ami calls for his number, already gone from sight. Back home, he reflects that it is tragic someone so beautiful is built like a tank. He also admits he wants that strength too, deciding kung fu classes are necessary despite the high cost and his growing expenses. His list of problems grows while his money stays non-existent, making him jokingly wish for lottery luck. His thoughts are interrupted when Chin Chin appears. She is upside down doing yoga, surprising him and sparking curiosity. Chin Chin explains she tried yoga out of boredom with the gym and curiosity about male exercises. Zheng Hao finds it logical. Nothing stays normal in this reversed world. Chin Chin invites him to join, pointing out his weak body makes him an easy target, hurting his pride deeply. Offended, he grabs her wrist and challenges her to arm wrestling. Amused, Chin Chin accepts the challenge. They agree the loser must give something to the winner. The match begins. Zheng Hao strains with all his strength while Chin Chin barely tries, declaring his dignity is at stake. He compares himself to men of the past who endured silently with honor, unlike his current helplessness. His frustration peaks when Chin Chin teases him like a child. His arm burns with pain, but his pride refuses surrender. Finally, Chin Chin ends it instantly by using her full strength. She smiles warmly and tells him he did well. Accepting defeat again, Zheng Hao asks what she wants now. He presses his hand to her cheek and says she wants to try using someone's thigh as a pillow. Though confused, he agrees after noticing her powerful legs. He sits down, saying it is fine, but Chin Chin rests her head on his legs instead, leaving him stunned. She closes her eyes and comments on how smooth his legs feel. She softly asks to stay like that longer. Zheng Hao nods, allowing it, believing a man honors his promises. Days later, Zheng Hao is deep in writing when his phone buzzes. He is surprised to receive a weekend message. Yuan invites him to an amusement park with Yahello, leaving him no room to refuse. Long's voice suddenly calls out. He is already at the door with his little sister. Zheng Hao wanted solitude, but now faces company. Small girl suddenly jumps on him, confusing him completely. Asks Yilong who she is. Yilong tearfully scolds him for forgetting his 6-year-old sister, Li Ling. Yilong pulls her away and explains Zheng Hao met her years ago. Unbeknownst to Yilong, Zheng Hao truly does not remember since she never existed in his past life. As he turns, Li Ling pinches him mischievously. Zheng Hao claims amusement parks are boring. Yilong argues Yahello will be there and he deserves rest, while Li Ling explores the room. He already seems fond of Zheng Hao. Finally, Zheng Hao agrees to go, starting with changing clothes. Remembering his promise to act like a real man, he dresses confidently. Yilong urges him to hurry so they do not keep the girls waiting. Soon, they arrive at the amusement park. Yuan immediately questions whose child Li Ling is. Li Ling boldly claims she came from Zheng Hao's house. Yilong corrects her, explaining she begged to come and he agreed to watch her. Yuan compliments Zheng Hao's new look. She nudges Yahello expectantly. Zheng Hao laughs awkwardly, unsure what will happen. Yahello finally speaks, shyly saying he looks handsome. Zheng Hao smiles, pats her head gently, and encourages her to speak more often. With a confident nod, Yahello takes charge and leads the group toward the haunted house. Everyone's surprised, the haunted house turns out to be genuinely terrifying. As expected, Yilong clutches Zheng Hao in panic, begging to leave and ride something meant for children instead. Zheng Hao is baffled that a grown man could be this scared, brushing it off as nothing serious. Even Li Ling shakes her head at her cowardly brother. Yuan proposes splitting up since the group is large, quickly assigning herself with Zheng Hao and pushing the rest aside, then telling Li Ling to guard the boys because that is a woman's responsibility. Li Ling immediately throws a fit, stubbornly insisting she wants to stay with Zheng Hao. Zheng Hao firmly orders her to behave and stick with her brother, assuring her he will be fine, disappointing Wenyuan who wanted his company, though Zheng Hao wisely avoids her troublemaking nature. He sends Wenyuan's group ahead to check the route, saying he and Li Ling will follow later, leaving Wenyuan both annoyed and nervous. Her pride kicks in instantly. and she claims women cannot feel fear and that she will protect Yilong and his sister. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hao and Li Ling enter, and he promises to protect her, calling her his sunflower, leaving her no choice but to nod. Upon entering, the screams from inside greet them immediately. Hearing the chaos, Zhang Hao realizes Wenyuan's bravery was mostly for show. He asks Yuehua if she is scared, and her shy nod feels rare in a world where girls rarely hesitate. Zhang Hao reassures her that fear is normal and says she can hug him if needed. The suggestion alone overwhelms her. Instead, she timidly grips the edge of his sleeve. Zhang Hao steps forward like a fearless protector. He ignores every jumping monster and keeps leading the way. The haunted house stretches far longer than expected. After 10 minutes, Zhang Hao senses something is wrong. Turning back, he realizes Yuehua has vanished. Understanding she must be lost, he immediately retraces his steps. After searching, he finds her curled up inside a cabinet. He gently asks why she is hiding there. She admits she got separated and hid to feel safe. Zhang Hao chuckles softly, teasing her like a frightened bird. He assures her there is nothing to fear now that he is there. Yuehua feels a wave of relief and begins to trust him. He is the first person who has treated her with genuine kindness. When they finally exit, Yilong is shaking uncontrollably, swearing never to enter one again. Even his 6-year-old sister calls him shameful. When Zhang Hao and Yuehua return, Yilong bursts into tears of relief, thankful everyone is unharmed. Wenyuan jokingly asks why they took so long and what they were doing inside. Zhang Hao flicks her forehead, shutting down her teasing. As Yuehua walks toward them, Zhang Hao notices she looks pale, breathing heavily. Before he can react, she collapses into his arms, revealing she fainted. Yilong panics instantly, shouting about calling the police while fumbling for his phone. Even Wenyuan panics and starts dialing for emergency help. Zhang Hao calmly tells them he will handle it. He carefully lifts Yuehua. Carrying her to a bench, he gently sets her down. Yilong nervously mentions CPR, then realizes that would mean her first kiss goes to Zhang Hao. Wenyuan strongly objects and insists on calling emergency services instead. Zhang Hao stays composed and asks them to fetch water and food. Meanwhile, he tries a simple method to wake her. He places her head gently on his lap and lightly pinches her cheek. Slowly waking, Yuehua asks why he is tugging her ear. Zhang Hao laughs and explains she fainted and he was testing if she would wake up. Yuehua admits softly that she was frightened. She adds that she feels better now. Zhang Hao advises her not to force herself into scary places again. Yuehua nods faintly, saying she just wants to sleep. Zhang Hao worries she might pass out again. Hearing her gentle snore, he realizes she simply fell asleep. Watching her rest, he thinks she is the gentlest soul he has met in this world. After some time, Yuehua wakes and everyone asks how she feels, while Zhang Hao checks on her more carefully. Wenyuan impatiently asks if they are continuing the trip. Zhang Hao declines, saying they have had enough thrills. He suggests heading home so Yuehua can rest properly. As he stands, Yuehua suddenly grabs his hand. She quietly says they can leave together. After a pause, he allows her to hold on. They walk hand in hand, Yuehua clinging shyly to him. Wenyuan watches jealously, secretly longing to feel a man's soft hand herself. The walk to Yuehua's home takes longer than expected. Yilong and Wenyuan remark that she must live far away, sounding condescending, which Zhang Hao quickly shuts down. When they finally arrive, Wenyuan's jaw drops in disbelief. Before them stands a massive mansion, and a butler rushes out announcing the lady's return. Scolds her for leaving without permission, stating her father forbade it. The group freezes, stunned that their shy friend lives in such luxury. Inside, they sit among lavish furnishings, while the same butler now politely serves drinks. Everything appears imported and extravagant, with tea made from rare water and pastries flown in. Butler formally announces Yuehua will change clothes and excuses her, and she offers no resistance. She simply nods and leaves quietly. The group remains shocked, realizing Yuehua is incredibly wealthy, while Zhang Hao stays composed. Still, he privately finds it strange that someone he casually helped is so important. Elsewhere, the butler scolds Yuehua for disobedience and warns her father will restrict her movements. Yuehua suddenly stops. She asks if her father called and how her mother is. Butler says her father called briefly, but answered nothing. Yuehua grips her skirt, murmuring that he is always too busy. The butler defends him, mentioning a gift he sent, a model of her favorite tank. Yuehua shows no joy, wanting affection rather than gifts. Even the butler looks sympathetic despite his formal demeanor. Later, Yilong spots Yuehua descending the stairs in a stunning dress, eyes shining. His crush looks even more beautiful in her own home. Zhang Hao notices she seems less lively, almost doll-like. He asks if she is all right. Yuehua quietly says her father never called back. Zhang Hao lacks context to understand her pain fully. She asks him to come to her room to give him something, and he follows, confused. Stepping inside, he is stunned. Her room is soft and feminine, contrasting sharply with the world's usual norms. He asks if her father scolded her, noticing the absence of parents in the house. She admits her father used to care, but is now always busy. When asked about her mother, she explains she is even busier, leaving Yahello alone most of the time. Her mother is the city's mayor and rarely ever comes home. Her father is constantly on the road, working far away to support the household. A maid once told her she was dearly loved, yet to Yahello that warmth feels long gone. She grew up lacking care, closeness, and attention from her parents. Zheng Hao softly ruffles her hair and tells her she can call him whenever she feels alone. He adds that Yuan and Yilong are also there for her now as friends, which makes Yahello smile. He suddenly grabs his hand and drags him toward her wardrobe, insisting she has something important to show him. When the door opens, rows of guns and model tanks are revealed inside. Yahello selects one gun and offers it to Zheng Hao, saying it is her most treasured piece and now belongs to him. Zheng Hao quickly declines, explaining his father would be furious if he brought a gun home. Yahello refuses to take no for an answer. She says it is the most valuable thing she owns, and even the butler reminds him that friends exchange gifts. She tells him she wants to be friends forever. Zheng Hao understands what she is really trying to say. He gently tells her that real friendship does not need a gun, because what they share already matters. Hearing this, Yahello rushes forward and hugs him tightly. She promises they will always stay together and never part. After spending the entire afternoon at Yahello's home, everyone eventually leaves, and Zheng Hao says they will see each other again soon at school. Yahello eagerly looks forward to that day. Zheng Hao walks home with Yilong. Yilong chatters non-stop about how extravagant Yahello's house is. He praises her new dress and says he feels like buying something new for himself, maybe imported clothes. Zheng Hao jokes back that Yilong already has plenty of hair to style and should stop wasting money on it. Suddenly, Zheng Hao realizes that if Yilong plans to shop, it is the perfect opportunity for him too. He has long wanted to get rid of his pink outfits decorated with bows. Now he finally has the chance to replace them. Excited, he suggests they go shopping first thing the next morning. At the mall, Yilong asks what the special occasion is. Zheng Hao explains he simply wants to refresh his wardrobe, using savings from his part-time job and shopping without rushing. Yilong gets into the shopping spirit and helps Zheng Hao choose the best pieces he can find. Zheng Hao spends a large amount on clothes and thinks this must be how girls feel during an intense shopping spree. After some time, Yilong gets hungry and suggests they grab something to eat. They head to the nearest restaurant and begin ordering. While waiting, Zheng Hao overhears people whispering and calling him handsome. He looks over, and even Yilong seems puzzled by the attention. Zheng Hao brushes it off, saying it is nothing serious and they should focus on eating. Still, he cannot shake the sense of being watched. As he eats, a stranger quietly snaps a photo of him. She excitedly tells her friend she has found an incredibly attractive man she wants to marry and have children with. She uploads his photo online. A short while later, Zheng Hao feels uneasy and decides to put on a cap. When Yilong asks why, Zheng Hao says he needs to stay low-key because of his looks. Yilong does not feel jealous at all. Instead, he agrees Zheng Hao should be careful, recalling how influencer Zhang Zhang warns that the internet is full of creeps. Zheng Hao's caution is completely justified because without realizing it, he is already trending online. Labeled as the stunning star of the restaurant, countless girls online gush over him and beg for his contact information. At the same time, a brunette comes across his photo. She immediately recognizes that it was uploaded by Ling. She screams in excitement since she knows the girl, meaning she might get closer to Zheng Hao. After returning home, Zheng Hao collapses onto the sofa and complains about being exhausted from shopping. Even so, he feels it was worth it because he can finally discard his terrible old clothes. Suddenly his phone rings, and it is his best friend again. Zheng Hao wonders why Yilong keeps calling when they just saw each other. Once he answers, Yilong yells that Zheng Hao has gone viral and is trending everywhere. Zheng Hao has no idea what he is talking about. Yilong explains that the photo from the fast food place exploded online. He tells Zheng Hao to open the vlog app since he is already in the top 5 searches. While Ling Ling is furious, she did not keep those photos to herself. Zheng Hao finally opens the application. He sees his name sitting at number 4 on the rankings. He scrolls through endless comments praising his looks, with some suggesting he join show business. Even the restaurant posted that they were honored to host the most beautiful man alive. Zheng Hao is completely stunned by what he sees. Even so, he convinces himself it is all exaggerated. He believes the excitement will die down in a few days. To relax, he decides to watch a live game stream. Unexpectedly, inappropriate ads pop up on his screen. He quickly closes and deletes them. Thankfully, the gaming section itself seems normal. His favorite game is still there, though the streamer is now a woman. He decides it does not matter as long as she plays well. An idea suddenly hits him. Since he is already an adult, maybe he could start his own live stream, which might be easier than working as a writer given his skills. Just as he is thinking this through, his sister Chin Chin walks into the room. She mentions she spent all day at the research institute, yet still heard that her younger brother has become an online sensation. Zheng Hao feels embarrassed, realizing she already knows. Chin Chin asks whether he went out with Yilong today. Expecting her anger, he admits he did go shopping with Yilong since they both wanted new clothes. She suddenly steps extremely close, leaving him no room to move. Face turns serious as she asks if anyone bothered him. Zheng Hao hesitates, then says nothing happened and that he can protect himself if needed. Chin Chin thinks he is far too naive. She warns him that women can be far more dangerous than he imagines, gently touching him as she reminds him he is their father's only son, and that she could never face their parents if something happened to him. He orders him to inform her immediately if any strange woman approaches him, and to always tell her where he is going. She leans so close that if Zheng Hao lowers his head, he would press against her chest. After a long silence, she finally steps back and turns to leave, then pauses to say one last thing. Without asking, she takes his phone, and for some reason this makes Zheng Hao nervous. The next day, several women gather outside Zheng Hao's school. Hidden nearby, he hears them discussing his disappearance and saying such a beautiful man must be hiding close by. Zheng Hao hears everything, and his anxiety steadily rises. He has no idea how things reached this point. He hurriedly calls Yilong for help, but before he can speak, Yilong tells him to stay home and avoid school. Too many people have shown up because of yesterday's news, and now everyone knows Zheng Hao studies there. The crowd has gathered specifically to surround him and get close to him. Zheng Hao can hardly accept his situation. All he wanted was peace and an escape from the world, yet now everyone seems eager to devour him. Yilong advises him to take the day off and avoid the mess, reminding him that many students already dislike him and the attention will only worsen things. Zheng Hao flees the area as fast as he can and informs his sister Chin Chin. He asks her to get their father's permission so he can skip school, and she tells him to go home and stop worrying. At home, bored out of his mind, he decides to study and practice live streaming. Now that he is 18, he feels he should earn money through gaming rather than part-time work. After all, he was once a top player in his previous life. He logs into his favorite game and notices the characters have changed, but the rules remain familiar, which reassures him. Within minutes, he racks up quadra and pentakills, realizing his skills have not faded. The sensation of power feels good, and he enjoys being quick and precise. Seeing the small icon on screen, he knows his abilities are intact and feels eager to keep playing. He spends the entire afternoon immersed in the game. He finally feels exhausted. He realizes he is nearly ready and decides to attempt his first live stream that evening. After dinner, while his parents relax together on the couch, he excuses himself. He says he is heading to his room. His sister Chin Chin watches him closely as he leaves. Zheng Hao begins his very first live broadcast. He admits to the viewers that he feels a bit nervous. He enters the summer beach mode of the game and notices something unusual about the opponent he is matched with. The player follows him relentlessly and asks if he used swordsman lethal to defeat her. Annoyed by the stalking, Zheng Hao quickly takes her down, only to receive a message asking again if he really used that move. On the other end is a female gamer who tries to excuse her loss, claiming her view was bad and insisting no one at his level could beat her without cheating. She boasts that she is a master gamer and says she might as well sell her computer and quit if she cannot win. Other players begin investigating Zheng Hao's character, trying to uncover his identity. Since esports profiles do not show gender, no one knows if he is male or female. The defeated girl continues accusing cheaters, ranting that many people fake identities to become idols, filling the group chat with complaints. Zheng Hao reads every message, confused about why so many people are attacking him when he has done nothing wrong. Players start sending him team invitations, but Zheng Hao rejects them all, explaining that he prefers playing alone. The others instantly brand him as arrogant, calling him unbearable and swearing to teach him a lesson. They insist that next time he will not dare enter a so-called girls' game pretending to be male. Even the same opponent he defeated earlier challenges him once more, and Zheng Hao accepts without the slightest hesitation. Relying on sheer speed, he defeats her almost instantly. This time, she realizes she is facing someone operating on an entirely different tier. She hurriedly tells her fans not to attack him, guessing that he is probably just a newcomer who does not understand how strictly hacking is treated. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao reflects that maybe she is right, and perhaps the other side really is skilled. Just then, something catches his attention and makes him hesitate. A small icon at the top of the screen shows his live stream viewer count, has suddenly skyrocketed. The chat floods with messages demanding he reveal his face, with some even threatening to report him if he refuses. Many claim they think he is a child and demand proof. Zheng Hao turns on his microphone and speaks in his natural voice, firmly stating that he is a grown man and the one controlling the game. The girls still refuse to believe him, laughing and insisting no man could possibly play with such skill. Zheng Hao asks how they even found his stream since he is not cheating, adding that if they doubt him, they are free to challenge him in-game. Suddenly, the chat shifts as someone requests he show his hands on camera, with viewers eager to see what kind of player he really is. Zheng Hao watches in disbelief as his viewer count jumps to 37 million, realizes the moderators have promoted his stream to the main page, and for the first time he feels genuinely thrilled. He switches on the camera and shows only his hands, saying there is nothing else to prove. The chat instantly explodes, hearts and compliments flooding in about how elegant his hands look. Girl he beat earlier sighs and admits that had she known his true level, she would have chosen to befriend him instead of fighting. Comments continue pouring in, obsessing over the veins on his hands. Zheng Hao is baffled by what people admire, and with the second round about to start, he closes the chat because the messages are slowing his gameplay. At the same time, inside a massive corporate office building, a mysterious young woman sits before her screen, watching his livestream with keen interest. He quickly realizes this new streamer is drawing massive attention and would be a profitable long-term asset if signed by the company. After streaming for some time, Zheng Hao finally says goodbye, thanking everyone and explaining that this was his first broadcast and he appreciates all the support. Girls in the chat refuse to let him leave, begging him to stay longer and joking that 2 hours is far from enough, with some teasing him about how much they adore him. Finding it all overwhelming, Zheng Hao shuts down his computer. He decides to stream again tomorrow at 8 o'clock for about 2 hours, meaning he needs to rest and wake up early. Since it is already past 10, he goes to bed. Plans to decide tomorrow whether it is safe to return to school. The following day, Zheng Hao meets his close friend Yilong at an ice cream shop. He asks if there are still girls lingering around the school. Yilong says there are fewer than before, likely because Zheng Hao did not appear and some lost patience. Still, a handful remain outside, hoping to see him. Zheng Hao hopes they will be gone by the time he returns tomorrow. Yilong then asks what Zheng Hao has been busy with lately, and Zheng Hao casually mentions writing novels and doing some live streams. Yilong's eyes widen as he nearly shouts, demanding to know when Zheng Hao started streaming and why he was never told. He jokes that someone good at everything must also be amazing on camera. Zheng Hao quickly tells him to be quiet before drawing attention. Pulling his hat lower to hide his face, he explains he only started recently and has not signed any contract. At that moment, Zheng Hao receives a message from a well-known streaming company. They invite him to contact their management team to discuss a potential contract. Yilong notices his expression and asks what just happened. Zheng Hao explains that the platform wants him to sign with them due to his sudden popularity. Yilong becomes ecstatic, saying this is incredible news and urging him to sign immediately, convinced that Zheng Hao's apparently will make him one of the country's top celebrities. Laughing, he imagines Zheng Hao becoming rich and famous, able to buy anything he wants, a fantasy that feels unreal to Yilong. Zheng Hao counters that he is still a student, and if streaming affects his studies, he will quit without hesitation. He also worries that fame would destroy his privacy and invite harassment, which he wants to avoid. Yilong tries persuading him, suggesting masks attract attention, and that fans would gladly send gifts if he sang or danced. Zheng Hao firmly sets boundaries, saying he can stream without showing his face but refuses to sing or dance for donations. He adds that he has to leave for now. The two friends then go their separate ways. Unbeknownst to them, two girls have been secretly tailing Zheng Hao from afar. When they reach a narrow alleyway, Zheng Hao senses that someone is following them. He suddenly tells Yilong he needs to stop by the supermarket and that Yilong can head off alone, which raises no suspicion. Yilong leaves, and once he is gone, Zheng Hao scans the empty alley and calmly announces that there is no need to hide anymore. A female gangster steps out from the shadows. She grins, remarking that she is lucky such a man wandered into her territory. Calling him handsome, she offers to take him under her care. Zheng Hao stares back coldly and demands to know who she thinks she is to speak to him that way. A subordinate steps forward, asking how he could not recognize Sister Liu Xin, claiming she owns all the streets around. Zheng Hao calmly replies that he knows no such person, and even if she did own the area, he has no interest in her and wants her to stop talking nonsense. Subordinate advances, threatening him for disrespecting Liu Xin, but before she can continue, Liu Xin herself intervenes instead of praising her follower. She punches the woman in the face and scolds her for being rude to her beautiful little prize. Liu Xin studies Zheng Hao and says she likes his attitude, adding that the internet was right about his looks, and she has decided to claim him. She explains her people meant no offense, and says she wants him as her boyfriend, offering 10,000 yen per month as compensation. Zhang Hao immediately thinks the sum is laughably low, though he knows many men would dream of being supported by a rich woman. He admits Liu Xin is attractive and powerful, with a fit body and visible abs. Still, he questions whether being a man means relying on someone else. Uncomfortable with the idea, he rejects her proposal and tells her to leave. As he turns away, Liu Xin calls after him, saying it is common nowadays for young men to be kept, and she can raise the price, warning him to think carefully. She adds that if he refuses again, she will use force, pulling out a pocket knife and spinning it skillfully. She threatens that it would be a shame to damage such a handsome face. Holding the blade inches from his skin, she tries to intimidate him, but Zhang Hao does not flinch. Knowing kung fu, he grabs her wrist and twists sharply, sending the knife clattering to the ground as he steadies himself. Thinking this is perfect practice, Zhang Hao drives his elbow into Liu Xin's chest. She staggers backward, clutching her chest in pain. He curses softly, but before she can recover, a kick flies toward Zhang Hao's face. He dodges just in time and darts across the alley. Grabbing the knife, he turns and points it at the gang, warning them to stay back. One follower steps forward, eager to fight, but Liu Xin raises her hand and orders everyone to stop. She declares that she wants to handle this wild cat herself. Rolling up her sleeve, she advances with a confident smile as Zhang Hao controls his breathing. He thinks that women in this world hold natural advantages, so winning will require strategy. He swings the knife repeatedly, forcing Liu Xin to retreat. With his free hand, he dials the police and warns her that he will report her by name if she continues. Liu Xin freezes, realizing he is both skilled and smart, then lowers her guard and backs off. Her followers stare in disbelief that their feared leader is letting him lead. Liu Xin smirks, saying patience is sometimes necessary, especially with handsome ones. She asks Zhang Hao for his name, gives it, but firmly reminds her to stay away since the call is still active. Liu Xin bites her lip, saying she will remember him as her gaze lingers suggestively. During the fight, one of her subordinates secretly snaps a photo of Zhang Hao in action. The image is uploaded online and begins spreading rapidly. Far away in a powerful corporation, a woman named Ms. Wei sits at the head of the table as staff report they have found a promising candidate. The president listens, then orders them to sign the boy immediately, confident he will be a major success. In her office, Ms. Wei smokes and wonders why recruitment falls to her, thinking such work should belong to headhunters before questioning why she even cares. Her deputy agrees, but reminds her this is a direct order from the president, who even requested a personal introduction. Ms. Wei frowns, muttering about whether her mother ever gets tired of chasing young faces and joking about finding herself a younger man. She asks to see the photos, and the assistant hands over images of Zhang Hao mid-fight. Ms. Wei studies the picture carefully, noting that while he looks like a student, his presence is striking, and with proper shaping he could become a massive success. Instructs her assistant to dig into Zhang Hao's background and deliver a complete report by that same afternoon. Once they leave, Miss Wei approaches the window and quietly studies the cityscape below. For a brief moment, her thoughts linger on the boy who unexpectedly drew her interest, and that boy is none other than Zhang Hao. At the same time, Zhang Hao is on the school court playing basketball, while Yilong stands nearby looking visibly irritated. Zhang Hao suddenly sneezes. Yilong immediately scolds him, saying that if he is sick he should stop playing, and mockingly adds that Zhang Hao should just sit and cheer since basketball is supposedly a girl's sport. Zhang Hao shakes his head, explaining it was only a sneeze and firmly stating that basketball is not limited to girls. He snatches the ball and sends it cleanly through the hoop. As he leaps, his shirt lifts slightly, and a girl watching from afar gasps, feeling as though she just witnessed something breathtaking. Zhang Hao lands smoothly, proving his point without another word. His move clearly shows that boys can excel at basketball too, causing Yilong to sigh when he realizes he is no longer the only one cheering. A large group of girls begin shouting Zhang Hao's name, their excitement focused entirely on the star of the court. Later, Yilong chats with Yahello and remarks on how strange it is that Zhang Hao became famous so suddenly. And while Yahello agrees it is odd, she says his happiness matters most. Yilong nods, admitting that Zhang Hao is so impressive that even Chin Chin, the most timid girl in school, has fallen for him. Nearby, Feng sits with her lackey, sneering that Zhang Hao only enjoys female attention, and accusing him of pretending to be innocent while actually arrogant. As her minion warns, they must stay alert despite his pretty face. At the same time, a girl hides behind a pillar taking secret photos of Zhang Hao, muttering that Sister Liu Xin promised payment even for unclear shots, and believing these pictures will serve her plan. Zhang Hao suddenly turns his head toward her hiding place. Seeing nothing suspicious, he shrugs and dismisses the feeling, convinced it was just his imagination. he returns his focus to the game. The stalker lowers her camera with a grin, confident she can earn $200 and thinking betraying Zhang Hao's friends will be worth it. At the school gate, Zhang Hao and Yahello part ways, and he gently pats her head, promising they will meet again soon as she smiles warmly. Yilong, unwilling to be ignored, clings to Zhang Hao's arm and demands an equally proper goodbye. Zhang Hao laughs, lightly pushes him away, and treats him with his usual relaxed friendliness. Suddenly, Zhang Hao comes to an abrupt halt. His gaze shifts to the bushes where he catches a faint reflection from a camera lens. Sensing someone is photographing him, even though Yilong notices nothing. He squints and mutters that it is probably nothing, yet the uneasy sense of being watched refuses to fade. Fleeting thought crosses his mind that perhaps the person behind the camera could be his sister Qin. Trusting his instincts, Zhang Hao walks toward the tree where the girl is hiding. Panicking, she stammers that she was not doing anything wrong. Zhang Hao snaps angrily but feels relieved it is not Qin, demanding her phone so he can check whether she recorded him. The girl hurriedly insists she was only taking photos of the scenery. Unconvinced, Zhang Hao shows her the video she secretly filmed of him. Trapped, she admits Liu Xin persuaded them to do it, explaining that clear photos could be sold for $200 each. Zhang Hao is stunned that Liu Xin is still manipulating things behind the scenes. Nervously, the girl adds that Liu Xin is actually the one controlling the area. Zhang Hao says he understands and allows her to leave if she deletes the photos. She quickly complies and runs off, thinking this mess is now Liu Xin's responsibility, and she must find her own way out. On Saturday, Zhang Hao heads to the mall with Yilong. Yilong excitedly asks whether Zhang Hao has already signed with the streaming company. Zhang Hao says he did and even negotiated his own terms, surprising the company into agreeing, starting with reclaiming gifts from past streams and asking Yilong to help sort which to keep or return. Yilong becomes thrilled at the idea of free gifts and jokes about whether a special girl sent one. At the same time, he feels slightly hurt that Zhang Hao did not mention it sooner. After Zhang Hao explains, Yilong realizes he only wants to buy his sister a gift to repay her for the earrings she gave him. Curious, Yilong presses him for more details about the conditions he negotiated. Zhang Hao explains that he will only show his face if he wants, can create non-gaming content by choice, and will attend offline events only with his consent. His streams will last 2 hours daily and 5 on weekends with at least 1 rest day weekly, and he must be informed in advance of any non-gaming requests. Most importantly, his face will always remain private. Impressed, Yilong praises his negotiation skills and believes the company conceded because Zhang Hao is already one of their top streamers. Zhang Hao blushes lightly, feeling embarrassed by the compliment. As usual, Zhang Hao stands out wherever he goes, even in a crowded mall. Feng and her clique watch him, mocking him as the school's top beauty while calling him a fake innocent who attracts perverted girls and looks foolish. One lackey sneers that if she were as attractive as Zhang Hao, she would not waste it, complaining about people who use looks to excuse shameless behavior. Another minion stirs trouble by suggesting they drag everyone to the nearby salon to vent their anger over new lipsticks. Feng smirks and dismisses the idea, saying her father recently gave her plenty of money and she can easily buy lipstick for everyone. The girls cheer loudly, clinging to her words. Lowering her voice, Feng orders them to prove their loyalty by teaching Zhang Hao a lesson, and the excited minions promise to make him cry. Their plan is to ambush him, take ugly photos, and spread them online to expose him to the whole school. Feng warns them to choose a secluded spot to avoid witnesses, grinning as she imagines ruining his reputation, despite knowing his looks are impossible to tarnish. Zhang Hao purchases an extremely expensive item for his sister. Yilong comments that this proves he is an excellent brother, noting that spending over $1,000 on a belt shows real care. Zhang Hao explains that his streaming income is more than enough now, and that since Qin gave him real diamond earrings, he wanted to match their value. Shocked, Yilong demands to see the diamond earrings immediately. They continue chatting as they walk toward the restroom, completely unaware that Feng and her followers are secretly trailing them. The girls see this as the perfect chance to harass Zhang Hao and snap humiliating photos. Feng stays behind, instructing them to follow the boys inside while she keeps watch, fearing Zhang Hao might accuse her of stalking. Minions fail to grasp her caution and proceed without hesitation. Inside, Zhang Hao exits a stall while Yilong adjusts his appearance. Zhang Hao casually tells him to stop using that perfume, since it smells like an advertisement. At that moment, 2 of Feng's minions burst into the men's restroom. One deliberately tries to crash into Zhang. Instead, he stumbles and nearly falls flat on his face. Zhang Hao reacts instantly, grabbing him by the collar. He sharply asks what he thinks he is doing. The other minion shouts that Zhang Hao pushed him on purpose and rudely tells him to watch himself. Already annoyed, Yilong steps in to defend Zhang Hao, pointing out that the guy tripped on his own. Rather than admit fault, the fallen minion angrily charges at Yilong. Zhang Hao blocks him just in time and warns him to keep his hands to himself. He coldly says that touching his friend would mean courting death. Minion nervously denies hitting anyone and insists he values his life, though his shaky voice betrays fear. Zhang Hao orders them to move aside and clear the way. Instead of retreating, one minion spits toward him and insults him, but Zhang Hao dodges at the last second. His patience finally snaps, pulls back and punches the minion in the face, warning them not to assume he will go easy just because they are girls. The second minion screams that Zhang Hao assaulted her friend. Long, already fired up, rolls up his sleeves and steps forward. The two minions immediately start a messy hair-pulling brawl that makes Zhang Hao cringe at the embarrassing sight. Deciding it is enough, Zhang Hao steps in to demonstrate what a real fight looks like. He swiftly subdues them both with precise, controlled strikes that land faster than they can react. When it ends, Zhang Hao warns them to stay out of his business next time. One minion clutches her face and threatens that Zhang Hao will regret this, claiming she will call her partner to deal with him. Zhang Hao remains calm and fearless, making it clear that such threats mean nothing to him. Outside the mall, Zhang Hao walks alongside Yilong. When Su Qi returns with her partner, she immediately accuses Zhang Hao loudly, claiming he attacked them. Su Qi's tall, muscular partner glares at Zhang Hao with open disdain. The minion adds another lie, saying they were trapped in the restroom with no escape. As usual, Feng distances herself, saying she will go to the restroom while telling her minions to continue the beating. One suggests she stay behind to take photos of Zhang Hao. Feng wisely keeps her distance, pulling out her phone to capture everything and planning to post the photos online to publicly shame Zhang Hao. Sucha keeps acting pitiful, forcing out fake tears to make herself appear like the victim. Zhang Hao shows zero hesitation, staring back boldly and demanding to know why these cowards dared to return at all. Yilong stays level-headed and points out that the conflict began with them, while he and Zhang Hao merely acted in self-defense. Instead of getting defensive, Zhang Hao looks energized and amused, telling them to speak up if they have complaints rather than dragging things out. Then an unexpected shift occurs, as the muscular woman finally directs her gaze toward Zhang Hao. Her entire expression softens in an instant, and right then she finds herself drawn to him. Her girlfriend Su Qi catches the look and explodes in rage, accusing her of staring without shame. Yet the strong woman stays composed and admits the fault lies with her girlfriend for striking Zhang Hao first. Turning back calmly, the buff woman apologizes to Zhang Hao on her partner's behalf and suggests putting the matter behind them, leaving her girlfriend stunned. Being humiliated and abandoned like this fills Su Qi with uncontrollable fury. She bitterly asks whether her girlfriend has feelings for Zhang Hao, but receives only silence in response. Zhang Hao cuts in bluntly, telling them to resolve their relationship issues elsewhere, and demanding they move aside so he and Yilong can leave. Su Qi stands frozen, unable to believe her own girlfriend's behavior. The muscular woman suddenly snaps, threatening to silence Su Qi by stuffing her into a bag and tossing her into a river. After that threat, she abruptly softens and turns to Zhang Hao, claiming it was all a misunderstanding and proposing they exchange numbers, even offering a gift. Nearby, Feng secretly records everything, planning to upload the footage online and portray Zhang Hao as a homewrecker to ruin his image. Meanwhile, a high-end vehicle glides to a stop outside the shopping mall. Wei is seated inside the car. She is deeply focused on reviewing second-quarter financial reports. Lifting her gaze briefly, she notices someone standing directly in front of her vehicle. It turns out to be Zhang Hao, while Feng remains absorbed in filming. She fails to notice a group of dangerous-looking men closing in behind her. Suddenly, Liu Xin places a firm hand on Feng's shoulder. He coldly asks who Feng thinks she is filming. Startled, Feng stammers that it is nothing important. Quick glance at the phone tells Liu Xin everything, revealing Feng had been recording her cherished boyfriend. Liu Xin remains composed but cutting, asking Feng if she has a death wish. Without hesitation, she lifts Feng by the throat for daring to film her man beside another woman. Feng weakly apologizes, insisting she meant no harm and acknowledging Liu Xin's authority in the area. Liu Xin replies that if that is true, Feng should come along to meet her boyfriend. As Liu Xin advances while gripping Feng tightly, even the muscular woman begins to panic, questioning why Feng would provoke someone so terrifying. Liu Xin strides directly up to Zhang Hao and addresses him without hesitation. She admits that despite only 2 days passing, she has missed him deeply. Zhang Hao responds with complete indifference. Yilong feels uneasy near Liu Xin, while Zhang Hao just wants the chaos to end as obsessed women keep appearing. Zhang Hao tries to leave. Liu Xin stops him and claims to show sincerity by exposing Feng as the one filming him. She then shoves Feng down onto the ground, declaring Feng a gift for Zhang Hao to deal with as he pleases. Unmoved, Zhang Hao demands to know Liu Xin's true intentions. Liu Xin snaps her fingers, sending her subordinates away. For a moment, Zhang Hao assumes another fight is about to break out. Instead, they return carrying an enormous bouquet of flowers. Holding it out gently, Liu Xin asks him on a date, confessing her strong feelings. She promises to grant Zheng Hao anything he desires if he agrees to be her boyfriend. Internally, Zheng Hao labels her a persistent creep who refuses to give up. He politely declines again, saying he has no interest and needs to leave immediately. Even so, Liu Xin urges him to at least accept the flowers. Zheng Hao finds it absurd that she once threatened him with a knife and now smiles sweetly with flowers, calling it pure manipulation. He firmly refuses both the relationship and the bouquet, reminding her of her earlier threats and warning he will involve the police if she persists. Her subordinates are stunned by his boldness, but Liu Xin orders them not to interfere. Yilong nervously asks whether Liu Xin intends to kill someone. Her gaze shifts to him, and she recognizes him as Zheng Hao's closest friend. Zheng Hao immediately questions whether she has been digging into his friends' backgrounds. Calmly, she says it is natural to watch over people close to her boyfriend, and hints that her own friends admire them. She adds that even she cannot control how obsessed those girls become. Zheng Hao catches the warning beneath her gentle words, realizing Yilong is being used as leverage. Changing tactics, Zheng Hao suggests they forget everything and bluntly asks what she truly wants. Liu Xin refuses to let go of her feelings and asks to hear him say love, then invites him out for drinks. Zheng Hao pulls away from her touch and asks for the location. Smiling, Liu Xin gives the address and time, calling him honey and making him visibly uncomfortable. Despite that, he agrees to arrive on time. Later, Yilong warns Zheng Hao that she clearly looks like a gang leader, and that being alone with her is dangerous. Yilong adds that calling the police is always an option. Zheng Hao explains it is complicated since they lack criminal records, and provoking her could ruin their lives. He decides to meet Liu Xin as a necessary risk, assuring Yilong his kung fu training will keep him safe. During this, Yilong breaks down in tears as if Zheng Hao is heading toward disaster. At that moment, another figure arrives, his MS Wei's assistant, informing Zheng Hao that the CEO wants to see him immediately. Zheng Hao reflects on how exhausting this unwanted attention has become, feeling sick of constant pursuit. Asked who this CEO even is. Suddenly, bodyguards surround him, leaving him unsure how to react. He never imagined so many forces would pressure him at once. He sends Yilong home, promising to call if anything goes wrong. Zheng Hao then follows the assistant to the company headquarters. Upon arrival, he is greeted by a commanding and powerful woman. The atmosphere feels oppressive even to Zheng Hao. She introduces herself as Wei Nan, CEO of Fenghong Media Group. She strides up confidently and states that his very first live stream was a massive success and that no one else performs like him. Wei Nan presents a contract, urging him to sign and promising instant stardom. Reading it shocks Zheng Hao, as he realizes his current agreement is far superior. He apologizes for the misunderstanding and explains he wants neither fame nor stardom and must leave for dinner. As he turns away, the assistant scolds him for being disrespectful and reminds him how rare such a meeting is. Zheng Hao calmly uses his martial skills to free himself and repeats that he does not want a contract. Moving toward the exit, he suddenly pulls the assistant forward, causing her to fall hard. Witnessing this, Wei Nan realizes Zheng Hao can truly defend himself. She lunges at him with incredible speed, launching an attack. Zheng Hao blocks her strikes and attempts to counterattack. She evades effortlessly. He remarks on how unbelievable his skill is for a student and praises him, while he still declines her offer. Wei Nan tells him not to rush, claiming there is nothing she cannot obtain and granting him time. She orders her assistant to escort him home. Zheng Hao realizes she will be far from easy to deal with. Back home, Zheng Hao prepares voice recording tools, pepper spray, and other items for his date. He texts Yilong, instructing him to call the police if he does not check in by 8:30. Zheng Hao knows he must resolve things with Liu Xin tonight or lose his peace. Arriving at the bar, he is greeted by a girl who says their boss has been waiting. He asks her to lead the way. Soon he spots Liu Xin seated like royalty, flanked by 2 attendants. The receptionist formally introduces Zheng Hao. Without delay, Zheng Hao states he came solely to settle everything once and for all. He tells Liu Xin that from this point on they should pretend they are strangers, since it would benefit both sides if they never crossed paths again. Liu Xin's expression hardens, clearly displeased, as she finds his proposal unrealistic. She rises to her feet, a wine glass resting casually in her hand. Then she makes a crude offer, saying that if he pleases her for a single night, she will leave him alone forever. Even the receptionist chimes in teasingly, asking Zheng Hao what he thinks of such a deal. Zheng Hao simply shakes his head, saying he expected this kind of nonsense and that he will contact the police. Liu Xin laughs mockingly, calling the police childish and claiming there is nothing wrong with them sharing affection. Her assistant joins in, warning him not to resist or they will restrain him for Liu Xin and upload photos online afterward. Smirking, she tells him to stop being spoiled, assuming fear is driving him, and orders him again to obey Sister Liu Xin. Zheng Hao thinks he has never heard words this distorted, but thankfully his hidden recorder is still capturing everything. Liu Xin then reveals the assistant is her younger sister, and teasingly asks whether he prefers spending the night alone with her or with company. Without warning, Liu Xin's sister pulls out a knife and points it at Zheng Hao. Zheng Hao glares back, demanding to know if they truly intend to kill him for refusing. What they do not realize is that Zheng Hao came prepared as well. In a flash, he pulls out pepper spray and blasts it into their faces. The girls immediately cry out as their eyes burn intensely and tries to retaliate, but while Liu Xin's sister claws at her eyes, Zheng Hao snatches the knife away. He presses the blade against her throat, warning her not to move or he will slash. Turning to Liu Xin, he orders her once more to let him leave or she will suffer the consequences. Liu Xin only chuckles, praising him for being daring. Using Liu Xin's sister as leverage, Zheng Hao backs toward the exit and warns that sending more women after him will spill blood and police involvement will not save her. Liu Xin remains entertained, convinced she has plenty of time to toy with him. Her mood shifts when she receives a message from her sister's phone, as Zheng Hao reminds her he recorded everything and will report it if she harms him or his friend. This infuriates Liu Xin, who never expected Zheng Hao to be so calculating. Elsewhere, one of Wei Nan's subordinates monitors Zheng Hao closely and reports that he is unharmed. Several days later, Zheng Hao is back at school. Still replaying the incident, he wonders if his threat worked, knowing that if Liu Xin continues her madness, he will need another plan. Lost in thought, he overhears girls whispering that Liu Xin has been dealt with and that the area feels different under a coming new boss. One girl questions the sudden change, while another says Feng Hong Group intervened due to serious harassment and replaced Liu Xin. Zheng Hao frowns as he listens, confused by Feng Hong's involvement yet finding the name familiar. Suddenly it clicks, realizing it belongs to Wei Nan. Even so, he cannot figure out how Wei Nan could be connected to Liu Xin. After school ends, Zheng Hao heads back home. The moment he enters, he sees his sister Qin waiting. Dressed neatly, she smiles and tells him she prepared dinner. Zheng Hao immediately asks about their parents, checking if they are alone. Qin explains their parents are working late and will return much later. Realizing they are home alone fills Zheng Hao with an odd sense of excitement. In his previous life, being alone with a woman at home often led to trouble. Qin snaps him out of those thoughts. She asks what has him acting strange. Flustered, Zheng Hao says it is nothing and urges them to eat, reminding himself she is his sister despite the lack of blood ties. Qin, however, seems to understand exactly what crossed his mind. After dinner, she tells him to study and prepare for his long stream while she handles the dishes. Zheng Hao asks if she truly does not need his help. That is when she softly places her hand on his. Says she does not want her precious Zheng Hao's hands ruined by detergent. Nervous yet compliant, Zheng Hao nods, thinking she embodies the ideal image of beauty and virtue. In his former life, he would have dreamed of such a wife and never imagined an older sister like this could unsettle him. Around 7, he begins his live stream greeting viewers warmly and reminding them he will not reveal his face. 2 hours later, Qin returns. He tells him to log off and rest, only to see he has already finished responsibly. Qin smiles, noting he must be exhausted after streaming. She offers him a massage, though the way she sits on his bed feels suggestive. Zheng Hao panics slightly and insists she should rest instead. Qin pulls him closer regardless. She praises him for caring and says that is why they should relax together, playfully nibbling his head. Zheng Hao notices her warmth, but reminds himself this crosses a line family should never cross. The moment stirs memories of Qin's own childhood. She recalls the first time she saw Zheng Hao as a baby. Tears well in her eyes, startling Zheng Hao as he asks why she is crying. He rambles nervously, unsure if he did something wrong despite knowing deep down he did not. Qin gently reassures him, saying her tears are from happiness. She says being his sister and part of his family fills her with contentment. Zheng Hao is deeply moved, realizing this kind of love is something he never had before. For the first time, he feels his family is truly complete. Comforted, Zheng Hao silently vows to protect his family at all costs in this world. He reassures Qin that they have many years ahead and will always stay happy together. Qin blushes at his words, admits she rarely cries and turns away, embarrassed by the moment. Zheng Hao calmly says there is nothing to be ashamed of and thanks her for treating him like a real brother. Meanwhile, Qin quietly wonders if fate truly meant them to be family. Then asks Zheng Hao how he would like to lie down with her. Soon they lie close, and Zheng Hao nervously asks if they are sleeping together, while she explains she only wants to keep him company. He admits she has always wanted to sleep beside him, and is happy the chance came. Zheng Hao hesitates, questioning her meaning as his thoughts betray him. Chin Chin changes the topic and asks what type of girls he likes. Nervously, he answers that he likes girls who are pretty. She presses on, asking if he prefers gentle or bold girls, and if any classmates fit that image. Yahello comes to his mind, someone kind, beautiful, and quiet. Chin Chin notices his distraction and grows displeased. She warns him against early romance, saying it often leads to heartbreak and that she worries women might take advantage of him. Zheng Hao softly reassures her, feeling so comforted that sleep overtakes him. When he wakes, he realizes he is no longer beside her. He is lying on his own pillow. The night feels like a strange, hazy dream. Confused, Zheng Hao goes downstairs calling for Chin Chin. He briefly mixes up her name with Liu Xin and Yahello before correcting himself. Opening her door, he realizes she has gone back to the lab. Noticing her bookshelf, he considers borrowing a novel and spots one titled The Strongest Empress and the Invincible Goddess. Another book soon catches his eye. It tells a story about a brother and sister hiding a secret relationship. The explicit scenes make Zheng Hao blush, shocked by its content. Wonders uneasily if Chin Chin could harbor such thoughts. He quickly shakes the idea away, insisting she would never think like that. Suddenly, a sharp pain throbs in his head. A vision flashes of a bespectacled brunette and two crying boys. She appears to be yelling at him, but her voice is completely muffled. Zheng Hao stands shaken and confused, unable to grasp the meaning of it all. The following day, Zheng Hao resumes streaming as usual. This time he ends the live broadcast early, clearly out of sorts, and even he can tell the session went badly. His attention keeps slipping because his thoughts won't leave the novel he discovered, and he can't stop questioning whether Chin Chin truly harbors romantic feelings for him. As if that were not enough, the strange visions continue to surface, making him feel unsettled and lost. After the stream is over, he sees his follower count has fallen, with the crowd's energy gone and their excitement noticeably fading. The situation irritates him since earning money this way is stressful already, and now the burden feels even more intense. Long after, a notification appears on his screen. It explains that his recent streams are becoming steadier, but that growth has slowed, and the system advises him to contact the administrator for tips on boosting his popularity. Zheng Hao scowls, knowing deep down that meeting the administrator is unlikely to bring him anything good. The very next day, the same alert shows up once more, and it appears again the following day, repeating itself relentlessly without a single break. Zheng Hao grows fed up with the constant reminders, yet nothing he tries can stop the system from pestering him. Soon he receives a message from his admin asking why he has not logged into stream, and he snaps back that he simply does not want to. Admin quickly urges him not to speak that way, saying his fans are waiting and would be happy to see him perform again, even suggesting he dance or show his face to please them. Zheng Hao firmly reminds her that the contract allows him to stream only when he chooses, and while the admin insists she is merely offering ideas and promises more proposals, she still notes that a meeting is scheduled in 2 days. Zheng Hao brushes her off, declaring that he may do plenty of things, but exposing who he truly is will never be one of them. At the same time, the administrator is feeling cheerful, thrilled about the idea of going on a date with a charming young man. Zheng Hao, however, views the entire situation as nothing but an annoying bother. He glances at other men on the platform, desperately pleading with viewers for virtual gifts. Deep down, he swears he would sooner lose every penny he owns than ever stoop to such behavior. He chooses to review the file his administrator had sent over. The first proposal recommends he create short clips, ideally featuring him dancing. Second idea suggests dressing up as some kind of Greek god. The third option involves filming himself while doing workout routines. Just as he suspected, all the plans sound absurd, and he has no desire to trade his pride for entertainment. 3 days pass before Zheng Hao meets Yilong at a cafe. Yilong remarks that Zheng Hao has grown so famous the administrator even showed up in person, but Zheng Hao simply shrugs, uninterested. The administrator, Song Qing, welcomes them with a bright and friendly greeting. After introducing Yilong, Zheng Hao explains he reviewed the 3 suggestions, yet none of them appeal to him. Song Qing smiles knowingly, admitting she expected him to reject the first 2, but feels the third deserves a closer look. She gently places her coffee cup down on the table. Moving closer, she mentions noticing his chest training exercises. Since he won't show his face, she proposes he stream workouts while wearing a mask. That way his identity stays hidden, but viewers can still appreciate his physique. He says the audience would love it and it would make him stand out. Streaming workouts is simple, practical, and allows him to earn while staying strong. Even Yilong admits the suggestion actually makes a lot of sense. Zheng Hao considers it, realizing he wouldn't need to reveal much, and it could encourage other men to train and regain confidence, maybe even shift how women view them. Agreeing, he says starting tomorrow he'll stream workouts 2 or 3 times a week, about half an hour each session, masked the entire time. Back home, Zheng Hao's father explodes in anger, shouting that he will never permit him to stream with his chest or face exposed. His harsh, commanding tone makes him seem like a true tyrant issuing an absolute order. Mr. Zhang grapples with him, insisting he already allowed gaming streams, but refuses to let him wear tight training clothes and display himself on camera. Their heated struggle is interrupted when Chen Chen suddenly arrives. She steps between them, saying Zheng Hao should be allowed to try, and she'll supervise to ensure nothing inappropriate happens. If anything goes wrong, she promises she'll tell him to immediately end the broadcast. Mr. Zhang complains that Chen Chen pampers him too much, yet after grumbling, he finally storms out of the room. Zheng Hao thanks Chen Chen, admitting her intervention saved him from an even larger fight with their father. Chen Chen dismisses his gratitude, saying she'll watch over him regardless, since online strangers can be cruel and she won't let her younger brother be harassed. Later on, Zheng Hao sets up all his streaming equipment in his bedroom. He greets his viewers, announcing a special program. Though many demand to see his face, today's focus will be on the value of exercise. He explains aerobic training improves heart health, recommending jogging as a start, and reminding them to warm up joints carefully to avoid injury. He shares that he has practiced beforehand and now feels fully prepared to begin. Zheng Hao starts running, and instantly the chat erupts with excitement as viewers go wild. Many call him a male god, praising the way every muscle movement looks like living artwork. Notices the audience growing rapidly, realizing people aren't only here for fitness tips, but also to watch him perform. Meanwhile, countless girls in the chat think he might be the most attractive man they've ever seen. Some women become so infatuated that their obsession begins affecting their real-life relationships. Watching quietly, Aisha smirks, knowing all along Zheng Hao was destined to dominate the platform. Mid-stream, one viewer challenges him. If he runs non-stop for 15 minutes, she'll reward him with 2 rocket launchers. Zheng Hao agrees immediately, amused that such a feat is trivial, promising to show what a real man can do. 30 minutes later, Zheng Hao is still running with steady strength. Chen Chen watches with complicated feelings, seeing the massive crowd and feeling an unexpected sting of jealousy. She reminds herself he's no longer a little boy. Soon he'll grow up fully and eventually leave her behind. After finishing his session, Zheng Hao asks everyone to follow him for more training advice. He says he'll shower first, then return for another stream. At that moment, Chen Chen enters, asking if he feels exhausted, noting how challenging it must be to train while broadcasting. Worried, she suggests he reduce how often he does these streams, and Zheng Hao briefly looks troubled by her concern, but he reassures her that he normally trains alone anyway, so it wasn't hard. Now he's simply earning money too, as Chen Chen hands him a towel. Suddenly, she playfully slaps his backside, ordering him to hurry into the shower before he catches a cold. Zheng Hao freezes, stunned, unable to believe what just happened, wondering if she's been drinking. He forces inappropriate thoughts away, convincing himself she was only being friendly. At night, Chen Xin quietly visits Zheng Hao again as he sleeps. Sitting beside his bed, her mind heavy, she reflects that earlier things could have gone terribly wrong. She drifts into childhood memories, recalling innocent moments like giving him flowers, which now feel far away. She studies his resting face carefully in the dim quiet. And Chen leans closer, her gaze lingering on his lips. Time seems to slow, her heart racing, until Zheng Hao stirs slightly in his sleep. He turns his head away, his expression shifting as though lost deep in a dream. Chen Xin freezes, suddenly realizing what she was about to do. Years earlier, when Zheng Hao was still very small, a girl approached him, asking if he was lonely, offering to play together. That girl was Kyankin, and from that day on, they became inseparable companions. Chengxin always defended him, even fighting bullies who dared bother him. It was so fierce that Zheng Hao sometimes feared her strength, despite knowing she fought only for him. But Kyankin was still a child too, and she couldn't bear rejection. He would grab his collar, insisting they promise to stay together forever. She told him not to be scared, and demanded he visit her home later. When Zheng Hao wakes up, he's no longer a child. He forgets the dream entirely, assuming it was something meaningless. Since it's a school day, he knows he must get up quickly or he'll be late again. But suddenly, he senses someone close beside him. Turning his head, he discovers his sister is actually sleeping next to him, and he screams in shock. Chenkin's eyes flutter open slowly. Calmly, she wishes him good morning, telling him to hurry and prepare for school before he's late. Nervously, Zheng Hao asks if she truly spent the night in his bed. Chenkian stretches casually, saying she checked on him last night and found him so adorable sleeping that she lay down beside him. Zheng Hao wants to call her behavior unsettling, but instead he swallows the words. He simply says he'll go get ready quickly, so he doesn't run late. Chengxin assures him not to worry, promising she'll soon buy a new car and personally drive him to school. Later, Zheng Hao scrolls through a kung fu poster from his class on his phone. Yahello sees it and casually remarks that she knows those moves as well. Zheng Hao asks her when she ever learned something like that. She explains she saw it as a child, adding confidently that she's a skilled fighter. Zheng Hao is amazed, since Yahello already handles firearms expertly, and now she reveals she also knows kung fu. Yahello admits her grandmother was a soldier, inspiring her to become one someday to defend her country. Zheng Hao tells her he believes she'll achieve her dream without question. Then he asks if she can teach him some combat techniques so he can learn too. Since it's still early, they decide to head behind the court. Yahello smiles, saying if it's just the two of them, she'll gladly agree. Although secretly, Zheng Hao feels the situation might be slightly improper. He suggests they spar first so he can understand her fighting style. Both of them take their stances, preparing carefully. With lightning speed, Yahello launches the very first strike. Before Zheng Hao can even process what's happening, she grabs him and slams him straight down. His defense is useless against her power. Yahello pins him effortlessly to the ground, sitting firmly on top of him. Zheng Hao realizes he has no chance at all. Without resisting further, Zheng Hao admits defeat and says he surrenders. Yahello then tilts her head, asking if she deserves a reward for winning. Before Zheng Hao can even figure out her intention, she leans down and gently begins nibbling and sucking at his ear. A strange wave shoots through him. He gasps her name, then blushes hard once he realizes what's happening, amazed someone so timid could be this daring. When Yahello pulls away, she softly asks if he enjoyed it. Zheng Hao is stunned she would ask such a question. Of course he liked it, who wouldn't? Yet he can't understand why she acted so suddenly bold, her shyness clashing with how intense it felt. Zheng Hao covers his burning face with his hand. Yahello shifts awkwardly, anxious that she may have crossed a line. Still sitting on him, she makes things even more uncomfortable, so Zheng Hao hurriedly asks her to move away. Once they're seated properly, he questions why she did that and where she learned it, refusing to believe someone so innocent could come up with such behavior. Yahello explains no one taught her directly. She only picked it up from videos Anastasia kept sending her. Zheng Hao instantly suspects those clips are inappropriate and asks to see them himself. His fears are confirmed. Anastasia is clearly a complete pervert. If this continues, she may corrupt Yahello the same way. Yahello says Anastasia claimed these actions are how men and women bond. Then she nervously asks if she made a mistake. Zheng Hao doesn't want to shame her, so he gently explains that normal conversation isn't like this. Couples may do such things, but they cannot. He stresses she must never repeat it with him or anyone else, since they are only friends. He reminds her those gestures belong only between romantic partners, and warns her not to kiss him that way again. Soon, they start getting ready to head toward class. Yahello suddenly stops him and asks when they can become a couple. Zheng Hao asks if she even understands what having a girlfriend truly means. Blank expression answers for her, so he tells her they'll only discuss being together once she actually understands relationships. Yet his words stay in her mind. Yahello keeps replaying what she did and how much she secretly enjoyed it. She begins appearing near Zheng Hao constantly, asking if they can communicate again. Zheng Hao spends the entire day avoiding her questions. Even Yilong notices something off. He asks why Yahello is acting oddly, but Zheng Hao brushes it aside, joking she's becoming like the other girls bothering him because he's handsome. From a balcony, Liu observes quietly, puzzled why someone as rich as Yahello would be drawn to Zheng Hao. Before he can dwell further, another sharp-looking corporate girl approaches Zheng Hao and pulls him aside. As the camera captures it, she wears a sly little smile. In her mind, a scheme forms. She believes she finally has evidence to label Zheng Hao a creep and womanizer. Zheng Hao waits with Nan's assistant near the spot couples usually gather, urging her to hurry because standing there feels humiliating. She apologizes, admitting she acted poorly last time. She says she's here personally to make amends and because Nan wants to meet him. Zheng Hao shakes his head, saying Nan's pressure won't change his decision. He tells her to stop wasting time and move on. The assistant insists she's only obeying orders and can't return empty-handed, practically pleading for him to at least take Nan's call on her phone. Zheng Hao's heart softens slightly, and he finally agrees. He knows the CEO holds immense influence, and right now he can't truly oppose her. So he accepts the phone call. Nan's voice comes through, and Zheng Hao immediately speaks bluntly. He tells her nothing has changed. He won't work for her and she shouldn't waste valuable time chasing him. But Nan responds just as directly, saying she knows exactly what he desires. She claims Zheng Hao wants power equal to any woman. Zheng Hao goes silent, caught off guard by her words. Nan continues, saying he hates being viewed as weak, and she has met many people in her life. But when she looked into his eyes during their clash, she saw fierce determination. She says she admires that fire and warns him to think carefully, because this choice may shape his entire future. With that, she ends the call abruptly. Zheng Hao stands frozen, realizing Nan is not only powerful but dangerously clever. She strikes at weaknesses with ease while hiding her true motives. He decides to meet her and arranges a time. Elsewhere, Nan feels satisfied, convinced her prediction was correct. She knew Zheng Hao would eventually yield. Next day, an expensive, sleek car arrives at the school entrance, drawing stares as students whisper excitedly. Then Zheng Hao steps out of the vehicle, calmly noting the morning is bright and sunny. Chen Chen is the one who bought the car, and has taken on the role of driving him to school. He even fixes his hair at the gate before leaving, promising she'll return later to pick him up. As she drives away, Zheng Hao lets out a long sigh. He notices Chen Chen growing increasingly anxious about him, and if it continues, he isn't sure how much longer he can endure it. After lunch, the school atmosphere feels charged with gossip. Students scroll through their phones, and as Zheng Hao walks the hallways, murmurs spread instantly. Girls whisper that Zheng Hao breaks hearts everywhere and lives as a sugar baby for women. Yilong senses something wrong, since people have been murmuring about Zheng Hao non-stop since yesterday. Everyone seems to keep their distance from both of them, yet neither Zheng Hao nor Yilong understand the reason. Unease follows them into class as a boy walks around collecting homework from each desk. When he reaches Zheng Hao's desk and finds it empty, he smirks, mocking Zheng Hao for being too busy with his steamy novels instead of assignments, claiming he only hustles so rich women can support him. Zheng Hao calmly pulls his notebook out and places it down, then says if the boy is jealous of his looks, he should just admit it. The boy snaps back angrily, denying jealousy, then insults Zheng Hao harshly, implying he's nothing but a cheap plaything and claiming superiority in school and romance. The tension escalates until Yilong steps forward, standing beside Zheng Hao and ordering the boy to stop harassing his friend. Instead of retreating, the boy smirks again and reveals the real reason. Rumors claim Zheng Hao has secret relationships with women visiting him often at the entrance, and photos allegedly prove he's a sugar baby for multiple. Yilong immediately argues that no sane person would believe such ridiculous gossip. Then he checks the school forum on his phone, his eyes widening in shock. Dozens of posts accuse Zheng Hao openly, and the photos are everywhere. One even shows him speaking with his sister Kyankin, twisted into something shameful. Yilong becomes defensive, insisting people are only trying to destroy Zheng Hao out of envy, and the truth will eventually surface. Suddenly, someone from the administration office arrives in class, calling Zheng Hao by name and requesting he come with them. Zheng Hao is escorted into the administrator's office. The administrator sits him down, saying he must already know about the forum rumors spreading. He explains the gossip is growing quickly, damaging the school's reputation and involving several women whose names are now under scrutiny. He urges Zheng Hao to settle matters fast because it may become impossible to contain the fallout. Zheng Hao responds firmly, demanding a full investigation to punish whoever posted the lies. While the staff begin arranging that, Zheng Hao decides to wait for his sister to arrive. Soon enough, Kyankin storms into the office, immediately causes chaos within the administration. Voice rings so loudly that students gather outside, listening closely. The administrator claims it was a misunderstanding, but Kyankin rages because her brother endured endless bullying over that so-called mistake. She turns to Zheng Hao, apologizing and promises she will explain everything to classmates to clear his name. Zheng Hao shakes his head, telling her to return to work. He says he can handle it himself and she has already done plenty. Zheng Hao returns to class. Mia asks if everything is okay. She explains that once he left, Yilong became anxious and went searching after receiving a call from Feng's group. Zheng Hao suddenly feels an uncomfortable dread, realizing Yilong has been gone far too long without returning. Meanwhile, Yilong is trapped inside a bag. The place is deserted. His phone has no signal, and he feels as though he's been kidnapped. Feng and his lackeys tricked him inside, locked the door, and now he can only wait for rescue. At the same time, Zheng Hao and others search all over the campus, asking anyone they meet if they've seen Yilong. A girl reports back, saying a classmate from class 3 saw Yilong near the back courtyard toilets, with Feng and several boys nearby. Zheng Hao instantly understands. Feng's hatred for him is so intense that he has begun targeting his friends instead. Without hesitation, Zheng Hao heads straight for the toilets. Inside, Yilong is nearly losing all hope when he suddenly hears his best friend's calm voice. He cries out in relief, tears spilling down his face. He truly believed he might never escape, and all he wants now is to go home safely. Yahello tells him to step back. Then with one fierce kick, she shatters the door completely. Even the boys nearby stare in shock at her unbelievable strength. Zheng Hao rushes forward, hugging Yilong tightly, asking if Feng and his gang are behind this. Yilong explains they locked him in, poured milk over him, and says they must report everything to a teacher. Zheng Hao refuses, telling him not to worry. Once classes end, he will help him get revenge. Keeping his promise, Yahello confronts Feng after school. Feng desperately turns to Zheng Hao, demanding how he could stoop so low as to attack classmates, but no matter how much he begs, Zheng Hao remains unmoved. He says Feng shouldn't only worry about himself, since his sister already came to school and cleared up the false rumors he posted online. Student Feng bullied and locked away is here too, and Feng is foolish if he thinks no one noticed, because the security cameras behind the courtyard captured everything. Out of mercy, Zheng Hao offers him two choices. Option 1 is to publicly admit the lies he spread. If he refuses, Zheng Hao will show the footage to everyone. Option 2 is to ignore the offer. and Zhang Hao will hand the videos to the school office, leading to Feng's expulsion. Feng freezes, torn by fear, then quickly decides the first path is safer. He mutters a weak apology. Zhang Hao cuts him off, warning him of one final truth. If Feng ever dares to target him again, Zhang Hao will destroy him completely. Later, Yalong asks how Zhang Hao can be sure Feng won't cause trouble again. Zhang Hao replies Feng isn't stupid enough. As a senior, he knows another mistake means the videos go straight to teachers, bringing severe punishment or expulsion. With that, Zhang Hao declares the day finished and says it's time to head home. Yalong leaves, leaving Zhang Hao alone with Yuehua. Zhang Hao suddenly recalls something and asks Yuehua if she knows of Nan. Yuehua replies that Nan leads the powerful Wei family and holds immense influence. Zhang Hao then asks whether Nan's strength surpasses Yuehua's own family. Yuehua admits she isn't sure, guessing they likely stand at the same level. Zhang Hao pauses, realizing just how wealthy Yuehua's background must be. Still, he knows Nan won't back down easily. If she has chosen him as a target, he'll face her sooner or later, so he decides to take control now by arranging a meeting himself. Nan awakens inside her lavish mansion, yet she feels restless. 3 days have passed since she last spoke with Zhang Hao. She can't believe he still hasn't reached out. She felt a spark during their phone call and expected him to contact her soon, but the silence leaves her deeply disappointed as she falls into thought. Her assistant enters the office, informing her that a client wants a meeting at Sage House. Anne agrees calmly and tells her to make the arrangements. Meanwhile, Qian brings her stepbrother Zhang Hao to Sage House as well, and the elegant atmosphere makes him uneasy. Qian explains he had a difficult school day, so she wants to treat him and remind him she will always support him. Zhang Hao is genuinely moved by her warmth. Chen blushes softly, fluttering her lashes as she suggests they go inside. She looks especially radiant today. Zhang Hao, however, is too distracted by the luxurious surroundings to truly notice. As they walk, Zhang Hao spots someone familiar. He thinks he sees Nan near the restroom, but she vanishes before he can confirm. Confused, he follows Chen to their table. She urges him to order anything his heart desires. Zhang Hao immediately asks for something with alcohol, reminding her he's an adult. Truthfully, he hasn't tasted wine since arriving in this world and craves it deeply. Chen agrees, saying a little is fine since their parents are away. He pours him a glass, and Zhang Hao takes a large swallow. He suddenly laughs, surprised it tastes almost like plain cold water. Qian smiles at his reaction, amused, and lets him drink freely. As expected, the wine quickly hits him. He remembers being able to drink well before, yet now even 1 cup makes him dizzy. Chen tells him to slow down and eat first so it won't hurt his stomach, and Zhang Hao nods obediently. The alcohol spreads through him fast. Qian begins worrying that her brother is already getting drunk. Zhang Hao rises unsteadily, saying he'll go wash his face in the restroom. He wonders how 1 drink could affect him so strongly when he once had such tolerance. Lost in thought, he accidentally wanders into the women's restroom, splashing water on his face at the sink. Then he turns around, shocked to find Nan standing right beside him. For a brief moment, their eyes meet, both caught off guard. Zhang Hao panics, wondering why a woman is in the men's room. Nan immediately corrects him, telling him this is clearly the women's bathroom. Zhang Hao blinks, finally noticing the surroundings and realizing his mistake. Embarrassment floods him as he understands he entered the wrong restroom. In that moment, he feels like prey trapped among predators. Not knowing what else to do, Zhang Hao bolts into a stall to hide from the women outside, and in panic makes a fatal mistake by pulling Nan inside with him. His mind isn't clear, and Nan herself is confused why she's suddenly forced to hide with him. Zhang Hao has no choice but to admit he drank too much, feels dizzy, and isn't thinking straight. Nan suddenly smiles, like a hunter closing in. She presses Zhang Hao against the door, leaning dangerously close. Zhang Hao pales, unsettled by how near she stands. Nan whispers that he should be afraid, since he's a helpless man standing before a strong, beautiful, independent woman. Zhang Hao is too stunned to reply. Nan pushes further, demanding to know why he never called her, boldly stepping closer. Zhang Hao's face burns with embarrassment. He stammers that he planned to meet her tomorrow, never expecting to run into her tonight. Nan finds his flustered reaction amusing. Seeing him avoid her eyes, she lifts his chin and declares she no longer wants him as an employee, but as her man. Zhang Hao answers that they've only met twice, and the last woman who said such things disappeared from his world. Nan reacts instantly, asking if he means Louis Zin. She says Louis Zin was accused of illegal dealings and cast out by her own people. Zhang Hao is confused why Nan didn't report those crimes, but Nan dismisses his concern, claiming men worry too much. Zhang Hao insists she must let him go, but Nan ignores him, demanding an answer about becoming hers. Zhang Hao leans forward as if about to respond. Instead, he suddenly tickles her unexpectedly. She loosens her grip in surprise, and he slips free instantly. Zhang Hao bolts out through the restroom door, thinking she was foolish enough to fall for his trick, and now he's escaped. However, as he steps outside, He finds his sister Kyankin waiting with a worried look. She asks why he took so long and if he feels okay. Zheng Hao hides the truth, only saying he got a little drunk and lost track of time. Kyankin suggests they go home, gently resting her head on his shoulder to comfort him. Back home, Zheng Hao collapses onto his bed with no energy left. Chen brings him a cup of tea, but he only mumbles drunken nonsense. She frowns, yet can't help thinking he looks like a helpless little rabbit when intoxicated. Seeing he's not fully aware, Kyankin leans down and places a soft kiss on his lips, believing sooner or later he will belong to her, even though she promised herself it would be only one. Chen cannot stop herself. She holds Zheng Hao's hand tightly and pulls closer, and presses her lips against his neck. Zheng Hao's eyes flutter open slightly. In his drunken haze, he thinks he must be dreaming. Seeing Chen so close, filled with longing, he convinces himself it's only a fantasy. Believing it's unreal, he shifts and takes control, thinking he must respond to the strange vision before him. Chen freezes, flushed and stunned by his sudden boldness. Zheng Hao struggles internally. One side urges him to give in since dreams have no consequences, while the other reminds him she is family and taking advantage would be wrong. The conflict ends when Zheng Hao leans down, but instead of going further, he kisses her forehead gently. He whispers that even in dreams, a true man never exploits a vulnerable woman. Exhaustion overtakes him, and he collapses against her chest. Chen sits in stunned silence. Then her expression softens, blushing as she watches him drift back into sleep. He tucks him into bed carefully, still smiling at his innocence. Suddenly, Zheng Hao's phone rings, showing the name Zhao Ying. Kyankin answers, and Zhao Ying's cheerful voice bursts through, complaining he's been distant. Nervously, she asks if she upset him, then finally confesses she likes him and wants to be with him. Kyankin cuts her off, saying she is Zheng Hao's sister. Zhao Ying stammers, quickly claiming she's only a friend. Kyankin doesn't believe it. She says she knows Zhao Ying has followed Zheng Hao for 2 years and her obsession must end. She warns Zheng Hao will never love her, ordering Zhao Ying to stop bothering him forever. With that, Chen ends the call coldly. He looks down at Zheng Hao sleeping peacefully, and a dark thought rises. Why can't he belong only to her? She leans forward, kisses his forehead softly, and whispers she will wait, certain her time will come soon. Next morning, Zheng Hao wakes groggy with a heavy hangover. He cannot remember anything from the night before. He only knows he embarrassed himself in front of his stepsister, came home, and passed out. A strange tingling stirs in his stomach, and he convinces himself it was nothing but a dream. He staggers into the bathroom and stares at himself in the mirror. Image instantly makes his heartbeat speed up. Bite marks are visible on his neck, and panic crashes over him as he begins to lose control. Just then, Kyankin appears in the doorway asking if he feels all right. In that instant, everything connects in Zheng Hao's mind. The dream, the strange sensations, and the marks all match, making him realize Kyankin may truly be involved in what happened last night. Before Zheng Hao can explode, Chen Xin steps in and lies that Zheng Hao must simply be allergic to alcohol. Zheng Hao can hardly believe he could be so fragile in this world. But since Kyankin is a doctor, she insists on properly examining him to see if it's real. She comes closer. Zheng Hao grows more irritated, yet Kyankin calmly says the swelling will fade, and he should be cautious as he heads to school. He then waves him off, telling him to start preparing. Zheng Hao still feels unsettled, but until he can talk properly with his stepsister, he agrees with everything Chen says. Later at school, Zheng Hao is the only one wearing a turtleneck to hide the marks on his neck. Even Yilong jokes, asking if he's already dressed for winter because he feels that warm. Zheng Hao lies, claiming real men can tolerate any weather, though truly he feels like he's roasting alive. They are mid-conversation when someone suddenly grabs Zheng Hao by the collar. The boy threatens him to stay away from his leader's girl, meaning the same girl who called last night while Zheng Hao slept. Zheng Hao has no clue what he means, leaving him genuinely confused. Still, he dislikes the rude tone and the stranger's hands on him. The cold glare, Zheng Hao grips the boy's wrist and shoves him back, sending him crashing down in total humiliation, striking his head. The thug is injured, his ear damaged, trembling in fear because Zheng Hao is far stronger than expected. Lin Zong, the leader, only smiles, entertained by the fight and thinking Zheng Hao might be exactly the type his crush prefers. Yilong quickly explains that Zhang is the basketball captain and is in the same class as Zhao Ying. Zheng Hao has no interest in such petty drama. He walks away, saying he isn't in the mood for games, and if they truly care about Ying, they should speak to her directly instead of dragging others in. Surprisingly, the so-called alpha finds Zheng Hao's words reasonable. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao notices Yahello watching quietly from the side. He suggests beating the boys up for disturbing him, but Zheng Hao dismisses it, saying such harshness isn't right for students. Instead, he asks her to teach him boxing, because a man must be strong enough to protect himself. Yilong is shocked, asking if they're really planning extra training after school. Zheng Hao confirms it, even inviting Yilong along so he can learn to defend himself and never be bullied again. Across town, inside her luxurious apartment. Nan swims, trying to clear her restless mind. Yet no matter what she does, she can't stop replaying what happened in the bathroom with Zheng Hao. The stress grows heavier, and she knows she must end this unresolved tension. She calls her assistant, ordering her to bring Zheng Hao in as soon as he leaves school. After school, Zheng Hao, Yilong, and Yahello gather in the warehouse for boxing practice. Zheng Hao says today they'll focus on core strength because his body is still too weak, and he dreams of one day having defined abs. Yahello hears him and asks if he's talking about abdominal muscles. She lifts her shirt slightly, revealing her toned stomach. Zheng Hao instantly covers his eyes, calling himself indecent and shy, trying to protect his innocence. But even with eyes closed, he can picture her physique clearly and admits it's exactly what he wants. He steps closer and lightly touches her stomach, saying she's slim yet still strong and sculpted. Yahello blushes at the contact, telling him it will take time before he matches her fitness. Watching closely, Yilong points out the obvious. Zheng Hao is touching Yahello and she isn't pulling away, making him realize he never even asked permission. Yahello only shrugs, saying it's no big deal, and if Zheng Hao wants, she could even show him more to make him happy. Zheng Hao finds her reaction strange, and Yilong warns the situation looks risky and they should avoid trouble. Then Zheng Hao suddenly changes topics, asking Yahello how much money she has and telling her to give it to him. Yilong is stunned by the request. Yahello calmly hands over all her cash, even offering her bank account money and starting to share her password. Zheng Hao stops her immediately, warning she must never reveal such things because cruel people could harm her. Zheng Hao asks why she follows his request so blindly. Yahello answers simply that friends should never refuse each other. In that moment, Zheng Hao understands the deeper truth. Because of being abandoned by her family, Yahello never built healthy bonds, believing friendship means giving up everything just to keep someone close. Zheng Hao explains that friendship doesn't work like that. Friends are equals, and she must learn to think for herself instead of blindly obeying. Eventually, their training ends, and they agree to meet again the next day. On the way home, Zheng Hao feels pleased the practice went well, unaware that secret agents are hiding nearby. His instincts warn something is wrong, so he changes his route. Suddenly, a small girl stops him and offers candy. Zheng Hao asks why she's alone so late, since it's dangerous for a child. He explains it's a school activity where she must give candy to strangers. Her teacher told her she must hand out the entire packet or she won't earn a reward. Zheng Hao finds it admirable that even children are working so hard. He takes the candy, promising to walk her home safely. Once he eats it, the taste feels wrong. Slowly, his body weakens and darkness pulls at his consciousness. He jolts awake to see several men in business suits looming above him. He is strapped to a bed like a helpless victim. Zheng Hao struggles desperately, but the restraints are too tight. Terror rises as he realizes he has no idea where he has been taken. Seeing men dressed like CIA agents, his mind races in panic, unsure what to do. A woman turns toward Nan, announcing that her precious boy has woken up. Zheng Hao is horrified. He realizes Nan orchestrated everything, his thoughts spiraling as he tries to understand how she managed it. Breaks down further when Nan coldly orders the others out, saying she dislikes distractions. Zheng Hao screams at the top of his lungs, while she calmly returns to her paperwork as if nothing matters. After a while, she sets her pen down and fixes her gaze on him. He asks how he escaped her last time, and now he's here in her home on her bed, daring to insult her. She asks if he was naive enough to believe she wouldn't punish him for defying her. Zheng Hao exhales in relief, realizing this is revenge for running away, not organ harvesting. He asks what she truly wants, and whether she honestly has romantic feelings for him. He explains he has researched her background, is the CEO of Hong Feng Group and the true head of her family. Her family once operated in dark, illegal worlds, but after building an empire, they shifted into wealth and business. Today, the group thrives, and Nan is praised as a national goddess, though the stains of past crimes remain. Zheng Hao tells her she is powerful, admired, surrounded by men willing to do anything for her, but he is not one of them. He wants only a peaceful, ordinary life, so she should release him, viewing this as nothing more than a bargain. But Nan is unimpressed. Instead, she smiles, saying he is far more than expected because he is not the real Zheng Hao. Hearing this, Zheng Hao feels his soul nearly leave his body because she is frighteningly accurate. Finally, after some time, Nan removes the restraints from him. Confused and shy, Zheng Hao asks what she means by claiming he isn't the real Zheng Hao. Nan returns to her chair calmly, saying she is intelligent and has investigated him. She notes that everything has changed rapidly in a short time. She asks if he even remembers what things were like before. Zheng Hao watches her silently, waiting, because he knows she is right. Nan lays out his family history, explaining he grew up with only his father who worked hard and taught him how to be a proper man. Zheng Hao excelled in school, and with his looks became everyone's crush, described as kind, charming, sweet, and considerate. Recently, everything shifted. Now he is sharp, fierce, and refuses to accept anything from others, completely different from before. Zheng Hao realizes he has been careless. Ever since the blood moon, he focused only on adapting, never thinking to learn the history of the body he inhabits. Still, he cannot understand how Nan reached the conclusion that he is not truly Zheng Hao. He feels slightly insulted and says he doesn't understand why he should be thrilled just because she has some fame. Nan immediately tells him that he's completely mistaken. She reminds him that he should be excited because he has always been one of her admirers. At that moment, Zheng Hao realizes how careless he was for never looking into his own past. Nan explains that the former Zheng Hao openly declared his crush on her online, and she suggests checking his social media if he doubts it. Scrolling through his old posts, Zheng Hao finds countless messages praising Nan, longing to be with her, and vowing to improve himself to deserve her. Embarrassment washes over him as he realizes his former self was far more desperate than he imagined, and he never thought anyone noticed the change. Nan steps closer and remarks that he feels completely different from before. He wonders aloud if he has amnesia, a split personality, or something stranger, though none of that explains his sudden physical improvements. She points out how he reached the top 100 streamers in his favorite game within a month, despite never playing it before. He had no fighting experience, yet defeated gang leaders head-on, proving this change wasn't just psychological but something far greater. Something like a soul replacement. Zheng Hao laughs awkwardly and says she's imagining things. Deep down, he knows Nan wouldn't think this way without reason, and realizes she may have experienced something similar herself. Still, he chooses not to reveal everything, and instead poses a hypothetical question. He asks what she would want if a soul exchange truly happened, and replies that her lifelong dream is to study the rare blood moon phenomena. Hearing this, Zheng Hao knows she's close to the truth. Nan explains that her past data shows drastic personality changes occur days after the blood moon, and she suspects his involvement. Zheng Hao asks what makes her so sure. Nan says she will explain everything if he agrees to help with her research. Zheng Hao starts feeling uneasy. Nan calms him, saying his life is already under Pearl's authority and she won't harm his body or mind. She mentions a detailed contract and promises he'll like the terms if he reads carefully. Zheng Hao asks who else is part of the Blood Moon project. Nan says she's working alone due to the sensitive and confidential nature of the topic. Zheng Hao takes the contract into his hands. He says he'll review it, thinking that while the risk is high, agreeing for now may reveal her intentions later. He tells her he's leaving since it's late and his family might worry, promising not to delay his response. Anne suddenly says James still owes him payback. She grabs his collar and wrist, pinning him against the wall. Zheng Hao panics and asks what she's doing. Leaning close, she says this is repayment for what he did to her before. He raises her hand and smacks him hard, making him cry out in pain. He rubs his aching backside and curses her internally as a complete pervert. He runs home humiliated and tearful, focused only on getting back as his phone keeps ringing. Once home, Zheng Hao announces his return. He sees his stepsister putting on shoes and asks where she's going before she answers. Qian rushes over and hugs him tightly, saying she was worried sick. He realizes she was about to search for him, thanks his luck, apologizes, and asks about their parents. Janshin says they're asleep and asks where he was. He lies about shopping, knowing it sounds unconvincing. He quickly says he'll shower and tries to escape further questions. She stops him gently, her hand resting on his arm. In a soft voice, she asks if he went out with another girl. She says he smells faintly of perfume. Zheng Hao quickly sniffs himself. He realizes Nan's perfume is overpowering and clings to him. He excuses it by saying crowded stores caused the smell. Xiangxin isn't convinced and strokes his face, warning him to be cautious and not let others use him. Tells him to bathe and change while she fetches clean clothes. Elsewhere, Nan calls for her assistant. She slides over a file and orders an investigation into Qian Qin, Zheng Hao's half-sister. Nan finds Qian Qian's presence far too coincidental and unsettling. Back home, Chen Chen smells Zheng Hao's clothes. Anger flashes in her eyes as she declares she'll destroy the shirt tainted by another woman's scent. Zheng Hao exits the bathroom after showering. He sees Chen Chen bent near the fridge and freezes, unintentionally admiring the scene. He awkwardly asks for a drink, blurting out milk, while his thoughts wander uncomfortably. Qian Qian hands him the milk and tells him to go to his room so she can help dry his hair. Later, they're in her room, Zheng Hao at the computer as she gently dries his hair. Sudden notification appears, making his eyes widen. He sees a message from an attractive and unclothed man, confessing love and asking for a chance. Zheng Hao freezes, wondering if the man is a performer and whether authorities should be involved. Xiangxin quickly explains she saw the message by accident. He asks him to reply and reject the man, saying she already has a boyfriend. Zheng Hao advises her to ignore people who post such content and not waste her attention. Kenshin looks moved and smiles softly. She hugs him, saying she's glad he cares and promises she won't accept anyone else. He heads to shower, reminding him to turn off the lights later. Zhang Hao returns to the computer and notices something odd. His contact is labeled Angel and set apart, clearly marked as special. His gaze shifts to the nearby shelf. He remembers the book he saw there earlier, a romance novel about forbidden feelings between step-siblings. His heart races as panic sets in, reminding himself she's family and he wants to stay decent. Yet something unsettling stirs within him, and it frightens him. Following day at school, Zhang Hao sits calmly during morning break, leans back, deep in thought about his next steps. His thoughts wander as he admits to himself that, emotionally, Qian hadn't resisted much, even when he acted bolder than expected. His quiet moment is abruptly interrupted. He turns to see Zhang approaching alone. Chang gives him a sly yet threatening smile. Challenges Zhang Hao to a streaming popularity contest that night on Demonfish. Zhang Hao dismisses the idea, uninterested in battling amateurs. Zhang laughs, assuming Zhang Hao is just arrogant. Zhang Hao fires back with sharp insults, mocking Zhang's intelligence and appearance. The insults hit hard, leaving Zhang stammering in rage. Zhang Hao smirks and suggests medical help for his stutter. Furious, Zhang swears Zhang Hao will lose before he can refuse. Long appears, loudly cheering Zhang Hao and boasting about his popularity and looks. Zhang storms away, throwing one final threat over his shoulder. Long keeps urging Zhang Hao to compete, though Zhang Hao has no desire to do so. Overwhelmed by pressure, Zhang Hao finally snaps in frustration, removes his mask due to the heat, and dives into the games. Hour after hour, victories keep coming effortlessly. His team dominates every match. The chat erupts with praise, calling him a male deity and admiring his uncovered face. At that moment, a sudden alert lights up the screen. Someone has gifted Zhang Hao an extravagant yacht, a blatant display of obscene wealth. Zhang Hao instantly understands this is far from a kind gesture. It serves as a warning and a nudge, pushing him to respond to a specific offer as his mind replays Nan's contract conditions. He quickly concludes that accepting it would be extremely risky. The more he recalls the contract clauses, the angrier Zhang Hao becomes. It demands he stop all enrollment work, relocate to a controlled testing facility, and terminate every external partnership, while meals and housing are bundled into his monthly pay. To Zhang Hao, it resembles incarceration rather than employment, and he angrily tosses the document aside. Accepting such terms feels reckless, while the Blood Moon mission remains unclear. So Zhang Hao decides to uncover the truth first before choosing sides, planning to reject Nan at the right time, and knowing the yacht's value must be repaid even though he currently cannot afford it. Zhang Hao pushes through every match and ultimately claims the championship. Elsewhere at Lin Zhang's residence, Zhang cheerfully signs off from his livestream audience. The moment the broadcast ends, his face stiffens with fury as he mutters curses about Zhang Hao, the rival he despises, swearing revenge because defeat is unbearable to him. Lin grabs his phone and dials a number. He tells her there is a new task, and money is no concern, instructing her to remove a certain boy from public view to destroy Zhang Hao's reputation. The following day, Zhang Hao heads out to buy flowers. He remembers Chen mentioning she liked lilies. Meanwhile, two women approach from nearby, prepared to execute their assignment. At that moment, Lo suddenly realizes something is wrong. The young man seems familiar, and as she recognizes Zhang Hao, her eyes widen. She hurriedly urges her companion to contact Nan. Back at headquarters, Nan relaxes in her executive chair when her assistant rushes in with urgent news about Zhang Hao. Nan immediately focuses, giving her full attention. The assistant explains that someone named Lin had targeted Zhang Hao and even tried paying for explicit photos. But Mo refused after learning Zhang Hao was under Nan's protection. Nan icily orders Lin's dismissal and tells Mo to handle the rest however she sees fit to compensate and safeguard Zhang Hao. Later, Zhang Hao returns home carrying fresh lilies for Qian. Yet his thoughts keep drifting to Nan's yacht, wondering about its staggering price and how he can repay her quickly. His phone suddenly rings, showing Nan's name, and before he can respond properly, Chen appears behind him, asking who is on the call. Flustered, Zhang Hao claims it is an insurance agent, forgetting to mute the line. He immediately fears he has created a serious problem. On the other end, Nan listens silently as her expression turns cold. She shouts for her assistant to get the car ready, vowing to discipline this unruly boy, and Zhang Hao hastily ends the call. Later in his room, guilt creeps in over the abrupt hang-up, so he calls Nan again to discuss repayment in person. But she is already furious and orders him outside, threatening to have him dragged out if he refuses. Zhang Hao shouts back, questioning whether she even has the authority to do that. Suddenly, he hears commotion outside. Peering through the window, he sees rows of cars blocking both his driveway and the street. He threatens to report them for harassment. Nan laughs mockingly and dares him, reminding him street parking is illegal and the police will target him instead. Zhang Hao realizes resistance is pointless. He agrees to step out but demands the cars be moved first, refusing to leave otherwise. Zhang Hao lies to Qian, saying he is heading to the shop. and she immediately offers to join. He declines, promising to return shortly. Tells her he is hanging up and heading out. Suddenly, Kyankian's tone changes. She studies him closely and asks if there is someone else, saying she feels like he is being watched. Zheng Hao stays on the phone with Nan as she tells him to keep walking. She warns him that about 30 meters ahead on the right is a dark alley where a woman is waiting and may be armed. Zheng Hao protests that confronting her alone is dangerous and questions whether Nan truly wants him to take such a risk, since the woman would likely attack a defenseless student. Chen Qin reminds him that his family's safety matters more and urges him to deal with the threat immediately. Taking those words seriously, Zheng Hao moves directly toward the danger. Nan quickly stops him, ordering him to stay put and wait for her arrival. He instructs her assistant to surround the area and prevent the culprit's escape, causing visible concern. Nan dismisses the worry, insisting backup is unnecessary. Zheng Hao urges her to hurry as unease grows inside him. He sees the shadow shift, the figure stepping forward toward him, and realizes time has run out. The person is concealed in a hoodie and mask, completely hiding their identity. Nervous, Zheng Hao asks who they are, sensing instability. The figure remains silent and suddenly charges, leaving him no chance to flee. Zheng Hao can only dodge instinctively. Even that proves difficult because the attacker is skilled. The assailant realizes Zheng Hao is quick as well. He curses aloud. Zheng Hao judges the strike to be powerful but lacking speed. The attacker swings again. Zheng Hao narrowly avoids the blow. He sweeps the attacker's legs, sending him crashing face first to the ground. Pinning him down, Zheng Hao orders him not to move and demands an explanation. The attacker snarls that Zheng Hao ruined his life and is to blame for everything. Confused, Zheng Hao asks how that is possible and demands he remove the mask to talk openly. Without warning, the attacker strikes Zheng Hao, breaks free, and retreats. Zheng Hao then realizes the attacker is not male. Woman stands before him, eyes feral and face contorted with fury, screaming that she wants him dead. She pulls a knife from her sleeve and lunges forward. Zheng Hao freezes in shock and fear, just as the would-be killer is about to stab him. Powerful punch flies in from Aura, stopping her instantly as the knife slips away and she collapses. Mask falls off, and Nan instantly recognizes her. Nan mutters in disbelief, hurt that this thug would travel so far just to cause chaos. Zheng Hao finally recognizes her. She is Liu Xin, a former street delinquent who once pursued Zheng Hao romantically. Zheng Hao says rejecting her was not a crime worthy of murder. Xin snarls that if Zheng Hao had not enticed Nan, she would not have been discarded and left to rot on the streets, cursing men as greedy and shallow. Zheng Hao retorts that her downfall is her own doing. Nan steps in, having had enough, and declares Xin has crossed a boundary. Xin was banned from pursuing Zheng Hao and is now tarnishing Nan's company name. Nan accuses her of bullying the weak and extorting protection fees, violating rules established from the beginning. She states there is no place in her organization for scum like Xin. Tying her hair back, Nan glares at Xin as if ready to crush her for defiance. Xin scoffs, boasting of her street fighting skills and mocking Nan as a sheltered rich girl. She attacks Nan, who calmly remarks that Xin underestimated her. Nan blocks the strike effortlessly. In that instant, Xin realizes her fatal mistake. Nan releases her full strength, delivering relentless blows straight to Xin's face, till Xin collapses, blood spilling from her lips. Zheng Hao is left stunned, realizing Nan had previously held back, as her true power leaves him speechless. Soon after, the police arrive and take the offender into custody. Zheng Hao exhales deeply in relief, convinced the danger has passed, then turns to Nan and politely asks her to take him back home since his sister will soon start worrying about where he is. Nan, however, reminds him sharply that he has forgotten the real reason she came to see him tonight in the first place. Zheng Hao hesitantly assumes she must be referring to the contract issue. Nan replies that the contract can wait, because what truly matters is that someone attempted to take inappropriate nude photos of him, which is already a serious and dangerous matter. Zheng Hao frowns in disbelief, questioning what kind of pathetic person would be so bored and malicious to attempt something like that. Nan avoids naming anyone, but in a hurt and wounded tone, she admits what upsets her most is that Zheng Hao hung up on her earlier before she could finish speaking, saying if he is truly unwilling to talk to her, then perhaps she should stop bothering him altogether. Zheng Hao instantly realizes he handled things poorly and made a mistake. He lowers his head with genuine regret and apologizes. He tells her sincerely that he is sorry for ending the call at such a sensitive moment. Anne listens quietly and finally accepts his apology. Yet she warns him that she still intends to punish him in her own way. Before Zheng Hao can even process what she means, Anne steps forward, closing the gap between them without hesitation, and suddenly presses her lips against his in a direct kiss. Zheng Hao's mind freezes in shock at first, then slowly begins to function again, as he wonders if this unbelievable moment could possibly be some kind of dream. The idea that a stunning woman like Nan would kiss him feels unreal, and though he thinks about pulling away, the softness and warmth of her lips keeps him rooted in place. Nan is breathtaking, and Zheng Hao knows countless boys would beg endlessly for a chance like this. In the end, he is only an ordinary young man, so he allows himself to be swept along by the moment. Suddenly, Chen Chen's face flashes vividly through his thoughts. Zheng Hao feels alarm bells ring inside him. Realizing something is not right, he quickly pushes Nan away in panic and confusion. He demands to know if there was some hidden purpose behind this so-called gift, asking why she kept misleading a high school student over and over, only to steal his first kiss. Nan calmly wipes her lips, then questions whether he is truly just an innocent student, leaving Zheng Hao uncertain if the kiss held deeper meaning or was simply her own impulsive act. Zheng Hao shakes his head, insisting they should not focus on that, saying she helped him tonight so they are even, and since she also sent expensive gifts during his live stream, he intends to repay her and asks how much they cost. Nan dismisses it as insignificant money, yet her eyes narrow as she takes his words like an insult, asking if this means he has no intention of signing her contract at all. Zheng Hao admits honestly that he cannot sign it yet. When she presses him for the reason, he grows nervous, stumbling as he says he cannot explain everything right now. He adds that he is exhausted, then turns away to leave, while Nan remains standing there. He looks mortified and strangely saddened, left hanging by his retreat. Yet in silence she vows stubbornly that she will not give up until she has Zheng Hao completely for herself. Back at home, Zheng Hao collapses onto his bed, utterly drained in both body and mind. His thoughts whirl around the kiss, and the strange way Chen Chen's face appeared in his mind, leaving him confused and wondering if he might have feelings for his stepsister. Thought disgusts him so much that he laughs bitterly at himself, telling himself she cares for him like family while he is thinking such twisted things, and he forces himself to forget it and focus only on school. The next day, Zheng Hao meets Yahello and greets her warmly with a smile. Yahello, always shy and gentle, responds sweetly around him. Zheng Hao feels comforted, thinking that after dealing with someone overwhelming like Nan, it is refreshing to be around a girl his own age where everything feels simpler. That is when Zheng Hao notices something unusual about her appearance. Yahello is wearing black silk stockings for the first time he has ever seen, since she normally wears white, and he finds himself distracted by the unexpected change. Even Yahello notices his wandering gaze, nudging him back to reality with a soft smile. Zheng Hao tells the instructor that he brought her a small gift, produces a gun-shaped keychain, explaining it as a thank you for teaching him self-defense, and since he once saw she liked guns, he bought it while shopping, hoping she would appreciate it. Yahello examines the keychain closely with wide eyes. Then she smiles brightly and clutches it to her chest, saying she truly loves it. Zheng Hao feels a strange wave of frustration inside, yet his thoughts quickly drift back to her stockings, and he keeps wondering why she chose to wear them today, and whether there is some hidden reason. Yahello notices his eyes lingering on her legs, and she quietly asks if something is wrong with them. Zheng Hao knows nothing is wrong at all. In fact, they look more alluring than ever, and he cannot shake the thought from his head. During lunch break, Yahello and Zheng Hao eat together privately in the music room. Yahello suddenly asks why he keeps staring at her legs so much. She admits he has been looking all day, and it is making her slightly embarrassed, then boldly asks if he likes her legs. Zheng Hao nearly chokes on his coffee in surprise. He nervously asks if it is really that obvious, and admits awkwardly that she does have very beautiful legs. Yahello smiles calmly and says he can touch them if he wants to. Zheng Hao almost loses his sanity, such an unexpected offer. Yahello explains softly that she enjoys sharing lunch with him, and as a small gesture of trust, she is willing to allow someone close to her to touch her like that. He asks again if Zheng Hao truly wants to do it, showing surprising sincerity. Inside his mind, Zheng Hao battles with himself intensely. There is no reason to refuse such a sweet girl with such a tempting offer. He worries it might make him seem like a shameless pervert. Instead, he tries to redirect things playfully, suggesting a deal and asking if she would sit on his lap right now. Without hesitation, Yahello stands and walks over. He sits down gently on him, asking softly if it is all right. Zheng Hao smiles to himself, thinking how obedient and precious she is in such a chaotic world. He asks if it bothers her at all. Yahello admits she feels a little hesitant, also strangely comfortable, since no one has hugged her like this before. Zheng Hao realizes Yahello must have grown up starved of affection, likely because of her distant family and lonely background. He then notices the keychain wrapped around her wrist and asks why she is wearing it like a bracelet. Yahello admits softly that it is the first gift she has ever received from a friend, so she wanted to keep it close. Zheng Hao is stunned that no one had ever given her a simple gift before. Yahello explains that her old friends only asked her for money, and almost nobody gave her anything in return. Zheng Hao feels angry hearing this, telling her people who only take money are not real friends, and warning her never again to waste time on those who exploit her innocence. Yahello nods, but adds that Yuan once gave her a stack of books and some strange movies, though she followed Zheng Hao's advice and never opened them. Zheng Hao immediately suspects that classmate might be a pervert, quickly changes the subject, saying the keychain belongs on her backpack instead of her wrist, and promises to buy her a proper bracelet someday. The break ends, and the two of them return to class together. Zheng Hao approaches his desk. He notices something strange lying beside it, but before he can pick it up, the obnoxious class president snatches it up first. He loudly announces that Zheng Hao is a pervert bringing adult toys to school, shocking the entire class into an uproar. Zheng Hao stands frozen in disbelief, confused as yet another misunderstanding crashes into his life like a never-ending nightmare. The class president accuses him of polluting the purity of the school, and adds to earlier rumors that Zheng Hao manipulates girls into fighting over him. Many boys, jealous of Zheng Hao, spread gossip that he is rotten inside despite his handsome appearance. Zheng Hao wonders bitterly why his life has become so harsh that he must constantly defend himself from endless rumors. He stands up sharply and tells the class president to mind his own business, accuses him of projecting his insecurities out of envy and jealousy. Zheng Hao warns that if he tries such a stunt again, he will show him exactly what he learned in martial arts training. The room falls into tense silence, and everyone can tell Zheng Hao's anger is real. The crowd disperses as Yahello arrives asking what happened, while Yilong fumes about the real culprit, and Zheng Hao's friends vow to uncover whoever is behind this twisted scheme. Zheng Hao tells them to calm down, insisting it is probably just another misunderstanding, and just when he thinks the trouble is over. The next day he finds the same kind of toys stuffed inside his desk again. He throws them away, yet the same thing happens repeatedly for 4 or 5 days straight. Zheng Hao becomes a mess of frustration and fury, wondering why someone is so determined to destroy his reputation. At recess, Yilong tells Zheng Hao he overheard boys in the hallway claiming Zheng Hao is the one bringing these toys into school. Zheng Hao insists he has no idea what is happening, since every day he finds a new toy inside his drawer, and whoever is doing this is spending serious money just to ruin his name. Yilong asks anxiously what they are going to do next. Zheng Hao says he already has a plan, and it will require Yahello's help to expose the person behind everything. After some time passes, Zheng Hao quietly calls Yahello over and leans in to whisper a careful plan into her ear. Yahello nods in agreement and says she can have her assistant deliver the item to the school later without drawing attention. That very night, Zheng Hao, Yahello, and Yilong secretly begin their covert operation. They stay overnight at the school, determined to finally expose the hidden culprit behind the harassment. Early the next morning, while the building remains silent and everyone else is still asleep, a nervous boy quietly sneaks into the classroom. Just as he reaches for Zheng Hao's desk drawer, he trips a hidden laser sensor and instantly triggers the alarm. At the same instant, Zheng Hao snaps a clear photo of the intruder. The culprit is revealed to be Zong, the same boy who once provoked Zheng Hao out of jealousy over a girl's attention. Zheng Hao remarks that Zong spent 8 exhausting days wasting money on those toys just to sabotage his reputation. Wearing a confident smirk, Zheng Hao tosses the toy back at Zong and stands tall in complete victory. Zong angrily demands to know how Zheng Hao managed to uncover the truth. Zheng Hao simply shrugs and credits advanced anti-theft technology. With that, he turns away calmly and says they can settle everything in the office. Zong suddenly shouts orders at his followers, telling them not to let Zheng Hao escape. Zheng Hao quickly realizes these men are not amateurs. They're trained fighters, and he is badly outnumbered. Zong commands them to drag Zheng Hao to the bathroom and beat him there. Men rush him, but Zheng Hao fights back fiercely, landing a solid punch on one. He dodges another attack and counters with speed. Even so, he can only handle one opponent at a time. Third thug lands a heavy kick, and although Zheng Hao shields his face, the impact sends him stumbling backward before he crashes to the ground. At that moment, Yahello arrives and sees a thug kicking her closest friend. Enraged, she charges forward without hesitation. The thug warns her to stay out of it, but she ignores him completely. Zheng Hao tries desperately to stop her before things spiral out of control, but he is too late. Yahello releases her pent-up fury and shoves the thug violently. She kicks him in the face and stomps him down with terrifying force. In that moment, she seems like a completely different person. The gang panics and attempts to flee, but even when one begs for mercy, Yahello refuses to stop attacking. Zheng Hao has to physically restrain her, warning that continuing will only bring worse consequences. Teachers and students soon rush in, Finding Yuehua standing over the badly beaten thugs, Zheng Hao knows instantly that the situation looks disastrous for both of them. Later, the school announces that Zhang planted the prohibited items to smear Zheng Hao's name, with solid evidence leading to his punishment, while Yuehua is also disciplined for fighting classmates. Zheng Hao and Yilong watch silently. Yuehua is escorted out of the school. Zheng Hao worries about her well-being after hearing she sent 2 boys to the hospital. He admits he has no idea what awaits her, knowing her tutor and parents are strict and may take her away. Even so, he hopes the consequences will not be too severe, and that she will somehow be all right. Rain begins to pour, and Zheng Hao rushes back home. When he arrives soaked, his father hands him a towel, scolding him for not calling and worrying he might catch a cold. But Zheng Hao's thoughts are elsewhere. He takes the towel and hurries to his room, leaving his father puzzled by his anxious behavior. After changing into dry clothes, Zheng Hao immediately calls Yuehua. When she answers, he hears her weak voice and realizes she has been crying. His concern spikes as he quickly asks what happened and whether anyone hurt her. Yuehua quietly explains that it is extremely dark where she is. Zheng Hao frowns and asks where she is, since he believed her family had already taken her home. Yuehua tells him her mother has locked her in confinement at home. Zheng Hao is shocked that such a punishment even exists. He explains that whenever she makes a mistake, her mother locks her in an isolation room to reflect, and now she must stay there for 2 days. The room is cold, pitch black, and deeply unsettling. Zheng Hao feels his chest tighten and says the least he can do is stay awake with her, asking if she wants to talk. Yuehua whispers that anything to distract her is fine, then weakly asks him to promise not to hang up. Zheng Hao reassures her, saying there is no school tomorrow and he will keep her company, even telling her about the novel he is writing. He sniffles, realizing he may have caught a cold himself. He forces a smile and explains that if he goes quiet, it just means he fell asleep, asking her not to hang up. He begins narrating his story titled The World of Real Men, where men are powerful warriors and women manage the home. His protagonist is a reborn immortal cultivator, the strongest man alive, destined to save the world from darkness. Along the journey, the hero meets many beautiful and kind women, earning praise for crushing endless villains who always appear. Yuehua comments that his story is the complete opposite of reality. He jokes that men are too weak to carry bricks while women should protect the world, laughing at the absurd idea. Zheng Hao does not mind her teasing and smiles as he listens to her laughter, calmly saying the world has changed. Still amused, Yuehua promises to read his novel and even asks for the next volume to leave comments. Zheng Hao agrees and says he will send it to her the next day. He gently asks if she still feels scared and what she usually enjoys doing in her free time. The night passes quietly as they continue talking. By morning, Zheng Hao wakes up with a heavy head. He realizes something cool is resting against his forehead. Opening his eyes, he sees Chen Chen sitting beside him holding a glass of water. She explains she came to wake him for breakfast, but noticed he had a fever and brought medicine. Zheng Hao mutters that he feels weak, realizing his body is fragile in this world and he has little strength left. Chen Chen leans closer and jokes that if he cannot eat, she will feed him herself. Zheng Hao's eyes widen as he braces himself, thinking she is about to kiss him. The kiss never happens because it was only a dream, where he resists and reminds himself they are like siblings. Even Dream Chen Chen looks confused, asking if he is sick enough to need a doctor. Zheng Hao realizes he was talking in his sleep and feels mortified for saying such things aloud. Embarrassed, he admits he needs help getting up, blushing at his own weakness. Kian Kian immediately notices his embarrassment. He calmly tells him to eat the porridge while it is hot for his stomach. Zheng Hao wonders if other sisters are this caring, forgetting she is not his real sister despite treating him like one. He asks her directly why she is always so kind when he feels so ordinary. Kian Kian smiles and says he is worth the effort, and she is willing to care for him for life. She asks him to open his mouth so she can feed him. Zheng Hao panics, thinking her words sound less like sibling care and more like a proposal. He quickly takes the bowl, insisting he can eat by himself. Yet deep down, he senses Kian Kian enjoys making these moments awkward. Maybe he is overthinking, but her warmth feels deeper than a simple sibling bond. He tells her to return to work, but she insists on staying since she has no mood for anything else. Later, Zheng Hao wakes up feeling slightly better. He notices Chen Chen is still beside him reading, her presence strangely commanding. He thinks he will never fall asleep with her so close because his senses stay alert. Yet just 5 minutes later, he drifts off again. During his soft snoring, Kian Kian smiles faintly. She wonders quietly why he was so reluctant earlier, and asks herself if he might actually dislike her. Meanwhile, Nan sits alone on her luxurious sofa. Deep in thought about Zheng Hao, and his fiery personality. And about the kiss they shared together. He recalls how unexpectedly adorable he seemed when he apologized and thanked her for the first time. Even with all his arrogance and confidence, he somehow looked almost gentle in that moment. To her, Zhang Hao is easily the strangest and most unforgettable boy she has ever encountered. She lights a cigarette, her thoughts spinning wildly in every direction. In the quiet stillness, she suddenly realizes she may truly have fallen for him. Zhang Hao wakes up to the irritating buzz of his phone vibrating beside him. Instantly, he suspects it might be an unfamiliar number bothering him again. He answers, only silence greets him on the other. He warns that if they refuse to speak, he will hang up immediately. That is when Nan finally decides to break the silence. Zhang Hao realizes his guess was correct. He asks what she wants and whether she is playing games with him again. Nan admits quietly that she could not fall asleep. Zhang Hao glances at the clock in disbelief. He points out that calling a student at 2 in the morning is absurd. He sarcastically asks if she expects him to sing her to sleep or tell a bedtime story. Nan warns him sharply to watch his tone. Zhang Hao fires back that she is the one disturbing him at such an hour, so she has no right to lecture him about manners. He demands she explain what she wants. Nan says she heard that Yahello is the one who taught him his fighting skills. Zhang Hao immediately asks if she has been secretly investigating him. Nan replies that Yahello is only intermediate and insists he should come train with her instead. He claims she has professional instructors, and with his strong foundation he could easily become world-class. She says no ordinary person has the potential he carries. Zhang Hao remains unimpressed, remembering how she once wanted him as a celebrity and now talks about turning him into some brutal fighter. He knows she is stalling for her own motives, tells her he has no interest in her manipulation and wants distance. He enjoys casually training with Yahello after class and warns Nan that another late-night call may get her blocked. Nan abruptly changes the topic and asks if he is dating anyone, but Zhang Hao answers her sharply. Nan sighs in relief after hearing his response. She assumes he and Yahello are merely practicing, unaware of how close their bond has quietly become. Next morning, Zhang Hao wakes up still wearing his usual clothes. He notices a note from his sister, reminding him to dress warmly. He sees Kian has already prepared a coat for him in case he woke up during the night. He thinks she treats him like a child, yet he cherishes it deeply. Soon, Chen knocks and enters, asking for help choosing a dress for a party. He holds up 2 options, but Zhang Hao's attention drifts away from the dresses and instead lands on her revealing nightwear. He snaps himself back to reality quickly, embarrassed by his wandering thoughts. Eventually, they settle on one dress together. Kian happily accepts his choice, and as she turns to leave, Zhang Hao notices a small tattoo on her lower back. He finds it surprising, since Chen never once mentioned having one before. Following day, Kian tells Zhang Hao goodbye, urging him to stay home and rest due to his flu, and he agrees without hesitation. Alone at home, his thoughts begin to wander. He misses his friends and the life he once had, even though this new world has treated him well. He remembers his vow to earn money and return, but every attempt so far has failed. Then suddenly, a new idea sparks in his mind. If he reports the gangster Liu Xin, he could claim a reward of 50,000. Zhang Hao heads straight to the police station without them. He demands to receive his reward as soon as possible. Constable smiles kindly, complimenting his appearance and saying she remembers him clearly. However, she explains that since he is still a student, the money cannot be paid immediately. Procedures must be followed, and it could take over a month. Zhang Hao argues that he is legally an adult and even shows his identification. But the officer insists that rules cannot be bypassed. Frustrated, Zhang Hao asks if there is anywhere he can be paid right away. The constable hesitates, saying she cannot reveal who posted the bounty, but advises him to go to the Fenghong group to discuss it there. Zhang Hao knows it will be troublesome, yet agrees. At headquarters, Nan receives a call explaining Zhang Hao came for his reward and was directed to her office. Nan smiles to herself, remembering how he hung up on her the previous night and now must come back for money he desperately needs. Everything seems to be falling into her hands. Meanwhile, outside her office, Zhang Hao feels his pride crushed. Coming here for money feels humiliating, as if he must beg, and his ego struggles with the shame. He sighs and asks a passerby how to reach the top floor, because he has an appointment. Girl asks if he is meeting a relative or his father, claiming she knows everyone inside. What Zhang Hao does not realize is that she secretly likes him and wants more time near him. She follows him into the elevator, forcing her way along while Zhang Hao feels confused and uneasy. He says she might not know the person he is meeting, but she insists she knows everyone. He corners him with invasive questions, quickly shifting from curiosity into bold compliments about his appearance and body. Zheng Hao realizes he is being harassed and silently wishes he could disappear. They finally arrive at the top floor. Zheng Hao politely asks her to leave him alone. Instead, she grabs his hand and declares she believes in love at first sight. She insists she has already fallen for him and swears she will never meet anyone like him again. At that moment, the elevator doors slide open, revealing Nan standing there with a furious glare. The girl freezes instantly as Zheng Hao greets Nan. Without hesitation, Nan orders the employee out, accusing her of harassing others during work hours. The girl panics, begging desperately not to lose her job. Zheng Hao steps in, saying perhaps Nan is being too severe since the girl has not done anything unforgivable. Nan snaps back, asking if he truly wants to defend some random girl he just met. The girl bursts into tears, crying that once fired from this company no one else will hire her because Nan holds that much market power. Nan loses patience, grabs Zheng Hao by the arm and drags him away from the sobbing girl. The girl collapses in desperation, clinging to the floor. Zheng Hao protests, demanding to know what is wrong with Nan. Nan slams the door shut, trapping him against the frame. Her eyes blaze with anger as she demands how he dares attract other girls right in front of her. Zheng Hao asks which part of that looked like flirting, saying the girl was the one harassing him, and he felt awkward the entire time. He insists she was only being overly friendly while helping him navigate. He pushes past Nan into the office, saying firing someone over something so minor is ridiculous, and follows and demands again if the girl truly was just guiding him. Zheng Hao admits she was persistent, but he says it is none of Nan's business what he discussed. He sits down on the sofa. Nan realizes she cannot control him at this moment. She sits directly across from him, speaking sharply that he has a talent for irritating her. Zheng Hao notices she is also wearing black stockings, which happens to be his weakness. He admits her figure is well-shaped from constant training, even if her personality is difficult. Another thought crosses his mind that her skirt is extremely short, and for someone always ready to fight, it seems risky. Nan catches his gaze and realizes he is looking her over. Zheng Hao quickly looks away, but Nan enjoys his embarrassment. She leans back slightly and teasingly says if he wants something, he can take it. She offers a condition. If he wants that girl's job saved, Nan will drop her cigarette with her left hand, and Zheng Hao must catch it with his right before it hits the ground. Zheng Hao agrees instantly, confident in his reflexes, and smirks, realizing she may have handed him exactly what he wanted. She suddenly releases the cigarette without warning. Zheng Hao has no time to argue. He lunges forward just as Nan moves too. His hand closes around the cigarette before she can reach it. He wins. Nan stumbles from the sudden motion and falls onto him, and together they collapse onto the sofa. Zheng Hao stares in confusion, not fully grasping what just happened. Nan admits defeat, saying he won and she lost. Zheng Hao thinks she always finds excuses to touch him, yet he cannot complain because he likes it. His hand instinctively brushes her thigh in a reckless moment. Nan shoves him back immediately, blushing fiercely as she calls him a pervert and demands how he dares touch her. Zheng Hao brushes it off, saying he was only defending himself, and reminds himself that if she struck him, he might have lost teeth. He quickly changes the subject, reminding her he caught the cigarette so she cannot fire the girl, then tells her to get off his lap unless she wants him believing she actually likes him. Nan says that is not the point. She admits he may be the most attractive man she has ever met, strong, brave, responsible, and unlike anyone she has ever known. Zheng Hao grins and says that if she really likes him so much, she should just hand over the 50,000 so they can part ways cleanly. Nan suddenly stands up and hurries toward the bathroom, saying she needs a moment alone. Zheng Hao assumes she is simply retreating to regain her composure and control. His phone vibrates, and it is his stepsister Chen Chen asking if he is behaving and resting at home, since she called earlier without an answer. Zheng Hao lies smoothly, claiming he went to Yilong's place for homework help and will return soon. Chen Chen sounds concerned, reminding him he is still sick and urging him to come home quickly, adding that she has a work party and will be late. That moment, Chen Chen is standing outside a club when her friend walks up to greet her. They enter together, and the friend points to Chen Chen's back, asking about the tattoo there. Chen Chen smiles softly and admits it is the name of someone extremely important to her. She glances at her phone while still on the call with Zheng Hao, and it is clear the tattoo carries his name, though she does not realize the call is still connected. Fortunately, Zheng Hao cannot hear the tattoo explanation due to the noise, though he does catch someone asking about it. He lowers the phone and notices the cigarette between his fingers. He lights it and is surprised to find the taste smooth and pleasant, briefly thinking he looks tough enough to pull it off. Looking up, he sees Nan emerge from the bathroom, now changed, with her stockings gone and much less clothing on. Zheng Hao realizes she never restrains her appearance, as she is bold, confident, and stunning, easily rivaling even his stepsister in looks and figure. Nan notices the cigarette in his hand immediately, frowns sharply and scolds that children should not smoke, clearly worried about his health. Zheng Hao senses her controlling nature returning. Quickly claims he was not really smoking, only watching the flame and smelling the smoke, then tilts his head to ask why she changed clothes in the bathroom. He also asks pointedly if she did anything else while inside. Nan does not deny anything, and simply says she is a normal woman who should not be tempted repeatedly. Otherwise, she warns, she might need countless cold showers to calm herself. Zheng Hao's imagination immediately runs wild, wondering what she was doing in that bathroom while thinking about him, just how far her twisted thoughts might have gone. He shakes his head and says they should forget everything, reminding her he came only for the money. Nan smirks and tells him to forget the reward, pointing at the cigarette and saying it is worth 60,000. Zheng Hao freezes in shock, wondering how a single cigarette could cost that much and suspecting she is lying to keep the money. Nan calmly tells him to look up the price online if he doubts her. Zheng Hao nearly loses his mind, realizing all his effort nearly ended in nothing because he foolishly lit the cigarette. Nan suddenly bursts out laughing. Zheng Hao scowls and tells her it is not funny at all. She explains that while the cigarette really is expensive, she is not that petty and will still pay him. She hands him an envelope, which Zheng Hao accepts. She adds that despite being controlling and moody, she always keeps her word. Zheng Hao admits he may have overreacted, but says she deserved it for constantly teasing and provoking him. He declares that their past is settled, and they should avoid each other in the future, which would help her focus on her work. He bids her a final farewell, telling her to take care in the rain and reminding her he was cold earlier. As he leaves, he reflects that fictional bosses are always possessive and terrible at casual conversation. He then wonders if he actually has feelings for Nan. Meanwhile, Nan is on a call with someone who canceled on her, but instead of anger, he finds it amusing and says she will catch up with them soon enough. Back at home, Chen Chen sits with her friend, showing cute photos of her stepbrother Zheng Hao. She explains they have known each other since childhood, and she took countless photos of him when he was unaware or relaxed. She admits she has compiled a scrapbook from childhood to adulthood, which looks almost like a shrine. And Chen insists it is normal to collect pictures of someone as adorable as Zheng Hao, and says there will be many more now that she can photograph him openly. Soon Zheng Hao arrives home. He asks why she returned early despite having a party, then notices her friend and greets her. Chen Chen suddenly realizes how close she is to being exposed as a stalker, which she truly is. She cannot allow Zheng Hao to see the album. Meanwhile, her friend gushes about how handsome and cute Zheng Hao is. Chen Chen pinches her friend's waist, warning her to behave or ruin everything. Zheng Hao does not notice the sharp glare Chen Chen shoots her friend. Chen Chen quickly tells him it is nothing serious and claims they were only checking references. She signals desperately for her friend to hide the album. Her friend finally understands, hides it, and lies convincingly. Zheng Hao, curious as ever, asks what kind of books they were researching, saying he loves reading. Chen Chen steps forward nervously but trips, falls straight into Zheng Hao, who catches her just in time. Chen Chen asks why he is not resting and why he returned so late. Zheng Hao lies again, saying he went out for fresh air because he was bored, knowing he cannot mention Nan. Chen Chen senses something off and asks why he looks miserable, joking that maybe women outside scared him. Zheng Hao reassures her that he knows martial arts and can protect himself. He guides both of them away and heads toward his room. Chen Chen's friend asks why she cannot show her stepbrother the album she made so lovingly. Chen Chen coldly tells her to mind her own business. He warns her friend not to think about Zheng Hao, that way or their friendship will end. The friend quickly promises she would never cross that line. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao sits in his room, exhausted every time he thinks about Nan. He looks outside briefly, notices a man staring up at their house. He wonders if he is being stalked again, feeling uneasy since this time it is a man. He realizes he seems to attract stalkers of every kind. He considers warning Chen Chen, not wanting any danger while their parents are away. Soon Chen Chen's friend leaves. Chen Chen turns to Zheng Hao, saying she has work to do and asking why he is not resting. Zheng Hao tells her he saw a suspicious man outside and warns her to be cautious. Chen Chen shrugs and pats his head affectionately, saying she is glad he worries about her. She explains calmly that the man is simply one of her admirers, the same one who sent her an explicit photo that Zheng Hao accidentally saw. Zheng Hao immediately remembers that disturbing person. He asks if Chen Chen thinks the man is dangerous, feeling uneasy. Chen Chen sighs, admitting there is little they can do and that she is also angry. Zheng Hao insists he is willing to help however he can. Chen Chen smiles and leans on his shoulder, saying she is tired and needs support, while Zheng Hao thinks she always finds excuses to get close. She gently lifts his chin, comments that his face looks very red. Zheng Hao panics, blushing hard and denying it, saying he just wants to return to school. Chen Chen notices his eagerness. She teases him directly, asking if he has a girlfriend waiting for him at school. Zheng Hao quickly denies having an affair or being in love. Chen hugs him tightly, saying she just wants to be sure he is fine and not lying, admitting it is hard having such a handsome stepbrother. She whispers that she wishes he could belong only to her. She says it too softly for Zheng Hao to hear, and he asks what she said. Chen brushes it off and says it was nothing important, then says she will take him to school tomorrow. The next morning, Zheng Hao drops Chen off, says she will stay home, and wishes him luck. At school, Yelong meets him and immediately fills him in. Since Zheng Hao was absent, many things happened, including Yuehua being bullied, which confuses him. Yelong explains people fear Yuehua after hearing students were hospitalized, so they avoid her and isolate her. Zheng Hao feels responsible and says he will go see her later. He comes across Yuehua while she's sitting in her classroom. Her face immediately brightens the moment she notices him. He takes a seat beside her and apologizes for causing her trouble earlier. He reminds her that next time they face something similar, they must be more cautious since they've learned from the experience. Yuehua softly wonders if he is frightened of her as well. Zheng Hao playfully leans in and gives her head a gentle, affectionate nibble. He tells her there's no way he could ever fear someone as well-behaved as she is. That reassures Yuehua, and she feels happy knowing that if Zheng Hao accepts her, she'll be fine too. Before long, the next class session begins. Zheng Hao heads out, but they agree to meet later for lunch together. Classmates notice the two talking and immediately start whispering rumors. They comment that he must be a close friend, since he still speaks with her despite her reputation for being fierce. At break time, Zheng Hao devours his meal like he hasn't eaten in days. Yuehua opens up her own lunchbox. Inside is food that looks worthy of an expensive 5-star restaurant. She kindly offers him a portion. Zheng Hao practically drools, imagining the luxurious meals her household chefs prepare daily. While eating, Yuehua suddenly points out his hands. Surprising boldness, she asks if she can hold them. Zheng Hao realizes she speaks without hesitation, leaving him slightly embarrassed. He asks if no one ever taught her what's appropriate. Yuehua shakes her head, explaining she simply noticed them and wanted to try touching them. Zheng Hao pauses briefly to think. Then he offers his hand with a smile. He jokes that it's good she asked him, since Yelong would probably have shouted at her. He recalls how Yuehua once let him touch her legs out of politeness. Now, as their fingers intertwine, it feels as though their hands were perfectly shaped for each other. Yuehua looks puzzled and mentions classmates tease her for never kissing or holding hands, calling her overly reserved. Zheng Hao explains that people wrongly think rushing into things makes them cooler, when it's often just meaningless pride. He urges her to ignore the teasing. Yuehua suddenly turns shy. Then, without hesitation, she asks if he would kiss her. Zheng Hao is taken aback by her direct request, but her innocent, hopeful gaze softens him. He realizes that if a kiss eases her guilt and makes her happy, he doesn't mind. She's so pure-hearted that resisting her feels impossible. They move closer, and Zheng Hao gently takes initiative. He tells her that since it's her first kiss, he will be careful yet confident, and she can close her eyes if she feels nervous. For a brief moment, neither moves forward, and time seems suspended. Zheng Hao, almost entranced, continues kissing Yuehua, feeling the warmth of their closeness. Their hearts race wildly, making every second feel intense. A sudden knock breaks the moment, but luckily Yuehua had locked the door beforehand. Outside, a group of girls tries to enter, searching for lunch. Zheng Hao feels relieved that Yuehua protected both their privacy and dignity. He remarks that she's finally kissed a boy, so now she can feel proud and confident. Still flushed, Yuehua takes his hand and presses it against her chest. She asks if she's ill, since her heartbeat feels so fast it's pounding in her throat. Zheng Hao panics briefly, realizing what she made him do. He calms himself, understanding it's simply excitement, and deep down he senses she truly enjoyed the kiss. Yuehua then asks if they can kiss often, because she likes the warmth and thrilling heartbeat it brings. Zheng Hao struggles to process her innocence, realizing she may not grasp that kisses are usually for couples. Still, he decides he doesn't mind, as long as she always asks him first. He promises he'll teach her more with time, but for now they should focus on eating. Later, back at her large mansion, Yuehua watches through the video Yan sent, expecting excitement. Yet it feels dull compared to the rush she felt kissing Zheng Hao. He calls him, remembering his promise to guide her in new experiences. Zheng Hao is just about to shower. He answers, asking what she needs. His thoughts drift back to their kiss, making him unusually flustered. Yuehua says the video didn't make her heart race, and she wonders if something is wrong with her. Zheng Hao realizes Yan was exposing her to inappropriate things, trying to corrupt someone as innocent and naive as Yuehua. Yuehua blushes, saying it feels awkward to ask him, and she won't bother him again if he dislikes it. Zheng Hao reassures her that he's glad she came to him instead of a stranger. He tells her she doesn't need to worry, since he doesn't mind talking about it. Still, he says he must shower first. Yuehua instantly sits up, insisting she'll shower as well. He suggests they stay on the call and keep talking the whole time. Zheng Hao agrees, asking what she wants to discuss as he undresses, briefly thinking about how hard it is to maintain visible abs. He reminds her to keep her phone safe from water. She places it carefully on a shelf, and Zhang Hao blushes at the thought that she's undressing alone too. Yahello begins describing everything she's doing, from washing her hair to applying soap. Zhang Hao follows suit, mentioning her bangs seem long and asking if she wants them trimmed. The intimacy of the conversation makes him blush. Meanwhile, Chen Qin carries freshly cleaned bedsheets into Zhang Hao's room. Hearing voices, she wonders if he's speaking to a girlfriend from school. After finishing the laundry, she quietly steps further inside to check. Chen Qin texts Yilong, asking if many girls like Zhang Hao. Yilong replies that he's popular but doesn't have a girlfriend, so she shouldn't worry. Feeling reassured, Chen Qin sets her phone down. She thinks that if he's single, this could be her chance. She slips into his bed while waiting for him to return from the shower. On the call, Zhang Hao tells Yahello he'll send her proper reading material later, since it's better than unsafe videos that teach nothing. When he walks back in, Zhang Hao notices someone hidden beneath the covers. Pulling back the sheets, he discovers Chen Qin pretending to sleep. Zhang Hao asks what she's doing in his bed. She puts on an innocent act, saying she only wanted to invite him to watch a movie but fell asleep waiting. Nervous and red-faced, Zhang Hao says he'll be ready soon and they can watch downstairs later. He then hurriedly searches online for something erotic to send, even though he knows he shouldn't. Zhang Hao makes Yahello awake, telling himself he may need to focus on Kayangsin for now instead. He asks Chen Qin what kind of movie she wants. She says she doesn't care much, but a horror film sounds fun. Zhang Hao tells her he'll freshen up and meet her in the living room. He even turns off the lights to create a spooky atmosphere. Sitting there, he reflects that in his old world, girls clung to men during horror films, but here it might be reversed. Since he isn't easily scared, he figures he'll simply sit and watch. Still, the idea of needing comfort from a girl makes him blush. He dismisses it as something that wouldn't really happen. Soon, Chen Qin comes downstairs wearing only an oversized old t-shirt. He enters casually and asks if he's picked a movie yet. Zhang Hao immediately flushes, overwhelmed by how suggestive her simple outfit feels. Even Kayangkian notices and teases him, asking why he's avoiding eye contact. Zhang Hao denies blushing, claiming he's only warm tonight, nothing more. But inside, he's panicking, unsure what might happen if Chen Qin comes any closer. He wears a mischievous, playful expression, and it immediately makes him feel uneasy. Chen Qin understands how strongly she affects Zhang Hao, but she doesn't want to push him too far yet. Besides, she knows that when he gets startled during the horror film, he'll instinctively grab onto her, which is exactly what she wants. As the movie begins, Zhang Hao realizes that even with all the frightening scenes, he isn't scared at all. Xianqin, on the other hand, is truly terrified and clutches his arm tightly while trembling. Zhang Hao smiles softly and asks if she's feeling frightened. Chen Qin wonders if he thinks she's weak since he, as a man, seems completely unbothered. Though she shakes from head to toe, she never intended to humiliate herself. She simply can't stop the fear. Zhang Hao comforts her, saying it's only natural to be scared of ghosts, and she shouldn't feel ashamed. He doesn't mind staying beside her for support. Kayangkian is moved by his gentle sincerity, so she openly snuggles closer to him. Zhang Hao's heartbeat speeds up because she is so near, and he catches the soothing fragrance around her. He tells himself to remain calm and keep his thoughts from wandering. Suddenly, a memory of his father scolding him flashes through his mind, and he shifts slightly to create a bit of distance. This leaves Chen Qin briefly puzzled, but he smoothly redirects the conversation to something else. When the film finishes, Zhang Hao stands up, ready to head to bed. Chen Qin gently reaches out and holds onto his hand. She suggests that they should go upstairs together. Zhang Hao feels both proud and protective, enjoying this new closeness with Chen Xin for the first time. When they pause outside Chen Chen's room, she doesn't step inside right away. Zhang Hao asks her if something is bothering her. With a shy voice, she admits she's scared to sleep alone tonight. Zhang Hao hesitates, worried that sharing a bed might make sleep difficult, but he doesn't have the heart to refuse her. Seeing her genuine, anxious expression, he finally agrees. He realizes he simply can't bring himself to say no to her face. Lying in bed, Zhang Hao remains awake as Qin Qin nervously tells him she spotted a shadow and felt frightened. Zhang Hao gently reassures her, reminding her she can always confide her fears in him without feeling ashamed. Chen Chen begins to feel calm, safe, and comforted. She leans into him, wrapping her arms around him and resting her head on his shoulder. Zhang Hao feels an intimate warmth between them and notices his body reacting in a way he can barely suppress. The next morning, Tian Tian wakes up to a new day. Feeling refreshed and peaceful, she reflects on how nice it was sleeping in Zhang Hao's embrace, imagining that a kiss would have made the night perfect. She turns her gaze back toward Zhang Hao. To her shock, he looks completely worn out, almost like a wrapped-up mummy. Panic rises in her as she fears something went wrong overnight, but Zhang Hao quickly calms her down, insisting he's perfectly fine. Kyan hugs him tightly, resting his head against her chest, while Jianghao feels irritated because her grip kept him awake all night. Xia notices his mood and suggests they stop watching horror films, promising to cook him breakfast as an apology. Jianghao decides it's time to wash up and take a cold shower, feeling strangely hollow despite nothing happening. Later on, as he brushes his teeth, he gathers himself. Jianghao receives messages from Yilong, only to find their stickers featuring his own face. He grows annoyed, convinced Yilong is deliberately provoking him. Determined to restore his dignity, he swears to teach Yilong a lesson for acting so childish. When Zheng Hao finally heads downstairs, he surveys the morning. Chen is already prepared, dressed neatly and ready to leave for work. She kindly wishes him a good day at school. Zheng Hao asks what she's staring at, and Kyan explains she was chatting with a friend. He mentions that her friend had sent her one of those stickers. Zheng Hao becomes flustered, warning that Yilong is wasting time, and she shouldn't use them to avoid unwanted attention. Chen agrees softly, assuring him she won't. Deep down, though, she feels possessive, not wanting others to admire his striking looks. Her words are so quiet that Zheng Hao never hears them. Zheng Hao heads to school, only to realize many students are talking about him after recognizing the viral stickers. He understands he has somehow become famous again, despite staying off social media. A bold girl even approaches him, flirtatiously asking for his autograph. Zheng Hao brushes past them, claiming he's already late for class. Bursting into the classroom, he storms in angrily, ready to confront Yilong. He threatens him dramatically, yet Yilong seems completely unconcerned. Yilong happily offers to make even more stickers, since he has plenty of secret photos saved. Zheng Hao scowls, ordering him to delete everything, insisting a manly man would never allow such images online. Just then, Yahello arrives, asking if Zheng Hao is upset and hinting she wants to fix things. Zheng Hao reassures her, though he notices her hair is noticeably shorter. Yahello explains she cut it after Zheng Hao once commented about it. Zheng Hao praises the new look, thinking she follows his words without question. Yahello whispers excitedly about taking him to a hidden secret spot she discovered. They make their way toward the old school building together. Yahello guides him inside, but soon they notice they aren't alone. Several other couples are there, quietly spending time together. Zheng Hao realizes he has wandered into what feels like a romantic hideout. Suddenly, Yahello starts to speak again. Zheng Hao quickly hushes her, urging her to stay quiet. Instead, she teasingly licks his hand in a playful gesture. Zheng Hao is startled, realizing Yahello may be far more mischievous than he assumed. He jerks his hand back, surprised, while Yahello lets out a dramatic sigh. She explains she thought he might actually enjoy it. Before Zheng Hao can even respond properly, she suddenly leaps onto him, kissing him and knocking them both down onto the floor. Zheng Hao realizes Yahello truly likes him, and he considers dating her, thinking it might work out. He also wonders if it would stop Kyan from constantly chasing after him. He returns Yahello's kiss, but after a short while, he gently pulls away, creating a bit of distance. He tells her they need to breathe while kissing, otherwise they'll suffocate. Yahello nods earnestly, saying she'll remember that lesson next time. Zheng Hao reminds her they are already running late for class. He suggests they talk about everything later instead. On the way back, Zheng Hao holds Yahello's hand. They walk together as he debates whether dating her is the right choice. He feels torn between Chen's mature appeal and Yahello's innocent sweetness and obedience. Unable to decide, he feels overwhelmed as though everything is collapsing. Meanwhile, back at the Hong Kong headquarters, Nan receives reports that Zheng Hao's photos are spreading worldwide online, making him famous again. Nan thinks it isn't entirely bad for a man she desires. Still, she hates the attention, ordering her assistant to find a way to remove the images from the internet. The assistant argues the pictures have gone viral and cannot be completely erased anymore. Nan responds with a cold, intimidating stare. The assistant quickly retreats, rushing to handle the problem. Nan searches online herself and sees the countless pictures. Jealousy burns inside her, the thought of other girls obsessing over him. Thankfully, the images appear to be older ones. No fresh photos seem to be spreading right now. Even so, she realizes how much this distraction is affecting her. Endless paperwork waits on her desk. Her mind keeps drifting back to Zheng Hao instead of her responsibilities. She understands he is not only a crush, but also her greatest rival. And at this moment, it feels like he's winning. She recalls their kiss and the softness of his lips, forcing herself to stay focused and strategic. Her determination sharpens as she vows Zheng Hao will belong to her soon. Zheng Hao walks home and notices an expensive car waiting outside his house. As expected, Ella is sitting inside the vehicle. Zheng Hao is clearly displeased, demanding to know why she's there. He reminds her they agreed to forget each other, insisting she should stop intruding. Nan admits she wanted to keep her promise, but cannot control herself, while Jiang Hao argues she should manage her impulses. Nan interrupts, furious that his photos are everywhere online and women are making vulgar comments about him. Suddenly, she grabs him firmly by the thigh, pulling him closer. She whispers possessively that the man she wants cannot escape her so easily. Jiang Hao realizes he is dangerously playing with fire. He fears his sister's reaction if she discovers him with another woman, so he says he must leave. Nan manages to coax him into her car, and he complains about spoiled, controlling girls, saying he prefers obedient ones. Jiang Hao feels drained, overwhelmed by constantly having to deal with her unpredictable habits. Instead of getting angry at his words, Nan simply smiles, coughing lightly as if amused by his preferences. Lights a cigarette, teasing that women in his world may behave differently than in hers. Jiang Hao senses he may have been caught off guard as Nan keeps speaking. She boasts that other women can't compare to her since she has wealth, power, and skills, offering him a life of comfort as her stay-at-home husband. Jiang Hao blushes, secretly tempted by the thought of never needing to work again. He refuses to be provoked, saying he should keep his options open since he may not always be available. Nan moves closer anyway, teasingly pinching his cheek. Her possessive side emerges as she demands to know which girl he likes, even guessing Yahello, Min Tian's granddaughter, since she seems unlike his usual type. Jiang Hao immediately warns her not to drag Yahello into this. His softer tone makes Nan believe his feelings for Yahello are real. Jiang Hao grows anxious, fearing his secret is about to be exposed. He pleads with Nan to calm herself down. Instead, Nan blushes, realizing she has a weak spot when he calls her by a sweet nickname. Jiang Hao tries brushing it off, saying friends use pet names all the time. Nan remains flustered despite his attempt to downplay it. Jiang Hao suggests grabbing food, but says he must leave now since he needs to head home. Walking away, he nervously wonders if Nan will start showing up daily. Suddenly, a man in a hood steps up, claiming to be Kyankin's friend. He asks Jiang Hao to deliver a gift to his stepsister on his behalf. Jiang Hao studies him, feeling he looks familiar until realization strikes. He is the same creep who sent unwanted photos to Chen Chen recently. Jiang Hao admits he saw the disturbing pictures the stalker sent Kyankin. Introducing himself coldly, he warns that harming his stepsister means crossing him. Jiang Hao threatens that if he sees him near their home again, he will call the police. Jiang Hao walks off, leaving the stalker furious and frustrated. The man convinces himself Jiang Hao is just a harmless student, certain he'll make Kyankin love him soon. Jiang Hao finally arrives back home. Chin Chin looks radiant with joy, explaining that since their parents are away, she brought fast food for a lazy dinner together. Eat burgers and fries side by side, enjoying the relaxed moment. Jiang Hao struggles inside, realizing how hard it is to stay disciplined with Kyankin sitting so temptingly across from him. He wonders if she does it deliberately, though he has no evidence. Chen Chen suddenly grows quieter, her expression turning slightly sad. Jiang Hao asks her what's wrong. She questions him directly, wondering if something is troubling him. He admits she saw people admiring his pictures today, calling him an online celebrity, and it made her jealous. Jiang Hao insists he is not famous at all, only embarrassed by the attention. Chengxian warns that popularity can be dangerous, explaining that people now sell themselves online, so he should dress more modestly. She even says he should cover up during streams, and Jiang Hao feels her possessiveness stirring panic within him. Kyankin quickly laughs it off as a joke, but admits she's honestly frightened. She wants him safe and worries he could get into trouble. Inside, she feels overwhelmed, knowing his growing fame will attract more admirers, making it harder to keep him to herself. Pressure builds, pushing her to act quickly to claim him. Later that night, she bursts into his room, asking if he needs help with anything. Her new outfit makes her look absolutely stunning. Even Jiang Hao can't help but notice. He hesitates, then allows her to stay. He sits at a small distance at first. Then she says she wants to give him something. Chinkin places her daily earnings, about 3,000 yuan, into his hand. Jiang Hao is shocked, realizing she earns far more in one day than he could ever manage. Chen Chen explains she assists chief surgeons and helps with minor operations, earning that salary despite still studying. Deep inside, she knows money may be her best tool to secure Jiang Hao's favor. Kenshin is no ordinary student at all. She's outstanding. She entered with top grades, worked in research, and gained an early start in clinical hospital training. Exceptionally gifted, she already has 3 years of real experience behind her. Though not yet in charge, her talent makes her feel she could be someday. Jiang Hao realizes Kyankin is not only beautiful, but also incredibly intelligent, admitting he hopes to earn like that someday to help their parents. Chen Chen gushes warmly, hugging him and insisting it isn't his burden to secure their parents' future. Jiang Hao asks if their parents are still away on the business trip. Chengxin says they won't be home for quite some time. The realization hits him hard. Alone together for so long, Jiang Hao wonders what might unfold between them. Yet it isn't the carefree break he originally imagined. living alone with Chen Chen. While resisting temptation proves so difficult, he often ends up with nosebleeds. After cleaning himself up, he can barely focus on anything else. He changes clothes and returns back to his room. Even Chen Chen notices his strange state and questions him, tells him to put on pajamas and rest early, while Zheng Hao feels too irritated to reply much. Kaian Qian quietly laughs, finding him adorable as he struggles with self-control. She sits on his bed dressed in almost nothing. Zheng Hao realizes something striking. Despite being together constantly, Chen never seems tired of being around him or even just watching him. He catches her staring once again. Chen Chen uses it as her next opportunity. She complains her shoulders hurt from being at the computer all day. She asks if he can massage her. Zheng Hao knows it feels like a trap, but he still can't resist. He massages her back while she praises the softness of his hands. She suggests taking him out since she's free, calling him a very good boy. Zheng Hao brightens and agrees, since they've never gone out alone together before. She smiles, saying this will be their very first date. Zheng Hao realizes their relationship is accelerating faster than he expected. Before long, it's already past 11 p.m. Zheng Hao says it's time for sleep. Kane says she'll return to her room, though inside she desperately wants to stay with him longer. Not wanting to push too hard, she leaves, reminding herself she must act carefully to avoid drama. Zheng Hao exhales in relief once she's gone. He realizes he's already looking forward to their weekend outing. Suddenly his phone rings, and he knows instantly it's Nan. Zheng Hao groans, telling her to find a boyfriend and stop bothering him. Nan calmly replies she already has a life, and she doesn't even like other men. Still, she insists she wants him to keep talking to her. She explains that ever since adulthood, men have surrounded her only for her family's wealth and power, revealing themselves as parasites seeking her mother's influence. Disgusted, she vowed to avoid them, but Zheng Hao feels different from all the rest. Nan spent her childhood working relentlessly for the company and serving in the army, never learning how to pursue or please a man. Yet she knows her dedication is unmatched, and she will do anything to win Zheng Hao's heart, even offering him the stars. She says her investments in rocket science make even stars possible, though Zheng Hao can't accept her intensity. Tells her he wants no stars, only for her to stop bothering him constantly. Still, her words linger in Zheng Hao's mind, haunting his thoughts. He realizes she must have been a child who never stopped striving, and he is no longer afraid of her. That night, Zheng Hao dreams of his former life, where young Chen Chen asks if he has a wife. Next day, Zheng Hao arrives at school, but as always, he must let Kaiankin know he got there safely. Ever since his stickers went viral online, his sense of danger has grown, and Chen Xin keeps urging him to let her handle his daily rides. Out of nowhere, Yahello appears and greets him, prompting Zheng Hao to ask why she is late again. Blushing deeply, Yahello admits she was distracted thinking about their kiss and mentions a strange dream, clearly using it as an opening. He gently hooks his finger and shyly points out that they are alone. She asks if they should simply share another kiss. Zheng Hao turns red, fumbling for words as his mind goes blank. Pure and gentle presence makes it incredibly hard for him to keep himself in check. He explains once more that kissing is private and absolutely inappropriate at school. Yahello immediately counters that they could always go back to her house instead. Zheng Hao dodges the topic, saying they can think about it later and should focus on class. Notices her crestfallen look and realizes she is hurt by his refusal. Zheng Hao understands her disappointment clearly. Still, he knows deep down that giving in could make him lose control, and though he is not bound by strict chastity beliefs, he fears desire could spiral everything into disaster, a thought he despises most. During the break, Zheng Hao invites Yilong to eat together with Yahello as usual. The moment he steps out, he freezes in shock. Hundreds of excited fangirls crowd the hallway, screaming and begging for autographs. He realizes a few stickers have driven these girls into a frenzy. Even Yilong looks amazed, showing him a fan-made video montage online. The clip is packed with Zheng Hao's photos, praising him as an unmatched beauty. In every image, Zheng Hao looks undeniably striking. Suddenly, a hand gropes his backside. Shock floods him as he realizes he has been harassed for the first time, and before he can react, someone forcefully grabs the offender's arm. It is Yahello, furious as she scolds the girl, warning that Zheng Hao hates being touched without consent. The crowd falls silent, knowing Yahello's reputation as the school's newest troublemaker. Zheng Hao tries to defuse the situation, but the tension remains thick. That moment, the star teacher storms in, angrily ordering everyone to disperse. The students scatter instantly, terrified. Nearby, Zong and the class president mutter bitterly, noting how girls now ignore Zong for Zheng Hao, while Zong insists the hype will fade. He claims he feels no threat and does not care at all. Suddenly, someone shouts that luxury cars have lined up outside, spreading rumors of a rich girl picking up her boyfriend. Zong hears this and freezes, jealousy twisting his expression. Keeps muttering that it doesn't matter, reassuring himself that he is handsome too. Outside the school gates, the rumors prove true. Nan waits confidently in a luxury car, directly in front of the school. Crowd gathers, eager to see which lucky guy she has come for. Even Yilong stares in awe at the long row of expensive vehicles. Zheng Hao tries to ignore it, suggesting they just grab lunch. He is exhausted by the attention and his sudden internet fame, remembering how he once hated exposure yet became famous effortlessly. His phone suddenly vibrates. Nan is calling, and Zheng Hao answers tiredly, asking if she really had to show up, but she simply tells him to come eat. Spotting her car instantly, he refuses and says he already has plans. Nan replies calmly that she expected his refusal and prepared accordingly. She steps out of the car with a confident smile. With a snap, servants surround her carrying trays of food. She smiles sweetly, saying if he won't come to her, then she will bring the meal to him. Zheng Hao sweats nervously, fearing everyone will assume they are together. Yahello notices his reaction and asks who he is talking to. Zheng Hao lies, saying it's nothing important. Quickly asks Yilong to stay with Yahello before rushing away. Yahello watches him leave, once again disappointed that their lunch is cancelled. Zheng Hao ducks aside to talk to Nan privately. Nan laughs softly at how flustered he sounds. Embarrassed, he snaps at her with a few petty insults he doesn't mean. Nan replies innocently, saying she thought men enjoyed grand gestures, and Zheng Hao agrees to meet her if she sends everyone away. He orders her to wait by the side door and warns that even rumors will end everything. Nan ends the call amused, finding his anger endearing. With another snap, she orders her staff to leave. Soon she is disguised and waiting quietly by the side entrance. Zheng Hao arrives and asks if they are really going to eat. Nan confirms she wants lunch with him. Zheng Hao says they are going to his usual place, and she must follow his rules. Nan smiles and agrees without protest. Before long, they arrive at a flea market. Nan openly criticizes the shabby food stalls. Zheng Hao counters firmly, saying he likes this place. He adds that if she dislikes it, she is free to leave. Secretly, he hopes she will, but Nan remains stubborn. Together, they enter the small restaurant. Nan scans the interior carefully, then casually places her credit card on the counter. She announces she wants to buy the place, nearly making Zheng Hao choke on his drink. He hurriedly stops her, explaining she doesn't need to throw money around. He tells her he eats here because he is poor and wants humility, not wealth flaunting between them. Nan agrees outwardly, while muttering internally about how troublesome men are. Zheng Hao orders beef noodles with fried eggs, as Nan studies the menu. She doubts the quality due to the low price, but Zheng Hao assures her he's eaten here for years without issues. The owner nervously tries to warn Nan. Zheng Hao orders for her anyway. Nan insists on gloves and fresh ingredients, clearly distrustful. Chef bristles, ready to argue. Nan silently places a thick stack of cash on the counter. The chef relents, secretly pleased with the profit. Zheng Hao feels uneasy at her behavior, wishing for dignity, while Nan pinches his cheek and reminds him to focus on her. Zheng Hao is stunned that Nan feels jealous of the older women working there. He asks why he eats in places like this. Zheng Hao explains this is real life for ordinary people, and that Nan's wealth keeps her far from it. He admits he has no fairy tale fantasies, which is why they don't fit well. Soon, the chef returns properly dressed for hygiene. Nan smiles and says she has no issue eating here. He recalls surviving worse food during army service and expresses pity for Zheng Hao instead. This unexpectedly captures his attention. Nan explains she worries about him, eating in places she finds unhealthy. Zheng Hao briefly wonders about her true intentions, but brushes it aside. Suddenly, Nan asks why he kisses so well, and if he practiced with others, making him spit out his soup. He is shocked she would raise such a topic during lunch, and casually warns that if she ever discovers he is seeing someone else. She admits openly that she cannot guarantee she will stay polite about it. That night, Zheng Hao keeps replaying his dinner with Nan in his mind, while Yilong rambles about lipsticks, until Zheng Hao, exhausted, says he wants to head home. Yilong clings to him, calling him boring, then suggests Zheng Hao spend time with his little sister Sophie. Zheng Hao vividly remembers Sophie, the overly clingy girl who once refused to let go of his leg no matter how much he struggled. Before long, Zheng Hao and Yilong find themselves inside Sophie's bedroom. Zheng Hao casually picks up a notebook from her desk. He instantly freezes, overcome with shock and embarrassment. Inside is a detailed comic depicting him and Sophie in situations that are completely inappropriate. Zheng Hao realizes with horror that the girl has been fantasizing about him. He confronts Sophie, demanding an explanation, and she immediately lies, blaming an imaginary friend for the drawings. She breaks into tears, begging him to believe her and insisting she never even read the content. Zheng Hao tries to comfort her but presses again, asking if she's telling the truth. After all, he has seen over 500 gigabytes of questionable material on her computer. Cornered, Sophie sobs harder and blurts out that he is far too experienced for her. Zheng Hao sighs deeply and calms her down, deciding as his best friend's brother he must step in and confiscate everything. Sitting her down, he explains these things are for adults, urges her to focus on school, praises the innocent and studious Sophie, and promises to grant one wish if she reforms and improves her grades. Sophie insists he swear to it. Zheng Hao gives his word. Inside, guilt creeps in because he knows the promise may be impossible to keep. Sophie solemnly promises to become a better student and person. At that moment, Chen Chen calls, asking if he's still at Yilong's place since she's heading home and can give him a ride. Zheng Hao declines, saying he'll get back on his own. Chen Chen ends the call and remains in her lab when a friend asks who she spoke to. Ignoring the question, Chen Chen changes clothes and prepares to leave. Friends invite her out for drinks over the weekend to meet handsome men. Chen Chen declines, saying she already has a beautiful man planned for a date at Vandy Plaza on Saturday. A friend is stunned and begs her to reveal more details. Chen Chen says she'll share once everything is confirmed. Her friend continues teasing her, warning her not to act recklessly and reminding her to use protection. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Chen's stalker overhears the entire conversation. He feels betrayed after years of obsession and effort. Furious that Kian still refuses to choose him and plans to see other men. Later, Chen Chen returns home and asks where her stepbrother is. Getting no reply, she assumes he's streaming again. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao is having a miserable time. He's being cyber-harassed by countless girls claiming he looks exactly like the viral emoji boy. Zheng Hao denies it all, arguing that if it were true, he wouldn't be hiding his face while streaming. The girls refuse to believe him and flood his chat with messages. Grows increasingly irritated until Kian suddenly enters the room. She shuts down his computer, instantly ending the chaos. Leaning close, she coldly orders him to stop streaming immediately. The following day, Zheng Hao returns to school. His thoughts linger on Chen Chen's intense reaction from the night before. She had squeezed his hand painfully while demanding he quit streaming. Panicked and near tears, she warned that further exposure would reveal his identity. Confessed she feared his fame because she couldn't always protect him from stalkers or dangerous women. Her voice broke as she admitted her deepest fear was losing him to someone who might care for him more. Zheng Hao tried soothing her, insisting streaming was temporary and meaningless to him. He promised solemnly that he would never forget her. He realizes Chen Chen has grown increasingly sensitive and possessive, monitoring his every move like an overbearing guardian. Not long after, a notification pops up. He sees he earned a huge sum from the previous night's stream. Despite selling nothing and asking for no gifts, the income is astonishing. He realizes influence is powerful, yet knows deep down this life was never his goal. Upon arriving at school again, he spots a massive crowd of girls gathered at the entrance. Yilong shouts excitedly that Zheng Hao now has an official fan club. Zheng Hao silently wonders how idle these girls must be. Beg him for photos, autographs, or even a moment nearby. The class president watches with bitter jealousy, though he restrains himself. He believes internet fame fades just as fast as it appears. Later, inside the men's locker room, Zheng Hao changes clothes, unaware the class president is nearby. A hidden camera is concealed in the president's shirt, snapping secret photos. Yilong barges in and accidentally bumps him, disrupting the camera angle. Yilong gushes about Zheng Hao's abs, oblivious to the situation. Nervous but persistent, the class president keeps trying to take photos. Checking his gallery, he realizes every shot is ruined. What he doesn't know is Zheng Hao and Yilong are standing right behind him. Zheng Hao decides to mess with him. He asks to see the phone, and when refused, he snatches it without hesitation. Scrolling through, he sees the boy is even part of his fan group. Smirking, Zheng Hao jokes about posing shirtless if he wants proper photos. The class president thinks Zheng Hao has gone insane. The threatening glare, Zheng Hao demands all photos be deleted or he'll prove how well he fights. Terrified, the president bolts away, leaving Yilong pitying his cowardice. Zheng Hao jokes that his abs could motivate men everywhere, though he dislikes exposure. Despite joking, he treats the situation seriously and wants no more leaks. Zheng Hao isn't finished with the class president. Determined to issue a final warning, he follows him into an alley. The president fumes, plotting revenge as he walks. Zheng Hao prepares to confront him, but freezes. Someone else grabs the president first. Zheng Hao rushes toward the scene. He recognizes the goons as the same men who once kidnapped him for Nan. One admits Nan sent them, but claims she knows nothing further. Warns Zheng Hao to pretend he saw nothing and go home. Zheng Hao wonders why they targeted the president and suspects Nan has eyes inside the school. Back at Nan's headquarters, she's working when Zheng Hao calls, demanding to know if she has the class president. Points out she reused the same goons and demands an explanation. Nan calmly says the president deserved it and tells Zheng Hao not to worry. Zheng Hao realizes she has been monitoring him and argues he doesn't need such control. Nan insists she knows what's best, promising safety if he stays under her protection. Furious, Zheng Hao hangs up, thinking she's completely unreasonable. He debates whether to ignore the kidnapping or contact the police. The next day, while walking through the school hallway, he spots the class president again, How the boy behaves as if Nan's guards personally trained him, showing exaggerated respect and caution whenever he speaks to Zhang Hao. Even Zhang Hao feels uneasy, realizing this strange behavior reflects just how far Nan's influence truly reaches. During the break, Zhang Hao sits with Yahello while they eat, and she notices his wandering gaze and distant expression. Zhang Hao waves it off casually, claiming he only has a mild headache and nothing more. Yahello stands up, gently pinches his nose, and asks if he feels better, copying the same comforting gesture he once used on her at the amusement park. Zhang Hao laughs softly, touched by her innocence and the sincerity behind her concern. He lies lightly and says her little gesture worked, and that he feels much better now. Yahello remains unconvinced, sits on his lap, and quietly says she wants a hug because it would make her truly happy. Zhang Hao blushes deeply, sensing how perfect the moment feels, and realizes he genuinely wants that hug too. As they sit close together, he feels a gentle warmth that feels unmistakably like affection. He reflects that although he has hugged Chen Chen and Nan before, being close to Yahello always makes him feel calm, relaxed, and strangely at peace. Perhaps it is because Chen Chen feels like family, and Nan feels overwhelming and unpredictable. With Nan, Zhang Hao fears the consequences of growing too close and losing control. With Yahello, everything feels gentle, soothing, and safe, from her scent to her quiet warmth. Suddenly, he notices Yahello behaving too boldly, pleading for a kiss with desperation in her voice. She tries to go further. Zhang Hao restrains himself and stops her, explaining firmly that he doesn't want trouble at school despite his true feelings. Yahello looks shocked, unable to believe she is being turned down. Zhang Hao gently pushes her back, careful not to hurt her. He lightly pinches her cheeks and starts explaining seriously. He tells her that what she sees in movies are things couples do when they truly commit to each other. Yahello admits honestly that she doesn't really understand what love means. Zhang Hao explains that love is wanting to stay with someone forever, caring deeply, and feeling happy just being near them. Seeing her confusion, he simplifies it, saying love means being sincere and respectful. Gently asks whether she feels that kind of sincerity toward him. He explains that if they are together, it should be for love and mutual care, not impulse. Yahello still looks unsure and struggles to grasp his meaning. Zhang Hao sighs and suggests she focus on age-appropriate romances rather than adult content. After that, they quietly return to class together. Zhang Hao knows Yahello well and understands her fragile heart. He never wants to hurt her or take advantage of her innocence. If things went wrong, he knows she could be easily hurt by others. Later at home, Kin asks him to lie down on the bed. Zhang Hao rests his head on her lap, feeling oddly peaceful and grateful for her attentiveness. Chen Chen suggests he should reduce streaming to protect himself and avoid too much exposure. For a moment, Zhang Hao wonders if she thinks he is practically showing off for a living. He quickly clarifies that she wants to measure him so his clothes can fit properly from now on. Zhang Hao feels conflicted, liking the care but feeling awkward about the closeness. As she takes his measurements, he grows increasingly nervous and starts sweating. Even her familiar scent feels overwhelming in such close proximity. She lifts his shirt slightly to get accurate measurements. He casually comments on his abs, admitting mild envy. Her fingers brush over his muscles in a clinical but intimate way. Zhang Hao panics internally, feeling the situation has become too bold. At the same time, Chen Chen struggles internally because Zhang Hao looks dangerously attractive. Her fingers linger near his waistband, teasing the boundary. He quietly asks what she is doing. She pauses. Laughing it off, she says it's just professional habit and reminds him she's a doctor. She explains that in her line of work, the human body is nothing unusual. Zhang Hao continues sweating heavily from nerves. Chen Chen stands up, admitting she was only teasing, and warns him to protect himself better. She tells him to get some sleep and leaves the room. Once outside, she panics, realizing how close she came to losing control. Zhang Hao notices her embarrassment and flushed cheeks. To him, her shy reaction looks unexpectedly cute. Over the weekend, Chen Chen brings breakfast, excited about spending the day together. She says she'll get ready in her room and meet him afterward. Zhang Hao feels the situation resembles a date and reminds himself not to cross boundaries. Half an hour later, Chen Chen comes downstairs. She looks stunning in her dress, drawing his attention immediately. Zhang Hao thinks she outshines any internet celebrity. He blushes warmly at his compliment. He suddenly feels underdressed standing beside her. At the busy market, crowds press in around them. Zhang Hao notices Kin's stalker watching closely from afar. The man's eyes never leave her. Chen Chen explains the stalker's history and how he refuses to give up. Zhang Hao offers to warn him and promises to protect her if needed. Chen Chen stops him, explaining she wants no professional trouble. He suddenly thinks of a better solution and asks him for help. She wants to crush the stalker's remaining hope. She asks Zheng Hao to pretend to be her boyfriend for the day. Her pleading tone makes it impossible for him to refuse. Zheng Hao agrees, asking only that she's comfortable with it. Chen blushes, surprised by how quickly he accepted. Zheng Hao suggests going somewhere fun. They head to the arcade together. Chen excitedly says she wants to win stuffed animals. The day flows smoothly and joyfully. They play games, laugh, and eat ice cream. They take photos and convincingly act like a real couple. Later, Chen suggests resting for a while. Zheng Hao stops her suddenly. He notices the stalker still following them. He realizes they need to appear closer. Chen remarks he still doesn't fully understand her feelings despite knowing her for years. Zheng Hao suspects the stalker doesn't believe their act yet. Seeing the stalker approach, Chen moves closer without thinking. She kisses Zheng Hao quickly and decisively. Zheng Hao freezes in shock. His mind struggles to process what just happened. The stalker witnesses the kiss and breaks down, heartbroken. He turns and runs away in despair. Chen notices him leaving. She remembers her friend's advice and hesitates, embarrassed. Zheng Hao looks around, but the stalker is already gone. Chen feels overwhelmed, as if her wish has come true. Zheng Hao doesn't push her away or scold her, only blushing faintly. His calm reaction reassures her and fills her with relief and happiness. Chen awkwardly apologizes for the kiss, blushing deeply as she tries to act casual. She explains that fear took over when the stalker rushed toward them, leaving her frozen and unsure how to react. Zheng Hao urges her to restrain herself and scolds her lightly, yet he also insists that he is not actually angry. He twists his own logic to excuse the truth that she is not blood-related and is only his stepsister. Though he hesitates and claims it no longer matters, she says she is simply relieved he chased away the harasser and helped her. Kin adds that they should not overthink it since they are not related, and in some cultures carrying a stepsister is seen as normal. He excitedly praises how close they are, saying they can act freely together and are far more than ordinary friends. She then playfully mocks him, pointing out that he seems to enjoy kissing her too. Zheng Hao grows uneasy, wondering why she suddenly brought up such a topic. From a man's perspective, he is not repulsed at all and secretly admits he liked it. Yet the fact remains that her mother married his father, and agreeing openly could push things forward while tearing the family apart. To avoid trouble, he answers carefully, saying they are just friends and should not repeat it. Kin hides her disappointment, but feels relieved that he is not disgusted, believing he is only drawing lines for appearance's sake. Chen Xin then declares them lovers and suggests a sweet couple's outing to deter the harasser, after which they go out to eat. Walking hand in hand, they chat happily while a rough-looking couple nearby watches them with confusion and hostility. The woman appears wealthy and the man attractive, which seems to spark envy. One of the thugs bluntly demands their money. Chen firmly tells them to leave at once. She slips her hand into her pocket, gripping the pocket knife she pretends is a gun. One thug suddenly screams right in her face. She knows that if a fight breaks out, she can avoid fatal blows and disable them quickly. However, she worries deeply about Zheng Hao, knowing the attackers could seriously hurt him. Left with no better choice, she agrees to their demands. She tosses some cash at them and orders them to leave, but the amount she throws catches their attention. Greed takes over as they assume she is hiding much more money. They push further, threatening to ruin Zheng Hao's face if she refuses. Zheng Hao, however, remains calm and unfazed. He scoffs that threats mean nothing and tells them to fight properly if they dare. Kian worries he is provoking them and making the situation worse. At that moment, the initiative shifts entirely to him. Chen feels a surge of fear for Zheng Hao. He soon realizes he is already moving, throwing a punch that sends the thug crashing backward. With a relaxed smile, Zheng Hao asks if the other one wants the same treatment. Terrified, the thug grabs his partner and flees. Zheng Hao reassures Chin that he can handle himself just fine. Still, Kian feels uneasy because she has never seen him this strong, as if he has completely changed. When they were children, Kian and Zheng Hao were inseparable, even after he once told her never to see him again. She continued watching him from afar, always lingering behind like a shadow. When Zheng Hao began using QQ, she quickly added him through a burner account and showered him with attention. After so much effort, she finally won his heart online, yet now it feels insufficient as he has stopped logging into that account. He avoids talking about their parents or her novel, chats less, and has taken up martial arts. Chengxin wonders if he simply matured or suffered something painful, but her thoughts are cut short when he interrupts. Chin brushes aside her worries and tells him to relax and take a shower. She quietly sneaks into his room afterward. She turns on his computer, hoping to find clues that explain his drastic personality shift. There, she discovers a novel he wrote without ever telling her. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao showers while thinking he should finally update his long-neglected story tonight. Chengxin hurriedly reads through the chapters one by one. He is baffled, unable to understand why he would write such a story. Just then, Zheng Hao is about to return to his room. Fortunately, Chen Chen slips away in time. Zheng Hao sits down, inspiration surging as he prepares to write. He notices the file is open and wonders if he did it himself, but does not dwell on it. Moments later, Chen Chen knocks on the door. She hands him a glass of milk, teasing that it will cool his restless creativity. Suddenly, she asks what kind of story he is working on. Alarmed, Zheng Hao deflects the question, realizing his changes have been noticed, and deciding it is safer if she never reads it. Chen Xin catches on and jokes whether it is something too explicit, which seems absurd given how close they are, then admits he feels distant lately, noting his martial arts training and odd behavior. Zheng Hao asks in disbelief if they truly grew up together. Kayan reminds him they attended the same kindergarten. Her voice softens as she confesses how painful it is that he cannot remember her. Nervous, Zheng Hao tries to hide the truth, realizing their shared past explains her strictness toward him. He knows she believes he forgot everything, yet he cannot reveal the truth of his reincarnation under the blood moon, since he is only a substitute for her real stepbrother. Instead, he shares a half-truth, saying he often dreams of a frightened little girl filled with panic. He adds that he was frequently bullied at school. Each time it happened, he felt driven to become stronger and protect himself, which led him to martial arts. He admits her presence gave him courage against the thugs, trusting she would never let him be harmed. His words strike Kaiyangsin deeply, and she hugs him without hesitation. He promises no one will hurt him while she lives, while Zheng Hao quietly knows showing weakness always softens her heart. Chen Qin suspects nothing, pitying him and assuming trauma buried his childhood memories. She vows to compensate for his suffering, then shifts tone and says she must punish him for risking himself. Before Zheng Hao can even respond, he lifts his shirt and tickles him relentlessly until he laughs through tears. When it ends, they lie side by side on the bed, both gasping for breath. Chengxin gazes at him gently and begs him never to scare her like that again. Her eyes drift to his neck as she leans closer, reminding him their date is not over. He insists they are lovers, while Zheng Hao nearly chokes trying to argue the date has ended. And Chen just smiles, saying they already kissed once so there is no reason not to repeat it. Zheng Hao freezes, sensing his worst fear unfolding. Kayan's feelings clearly run far deeper than they should as they move closer. Their lips hover only inches apart. Suddenly, Zheng Hao's father's loud voice announces that they have returned home. Qin Qin jumps up, panicking about the parents' early return, and they hastily separate. She rushes out. Zheng Hao tells her to hide in her room before anyone notices her flushed face. She nods quickly and slips away. Truth, Zheng Hao's mother left early on, and his father buried himself in work, leaving him alone. That loneliness led him to daycare, and later to kindergarten. It was there that he first met a quiet, solitary girl, Qin. Even back then, Kayankin looked at Zheng Hao with an unusual expression. Young Zheng Hao tried to introduce himself and invite her to play. She simply ignored him and walked away, leaving the boy utterly bewildered. Years later, she blushes at the memory, pleased that her small plan succeeded. Zheng Hao did not reject her, which might even mean he returns her feelings. She feels ecstatic imagining it, deeply in love with him while elsewhere. Zheng Hao realizes Kayankin loves him too, and without the parents' interruption, he likely would have crossed every line. He knows she is gentle, thoughtful, reliable, and that he has feelings for her as well. Whenever she is near, his heart races and his face burns red, proof they are in love, though frustration suddenly grips him. He reflects on how he once only dreamed of dating someone as stunning as her, and now that their feelings are mutual, he worries about how the outside world would judge them. Sometime later, Kayankian and Zheng Hao sit down to dinner with the whole family. Parents casually ask whether Chen Chen has been a responsible older step-sibling and looked after Zheng Hao well. With a playful grin, Chen Chen jokes that he has grown so much that he is the one taking care of her now. Zheng Hao laughs, and for a brief moment it feels like only the two of them exist, perfectly in tune with each other. Soon after, Zheng Hao stands up and announces that he is heading to a friend's place and will be out for a while. Once he leaves, his father turns to Chen Chen and asks why she seems unusually cheerful tonight. Hin answers sincerely, saying she has finally found what makes her truly happy. Walking down the street, Zheng Hao keeps replaying the fact that Kayankin did not say anything. She neither stopped him nor questioned him, which feels odd since she is usually strict and somewhat possessive. Suddenly, Yahello appears in front of him with a radiant smile, saying she came all this way just to pick him up. Zheng Hao stares at her in surprise and asks if they were not supposed to meet at her house instead. Yahello laughs softly and says she missed him, so she wanted to see him as soon as possible. That way, she explains, they could spend more time together. Zhang Hao cannot help suspecting that Yuehua may be more calculating than she lets on. Even so, he agrees to accompany her back to her mansion. Upon arriving, Zhang Hao looks around in awe, realizing just how extravagant her lifestyle is. Yuehua turns to him with a mischievous smile and mentions that her parents are not home tonight. She adds that it is just the two of them and they can do anything he wants, hinting she is open to everything. Zhang Hao is stunned to see that her house even has a private swimming pool. And again, he reminds himself that it makes sense for someone living in a multi-billion-dollar mansion. Excitedly, Yuehua tells him she also wants to show him her weapon collection, though her brother once said boys might not like that. Zhang Hao realizes she must be referring to the same armory he noticed during his last visit. When he mentions he did not bring swimwear, Yuehua smiles calmly and says her butler has already prepared several options for him. Zhang Hao suggests a swimming race, proposing that the loser treat the winner for an entire week. Yuehua readily agrees, and they head to change, where Zhang Hao soon encounters an unexpected issue. In his previous world, simple swim trunks would have been enough. However, dressing that way might be considered tacky or inappropriate. He rummages through the wardrobe and realizes every swimsuit inside is designed for women. There's not a single men's option, and he refuses to wear anything meant for a girl. Muttering in frustration, Zhang Hao keeps searching. Eventually, he notices another outfit tucked away in a locker. It looks plain and fully covered, so he decides it is his safest choice. As he picks it up, a small item drops out. He ignores it without a second thought and tosses it aside. Once dressed, he finds the swimsuit fits perfectly, clinging tightly to his body. When Zhang Hao steps out, Yuehua's eyes widen in surprise. He immediately praises him, saying he looks incredibly good. Zhang Hao feels his cheeks grow warm. At the same time, he cannot help noticing how stunning she looks as well. Standing by the pool, they restate the rules, racing to the other side with the loser paying for a week. Take their marks, count down, and dive into the water at the same time. Zhang Hao swims swiftly and confidently. He cuts through the water smoothly until chaos suddenly erupts. He hears an instructor shout that Yuehua is drowning. Panic grips him as he sees bubbles rising where she disappeared, realizing she cannot swim at all. Yuehua coughs violently, gasping for air after nearly losing consciousness. Zhang Hao and her servant rush over, anxiously asking if she is okay. He is shocked that someone with a pool this large has never learned to swim. Had she told him earlier, they would never have done something so dangerous, as she nearly died. Yuehua defends herself weakly, saying she watched others swim and assumed she could too, but Zhang Hao is not amused. He scolds her harshly, telling her she lacks basic awareness about her own safety. Yuehua apologizes softly, her voice shaking. Before finishing, she suddenly notices something odd. Even the servant begins shouting about Zhang Hao's clothing. Confused, Zhang Hao looks down and realizes the problem. The tight swimsuit clings to him completely, leaving very little to the imagination. Yuehua's face turns bright red, nearly overwhelmed by the sight and utterly mortified. Zhang Hao hurriedly grabs a robe to cover himself, blushing fiercely while checking on Yuehua. Despite that, his mind keeps replaying the embarrassment of practically exposing himself. Trying to ease the tension, Yuehua suddenly suggests exploring other fun areas of the mansion, like the grooming room. Still concerned, Zhang Hao asks her to take a break and rest. Yuehua shakes her head and insists, saying he rarely visits and she wants to cherish every moment together. Sensing something off, Zhang Hao asks why she is acting so unusual. After a brief hesitation, Yuehua admits quietly that he has stopped eating lunch with her or walking home, asking if she upset him because he feels like a different person. Zhang Hao brushes it off and says she is imagining things, though he knows the truth. Nan's threat still looms over him like an approaching storm. He fears that getting closer to Yuehua might put her in danger, yet he cannot explain this to her. Instead, he claims he is dealing with personal matters and promises more time together once things settle. Yuehua looks concerned and asks if someone is troubling him, offering her family's help. Zhang Hao declines firmly, saying it is his issue and he wants to protect her, gently suggesting she spend time with other friends, which hurts her deeply. Tears well up in Yuehua's eyes as she truly wants to support him. She tells him she would do anything for him as long as they are together. Zhang Hao continues to refuse her offer. Though he remains polite, she feels the rejection cut straight to her heart. Crying openly, she says she wants to stay by his side and be part of his life forever. Zhang Hao is left stunned, unable to say anything except apologize. Heartbroken that he still does not understand, Yuehua turns away and walks off. Zhang Hao remains behind, speechless and confused. Still lost in thought, he is interrupted when Yuehua and the butler arrive during his call. Butler politely asks whether Yuehua caused him any trouble. Zhang Hao quickly denies it, and the butler explains he overheard them, adding that Yahello can be temperamental but means no harm. Zheng Hao says it is partly his fault, admitting he tried to distance himself for good reasons, but cannot understand why she is so hurt. He acknowledges being insensitive, but never intended to end their friendship altogether. Butler sighs and says Yahello thinks very highly of him. He explains she constantly talks about Zheng Hao, enjoying meals, workouts, and studying together. Genuine smiles are rare for Yahello, especially after years of pretending around fake friends. When Zheng Hao pulls away, she assumes something terrible happened and feels her world collapsing, which is why losing him scares her most. The butler then asks if Yahello ever mentioned being blackmailed by classmates before. This immediately sharpens Zheng Hao's attention. He recalls her mentioning old friends, taking money from her, without explaining the full story. The butler continues, saying her classmates discovered her wealthy background, began extorting her for money, and Yahello, being naive, thought it was normal and never resisted, but over time, demands escalated, and they started treating her cruelly, until one day she returned home injured and in tears. Her family was horrified, and her enraged mother confronted the school the next day. She identified the culprits and forced both them and their parents to publicly apologize. It was deeply humiliating and irreversible, and from that day on, Yahello became the center of rumors and shocked whispers. People kept their distance, and she was left isolated. The butler explains that now she is finally opening her heart again, she fears losing everything once more, which is why she is so afraid. Butler apologizes for being so blunt, but Zheng Hao shakes his head and says Yahello is not at fault at all. He admits he cares for her more than he realized, and only wanted to shield her from harm, never knowing how much fear and insecurity her past had planted in her heart. Zheng Hao says he needs to see her immediately, and the butler nods, telling him she should be in her room. Zheng Hao quietly steps into Yahello's room. He sees her standing still by the tall windows, staring out at the breathtaking view. Warm glow of the sunset softly illuminates her face. She looks delicate and distant, as if lost deep in her own thoughts. Sensing him without turning around, Yahello says she likes watching the sky there, imagining her father Lane traveling through it on business, and even that small connection brings her comfort. She says she waits for his return and hopes it will be soon, making Zheng Hao realize her pain runs far deeper than he imagined. He gently mentions that the butler shared parts of her past and reassures her she doesn't need to worry, saying he values their friendship and won't disappear so easily. Yahello nods, saying she knows that, yet her trembling voice asks if he's been avoiding her because he's in danger. After hesitating, Zheng Hao admits there is something standing between them. She says that's exactly why she wants to help him, insisting she's not afraid of being involved, even if it means following him anywhere. She says she doesn't want regrets again, recalling how she once gifted a bracelet to someone she thought was a real friend, only for bullies to notice. She demanded gifts as well, and when Yahello refused, they turned on her, and things nearly became violent. Her mother arrived furious and scolded the other girl harshly, and Yahello tried to intervene knowing it would only worsen things. One stern look from her mother silenced her instantly. After that incident, everyone at school avoided her, and she was left alone once more. Looking at Zheng Hao now, Yahello calls him her closest friend and says she would face endless suffering if it meant protecting him. Zheng Hao is deeply moved, touched by how sincerely she cares for him. He tells her it isn't fair to burden her with worry, but right now his situation is too complicated to accept her help. For a while, they may need to keep their distance at school, not only from each other, but from everyone else as well. Still, he promises to visit her home whenever possible so she won't feel lonely. Yahello stares at him in disbelief, her expression softening as she struggles to believe someone could be so kind to her. Zheng Hao smiles and adds that her house always has plenty to do, making it easy to spend time together there. He jokes that he can teach her swimming, while she teaches him military boxing as he talks. Yahello suddenly steps forward without warning and wraps her arms tightly around him in a sudden embrace. She whispers thank you again and again with a breaking voice, and Zheng Hao freezes, surprised by her warmth, unknowingly healing something deep inside her. After years of isolation and rejection, Yahello finally feels truly seen, and because of his kindness, her feelings for him deepen even further. Nan stands amid a devastated city, her body battered and drenched in blood. She fought fiercely and without fear, but her strength has reached its end. She lowers her gaze to the severe wound torn through her abdomen. As she exhales her final breath, her eyes snap open suddenly. She realizes it was yet another nightmare. Gasping quietly, she sits up and calls for her assistant, asking the time. The assistant answers that it is already 11. Nan realizes she overslept again and sighs in irritation, her recent insomnia worrying even her assistant. When the assistant suggests seeing a doctor, Nan dismisses it and prepares for work, asking about the blood moon investigation and learning there is still no progress. Nan simply shakes her head, used to disappointment. She changes into her work attire, bracing herself for another long and monotonous day. But as she stares at her reflection, her thoughts drift, unable to stop thinking about Zheng Hao and what he might be doing. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao spends the morning with Yahello, the two closer than ever. Yahello laughs and declares they will be best friends forever. Zheng Hao smiles awkwardly, unsure whether she truly means only friendship. Without warning, Yahello blushes deeply and says she wants him to kiss her. Zheng Hao freezes, his face burning red as he lets out an awkward laugh. Tells her she shouldn't say things like that indoors, where someone might hear. Before she can respond, his phone rings suddenly, startling him. Seeing Nan's name on the screen, his expression darkens as he answers cautiously. Nan immediately demands to know where he is. He answers honestly that he's at a friend's house, but Nan sharply orders him to come to her place, which he awkwardly refuses. Her argument escalates until Nan coldly threatens to visit his parents with gifts if he doesn't comply. Zheng Hao panics, knowing Nan is capable of following through. His voice shakes as he begs her not to cause trouble. Nan's tone softens slightly. He tells him to step outside immediately if he wants to avoid that outcome, saying she's already at the gate. Zheng Hao stares in disbelief as the butler rushes in, clearly alarmed. He reports that a group has gathered outside claiming they are here to take Zheng Hao home. Zheng Hao and Yahello exchange helpless looks, realizing events are spiraling beyond control. Nan's black-clad guards stand everywhere, filling the area with suffocating tension. At the same time, Yahello stands firm, supported by her household staff and security. Caught between them, Zheng Hao wonders how he ended up in such an absurd nightmare. Yahello steps forward boldly, telling Zheng Hao not to fear someone like Nan. She declares that she will protect him. Zheng Hao feels uneasy, as her fierce defense both flatters and frightens him under Nan's watchful gaze. Even Nan smirks, amused that someone as young as Yahello believes she can challenge her. Yahello snaps back sharply, but before things explode, Zheng Hao raises his voice, stopping them and telling Nan to stop acting aggressively if she truly wants him to go with her. He then reassures Yahello that his meetings with Nan are limited and that he can handle himself. Yahello refuses to accept it, her stubborn nature surfacing. She insists Nan looks dangerous, and she refuses to gamble with Zheng Hao's safety. Zheng Hao looks to the butler for help, hoping he will calm her, but even the butler looks furious at Nan's guards, blocking the entrance with their black cars. Growing impatient, Nan fixes Zheng Hao with a cold stare and orders him once more to get into her car. Before he can reply, Yahello jumps in front of him, shouting at Nan to stop speaking to him that way. Zheng Hao panics, trying to pull Yahello back and begging her to stop. Nan calmly blocks Yahello's sudden strike with one hand, as Nan lifts her leg to counterattack. Yahello barely dodges, and Nan's kick smashes into the ground, cracking concrete with terrifying force. Zheng Hao and Yahello freeze in shock, stunned by Nan's overwhelming strength. Nan stands tall, her gaze icy and unyielding. She says calmly that while she didn't start the fight, she will end it if necessary. The air crackles with tension until the butler steps forward and orders Yahello to stand down. His voice trembles as he warns that Nan is no ordinary person, but something far more dangerous. Inside the car, Zheng Hao sits in silence, anger simmering as he demands to know what Nan truly wants. Nan says they will talk at her house, and Zheng Hao snaps back, accusing her of causing chaos outside his friend's home. Nan immediately argues that Yahello attacked her first. Zheng Hao scoffs and says Nan's temper is uncontrollable, warning that her behavior will land her in headlines someday. If the police had not arrived in time, she might have crossed a line and done something completely unacceptable to a high school student. Nan looks at him with faint remorse and claims everything happened because of him, accusing him of chasing other women and insisting she would not have lost control if he had stayed put, leaving Zheng Hao stunned. She openly admits that whenever he is involved, her emotions spiral out of control. Confession only irritates him further, and he snaps back that he is not like the men she usually deals with, insisting he is different. Nan suddenly says something that completely throws him off balance, revealing she has never been with a man before. Zheng Hao stares at her, utterly shocked, finds it hard to believe given her beauty and status as a powerful CEO. Yet her tone feels sincere enough to make him doubt his assumptions. The realization leaves him shaken, as he understands that every moment with her only entangles him deeper in complications. When they finally reach her home, Zheng Hao deliberately keeps some distance between them. As soon as he sits down, Nan bluntly asks if he is involved with Yahello, and he denies it at once before demanding to know what she really wants. Nan leans in and questions why he told others she threatened him when she was only trying to talk, prompting Zheng Hao to remind her that threatening to visit his parents sounded very real to him. Nan calmly replies that visiting parents is standard procedure when someone intends to propose marriage. Zheng Hao nearly jumps out of his seat, yelling that she must be crazy since he never agreed to anything like that. Nan smirks confidently and says he will never find any anyone better, declaring herself perfect for him and joking that his cuteness makes her want to threaten him. Zheng Hao groans and argues she could have any man she wants, adding they would never work because he dislikes aggressive women like her. Nan falls silent, surprise softening her features as she admits he might be right, suggesting someone else may be living a parallel life instead of her. Zheng Hao realizes she is hinting at the blood moon. He immediately stands, trying to end the discussion, but before he can leave, Nan grabs his arm firmly, pulls him close, and whispers that she has been researching the blood moon for a long time. Zheng Hao freezes as her breath brushes his skin, warmth rushing through him despite his confusion. He tries to pull away, insisting she cannot do something like this. In his panic, he bumps into a nearby table. A porcelain dish slips off and smashes into pieces on the floor. Nan sighs as she looks down, remarking that she actually liked that dish. Zheng Hao swallows nervously and asks how expensive it was. Nan raises 2 fingers, making his eyes widen as he blurts out that 2 million for a dish is insane. He calmly corrects him, stating it was worth 200 million instead. Zheng Hao nearly collapses as his legs go weak, feeling as if his soul just left his body. Nan stretches out her leg toward him and calmly orders him to look at her foot. Zheng Hao immediately refuses and turns his head away in frustration. His patience is at its limit, and he feels completely crushed by the pressure. Nan sighs and explains he now has 2 options, either repay her or become her man. She says either outcome benefits her, generously reducing the debt to 100 million and allowing 10 months to pay, declaring that until then his body belongs to her entirely. Zheng Hao nearly chokes, knowing he cannot afford 10 million a month and finding the alternative just as terrifying. Nan steps closer, teasing him as she asks if he is truly unable to pay. Suddenly, something clicks in Zheng Hao's mind. He straightens his posture and declares he will find a way to repay every cent. Nan smiles in satisfaction, thinking he is tougher than she initially believed. Later that night, Zheng Hao finally returns home. He finds Chen Chen waiting up for him. Relief floods her face the moment she sees him. He asks why she stayed awake. She shyly admits seeing him helps her feel at ease. She notices the paper bag he is holding and asks what is inside. Zheng Hao hastily explains it is just a broken bowl from a friend. Inside, he hesitates before asking how much money she has saved, and Kyan Qian replies she has around 3 to 4 million, clearly annoyed. Irritation grows as she wonders why he would ask about her savings. Realizing he might be in financial trouble, she panics and grabs her credit card. Zheng Hao stops her immediately, insisting he does not need her money and was only curious. Inside, he is screaming, knowing her entire savings would not cover even a fraction of his debt, while Chen Chen feels touched by his refusal and quietly proud of him. Later that night, Zheng Hao decides to go live on his streaming channel to earn quick cash. His income has stagnated recently, so he needs something new to draw attention. He calls his manager to brainstorm fresh ideas. The manager mentions fans requesting he remove his reed mask and promising large donations if he does. Zheng Hao feels tempted, imagining how easy that money would be. His manager warns him not to rush, saying the reveal needs perfect timing for maximum profit. Zheng Hao agrees that the strategy makes sense. Still, he needs new content for tonight's stream. He asks viewers for suggestions during the live broadcast. Some request dancing, while others suggest he wear less clothing. Zheng Hao laughs and calls them little perverts, saying he cannot fulfill every wild demand. After a pause, he suggests singing instead, mentioning he is not bad at it. In fact, he used to sing quite well in his previous life. He decides to try, and the moment he starts singing, the chat erupts with praise, gifts, and donations as viewers fall in love with his voice. For the first time in days, Zheng Hao feels things are finally going his way. However, the increasingly suggestive song requests hint that his audience may be too excited. He scrolls through the list, humming until one title catches his eye. Freezes instantly. Reading the lyrics nearly makes him drop his phone because they are far too explicit. The chat floods with laughing emojis as he mutters about needing new moderators because things have gone completely out of control. Gaining composure, he declines the song and promises another performance in exchange for yacht gifts. He takes a breath and sings a romantic ballad, his voice smooth and emotional. Hearts flood the comments as viewers rave about how well his voice suits his appearance. Gifts pour in non-stop, including yachts, roses, and even castles. Zheng Hao watches in disbelief, amazed by his fans' generosity and his own unexpected appeal. 3 hours pass before he notices how late it has become. He waves goodbye, thanking everyone and promising more songs if they return tomorrow. After ending the stream, he removes his mask, exhausted yet satisfied, joking he would stream longer if Chen Chen were not strict about bedtime. Checking his earnings, He is shocked to see he made more singing than gaming, ending up with about 50,000 yen after tax. It is still nowhere near 10 million a month, and as he calculates hopelessly, his phone rings with Nan's name. Owning, he answers, expecting pressure, but Nan calmly asks for a selfie instead. Zheng Hao blinks, completely caught off guard. He jokes nervously about asking her father, but Nan snaps back, reminding him she funded his debt and he should not anger her. An idea sparks, and he demands 5 million per photo, giving her 30 seconds to decide, grinning at his cleverness. Nan smirks and counters instantly, offering only 1 million per picture. Zheng Hao agrees without hesitation. He decides 1 million is still better than nothing. He sends a playful photo, proud of turning the situation around. Checking the transaction, he realizes that if Nan will pay, Yahello might help too. Zheng Hao messages Yahello asking if she can lend him a few million. Yahello immediately checks her drawer, but finds she lacks enough cash. She calls the butler for her card, requesting several million, nearly causing him to faint. He reminds her mother limited withdrawals to prevent wasteful habits, insisting she must ask directly for more. Yahello agrees without hesitation, asking him to make the call and claiming the money is for Zheng Hao's business. The butler pales, knowing her mother would explode if she learned she was lending money to a boy. He decides to handle the situation carefully. Later, he returns and claims her mother refused, allowing only small loans for now. Yahello sighs deeply, unable to hide her disappointment. She admits she can only spare about 500,000, and Zheng Hao struggles to hide his reaction. But as Nan previously stated, that amount is meaningless against a 10 million per month debt. He leans back, clutching his head, realizing no amount of streaming or selfies can save him. Following day, Zheng Hao sits alone trying to figure out how to earn 10 million every month. For now, he can only continue living as before, repeating the same routine like his photos show, realizing he must grind endlessly for money while audiences demand constant novelty. With no better ideas, he decides to call his manager for advice. When Song answers, she frowns slightly at his question. Zheng Hao cuts straight to the chase, asking if she has ideas for fresh content that could be fun, cute, and profitable. Song replies that his recent income was impressive, but if he wants something new, there is a newly released game gaining attention. Zheng Hao checks the game and notices it is already popular with skilled streamers. However, it is a competitive shooter that takes time and talent to master. He grins and says he will test it during the day, while Song handles promotions and front page exposure. Song agrees, noting his popularity surged after singing, and promises front page placement if he streams tonight. Knowing this, Zheng Hao launches the game. He quickly realizes it is a shooter, a genre he knows well. He practices throughout the afternoon, refining his aim until he feels confident. When it is time to go live, Zheng Hao greets his audience enthusiastically and announces the new game. Some viewers complain, hoping he would sing again. Zheng Hao ignores the disappointment, determined to keep things fresh. Once he starts playing, his skill becomes immediately obvious. As hours pass, more viewers flood into the stream. Some accuse him of cheating because his gameplay looks flawless. Zheng Hao feels irritated, tired of people doubting his ability. To prove himself, he turns on his camera while keeping his mask on. This confirms he is truly the one playing. Meanwhile, Chen Chen lies on her bed watching his stream. She smiles proudly at how famous her stepbrother has become. After a while, she gets up and knocks. She enters his room asking if he is hungry and offering to make noodles. She gently pats his head, reminding him to eat and rest since it is late. Chat explodes, finding their closeness adorable yet strange, with some questioning why they live together and others teasing them. Zheng Hao blushes hard, struggling to focus as comments flood in. Chen Chen simply smiles, clearly enjoying herself. She even jokes with the viewers, playfully asking if they think they look like a couple. Ian Kian leans closer mischievously, asking if they are discussing forbidden love. To her, it is all part of her playful strategy, each word carefully pushing boundaries. With a sly smile, she tells him to end the stream and go to bed early. She adds that she will be waiting for him there. The chat erupts instantly, cheering and teasing wildly. Zheng Hao panics as the comments turn outrageous, and his face burns red. Before things spiral further, he abruptly ends the broadcast. Leaning back, he checks the numbers and sighs, knowing the earnings are still insufficient. Exhaustion washes over him. Then he looks toward Chen Chen and his heart skips. She sits calmly on his bed, so beautiful that he momentarily forgets how to breathe. She softly tells him she is ready to give him a massage. Zheng Hao nearly jumps out of his skin, only now noticing what she is wearing. His thoughts scramble as he stammers that it feels inappropriate and makes him nervous. Chen Chen laughs gently, telling him not to be shy and promising it will feel good. Flustered, Zheng Hao hesitantly steps closer. Even she seems surprised by his sudden willingness, her cheeks reddening. She pushes him gently onto the bed and tells him to relax while she handles everything. Moments later, Zheng Hao realizes she is genuinely massaging his back, his confusion obvious. Kyan Qian giggles, teasing him about what he thought was going to happen. Embarrassed, Zheng Hao asks if she is not cold dressed like that. Chen Chen continues massaging, saying she enjoys wearing such clothes and hopes he does too. He admits he likes it, but worries aloud about losing control. Kyan Qian laughs, confessing she feared he might be uncomfortable, then sits beside him softly. Growing thoughtful, she says there is a reason she behaves this way tied to her past. There is an unspoken barrier in her heart when it comes to him. She promises to explain someday and asks for patience as she takes things step by step. The next morning, Zheng Hao wakes to a notification sound. While half asleep, he squints at his phone. He realizes he must have fallen asleep during Chen Chen's massage. Opening his messages, he freezes at Nan's text offering him submission if he cannot handle the pressure. Defiance sparks in his eyes as he vows never to become someone's trophy husband. At school, Zheng Hao hums sadly, his sorrowful voice drawing whispers from classmates. Before questions arise, Yahello bursts in with her usual cheer. Zheng Hao jokes about her oversized backpack, asking why it is so large. She opens it, revealing piles of sparkling jewelry that leave him stunned. Yahello proudly explains they are valuable heirlooms, especially a diamond gold ring. Zheng Hao feels his soul nearly leave his body as he stares. He asks if she took these without permission and insists she must seek approval to avoid trouble. Yahello's smile fades as she asks if he is upset, saying she only wanted to help. Zheng Hao reassures her gently, thanking her but urging caution. If she truly wants to help, he says, he can introduce him to a family member skilled in antique appraisal. Yahello nods seriously, promising to handle it. Days later, Zheng Hao visits an antique shop to meet Aunt Yang Fan. Upon entering, everyone stares as the receptionist whispers about Aunt Yang Fan being in charge. The aunt recognizes him as Yahello's friend, piquing her curiosity. Zheng Hao asks for privacy, explaining the matter is serious. She agrees and summons her apprentice Mu Hong, who insists on examining the fragments in the back. Zheng Hao unwraps the broken pieces carefully. Aunt Yang Fan nearly faints, recognizing the imperial bowl auctioned for 200 million yuan. Zheng Hao stands stunned, muttering about his terrible luck. Mu Hong marvels, joking that she never expected the buyer to be such a handsome young man. Zheng Hao clarifies he is not the buyer and asks if restoration is possible. Aunt Yang Fan sighs, saying repair is possible but will reduce its value. Mu Hong smiles brightly, offering her card and promising top-quality restoration. Before leaving, she boldly invites him to lunch. Zheng Hao accepts politely, already sensing trouble. Later, Zheng Hao heads to the restaurant, where he waits for Mu Hong to arrive. She appears, he notices she has dressed deliberately. As they approach the counter, the receptionist announces a 50% discount for couples. She even winks at Mu Hong knowingly, clicks instantly for Zheng Hao that this was planned as a date, much to his annoyance. Whispers spread as people admire the handsome pair walking together. Mu Hong blushes at the attention, while Zheng Hao feels painfully awkward. With no graceful escape, he resigns himself to enduring the situation for now. What Zheng Hao fails to notice is that a scruffy-looking young woman is observing them from afar, her gaze sharp and filled with doubt. Mu Hong hurriedly offers an apology. She explains she never expected to draw so many eyes and only wanted the couple discount. Zheng Hao brushes it off as unimportant and chooses to address the real matter. He asks what price the shattered plate might fetch, and the girl replies that it could easily reach millions, adding that the last time it sold for such a sum was after it had been stolen. Their discussion is abruptly interrupted when the same rough girl storms straight toward them. Her name is Mu Qingyun, Mu Hong's older sister, and without any restraint she begins flirting with Zheng Hao, joking that her sister shouldn't hoard such an adorable guy and ought to share. Mu Hong immediately defends Zheng Hao and demands to know why her sister has shown up. Yun pays her no attention and keeps scanning Zheng Hao from head to toe. She jokes that he could probably be sold for a fortune, but before she can finish, Mu Hong strikes her across the face and sharply orders her to shut her mouth. Zheng Hao is utterly embarrassed. Women always seem to clash wherever he goes, and now it's happening again, making him regret ever stepping outside. King Yun, however, reacts with fury and commands her followers to attack her own sister. Zheng Hao watches in disbelief as the scene descends into chaos, unsure how a calm exchange turned violent so fast. As he realizes the two women are sisters, he's stunned, yet he still needs Mu Hong's help to sell the damaged plate. He finally intervenes and orders King Yun to stop assaulting her sister. King Yun bristles at being challenged, especially by a man, and snaps at Zheng Hao to mind his own business. Zheng Hao understands there's no avoiding a fight now. He lunges forward and unleashes a fierce kick that sends King Yun crashing down. In mere moments, he overwhelms every thug present, leaving them groaning and scattered across the ground. grabs Mu Hong and urges her to flee, warning that staying is too dangerous. She refuses and explains that her sister is connected to the mafia, meaning Zhang Hao must escape before things spiral further, assuring him she will handle what remains. Not wanting any more trouble, Zhang Hao reluctantly agrees. He hails a taxi and gets inside, believing he's finally out of danger. What he doesn't realize is that King Yun's men are already tracking him, plotting something far worse, his abduction. Before long, Zhang Hao is bound in a gloomy basement while the gang leader rewards her subordinate for the capture. Zhang Hao looks oddly calm, eyes fixed on the floor. That changes when a sharp-eyed woman approaches with a cigarette dangling from her lips, hardened by street life and brimming with confidence. She smirks and boasts that her wealth allows her to collect handsome men like him and profit from them. One henchman laughs and suggests increasing the price, since the woman who wants him will surely pay extra for such a beauty. They are clearly referring to Nan, who has taken a clear interest in Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao calmly says he has no intention of provoking them and asks to be released, claiming he seeks neither revenge nor trouble. But the leader scoffs and says earning money this way is her business. It suddenly dawns on Zhang Hao that these are the same gangsters he fought earlier, and he knows he must plan an escape before matters worsen. The leader steps closer and proposes a deal if he agrees to belong to her. Zhang Hao laughs openly at her, saying he dislikes domineering women, then teasingly corrects himself that he actually does, but insists on testing her strength first. The men behind her burst into laughter and suggest fighting him to see what he's made of. Even the leader looks thrilled by the challenge, clearly eager for a fight. Meanwhile, Nan's assistant reports that everyone is ready and awaiting orders. Nan listens calmly and smiles, saying they'll move the instant she gives the signal because she's prepared to rescue her man. Back in the basement, Zhang Hao confronts the gang, the fight shifting from 2 against 1 to a single duel as he stands firm. He observes their movements with sharp focus, realizing their numbers are far greater than expected. He decides survival depends on exploiting their ignorance of his true strength, striking swiftly before they can react. The leader mocks him and asks if he's prepared to lose. She suddenly charges at him with everything she has. Zhang Hao narrowly dodges the strike and sprints across the room. Everyone assumes he's fleeing to grab a weapon, which is exactly what he does. In the next instant, he seizes a metal rod and hurls it straight toward the leader. He sidesteps effortlessly, laughing as she taunts his clever tricks and boasts that her street fighting experience will crush him. What she fails to see is that Zhang Hao has already closed the distance. In a flash, he swings the rod again, smashing it against her hands. He snarls through clenched teeth, livid, and lashes out with a kick, forcing Zhang Hao to stagger back. He realizes he's truly enraged her now. Silence falls as everyone recognizes Zhang Hao isn't just a handsome face. He's a real fighter. Panic spreads among the gang as they shout for him to surrender, insisting they don't want to damage him and upset the buyer. Zhang Hao grins and offers to spare them if they let him go. They mock him loudly, far too arrogant to believe the threat. Zhang Hao sighs, says they've left him no option, and invites them all to attack at once. Meanwhile, Mu Hong is restrained in another room, battered and drained after her sister's abuse. She tries reasoning with them by warning that Zhang Hao must be well connected to carry such a valuable plate. Her sister and the others scoff at her, claiming she's bluffing while their men are already handling Zhang Hao. At that moment, Qin Yang shoves the door open. She sees stops her cold. Something horrific has occurred. Qin Fong arrives just in time to witness the devastation inside. Zhang Hao stands firm at the center of the room. His clothes are ripped and his face dirty, yet he looks heroic as every gang member lies defeated around him. She struggles to comprehend the sight before yet another door crashes open. Nan storms in with her men, heels clicking sharply, and the gang leader turns ghostly pale as Nan's voice rings out. Nan demands to know who dared kidnap her man, surveys the wreckage with approval, smiles slightly, and praises Zhang Hao for proving her faith in him. Her gaze then fixes on the broken remains of the $200 million antique, and her smile disappears in an instant. She approaches Qin Fong with icy composure and declares that both the man and the antique belong to her, reminding everyone of the fate of those who touch Nan's possessions. Qin Fong collapses to her knees in terror, bowing and begging forgiveness while claiming ignorance. Nan shakes her head, saying pleas are useless now since Qin Fong kidnapped the future head of the V family, and there is no undoing that. Nan announces her family will seize all shops under Qin Fong's control, strip her of status and inheritance, and leave her with nothing. Only then might Nan's anger fade as Qin Fong's eyes fill with dread. Qin Fong screams, asking if Nan truly intends to give everything to Mu Hong, her frail sister, insisting Mu Hong deserves nothing. She shouts that if humiliation is Nan's goal, she should just kill her now. As the argument escalates, Zhang Hao notices subtle movement behind them, one defeated thug struggling to rise. But he quickly realizes it's only a diversion. Fang suddenly slips a knife from her sleeve and lunges toward Nan in a split second. Another gang member, silent until now, steps forward and intercepts the strike. In a single fluid motion, he slams her down and snaps her neck before anyone can react. The room goes deathly quiet. Nan remains unfazed. She steps over the body and walks straight toward Zheng Hao. She studies him with amusement and pride, remarking she never expected him to defeat so many women alone. Zheng Hao exhales deeply and admits he retracts his earlier words. He acknowledges she built her power through ruthless methods and now sees she orchestrated everything, using him as a pawn to seize the Mu family fortune. Nan frowns slightly and asks if he truly believes she's that calculating. Zheng Hao meets her eyes and replies they haven't known each other long enough for full trust. Nan's annoyance shifts into a sly grin as she steps closer, playfully suggesting they spend more time together to fix that. Zheng Hao realizes his scheme has failed, backs away, and warns Nan not to approach since he's armed. Nan only smirks, confident he would never strike her. Without pausing, she rushes him, and Zheng Hao panics, tightening his grip and swinging the rod at her face. In an instant, Nan punches the rod mid-swing. It bends like soft metal, and Zheng Hao stares in disbelief, his face drained as he wonders if she's even human. Nan stands tall, composed, and sure of herself, telling Zheng Hao to come along, while he hesitates and searches for an excuse. All he manages to ask is why she seems so furious. He knows he stands no chance against her, and decides it's wiser not to anger her further. He explains he's worn out from fighting and only wants to grab a taxi home, rest up and deal with things another day. Nan doesn't even pretend to consider his request, instead promising him a far more luxurious ride. Zheng Hao keeps resisting, but Nan's patience quickly runs thin. With effortless strength, she hoists him onto her shoulder like he weighs nothing, patting him and telling him to relax like a good boy, leaving him utterly humiliated. Zheng Hao can only sigh as she carries him outside and places him into her helicopter, ordering her secretary to handle the mess behind them. Moments later, she takes off, leaving the disorder far below. Zheng Hao sits there simmering, feeling less like a man and more like cargo. As he looks down at the world beneath them, his anger slowly fades. He spots Muhang below, her face devastated, having just watched her sister die, and the sight strikes him deeply. Turning to Nan, he asks how she can possibly live with blood on her hands. Nan replies coldly that Qin Yun attacked first, and she merely defended herself. Zheng Hao doesn't believe her explanation in the slightest. Seeing his doubt, she explains those gang members were dangerous, harassing him repeatedly, and if she hadn't stopped them now, they would have gone too far. She insists this will teach people not to target him, especially those who wanted to harm him for greed or desire. She also reminds him that the gang had been kidnapping students and selling them off, so they received only what they deserved. Zheng Hao remains unimpressed, warning her not to act innocent since she kidnaps him constantly as well. Nan chuckles softly, saying it only happens because he never answers her calls, forcing her into extreme measures. Zheng Hao sighs and asks if she can ever behave normally, even once. Nan's expression finally softens. In a quieter voice, she asks if Qin Yun was truly so awful to him, because if so, then Nan must look just as bad in his eyes. Her voice trembles slightly, and Zheng Hao feels a pang of guilt, not wanting to wound her. He admits she isn't a bad person, especially since she saved him more than once. Nan smiles, her usual arrogance melting into something gentler, her cheeks growing warm. She leans closer until her breath brushes his skin, teasing him softly and whispering that he must have double standards. She playfully grazes his ear with her tongue, leaving Zheng Hao completely frozen in place. Before he can protest or joke again, she kisses him deeply, slow and intense with passion. Zheng Hao's thoughts spin into confusion. The helicopter touches down soon after. Nan carries him inside her home, lays him gently on her bed, and tells him not to move. Nan stands over Zheng Hao, and the poor boy fears she might devour him whole. He pleads with her to stop, but Nan is overwhelmed with desire and can't restrain herself. She abandons all reason and rushes at Zheng Hao with fierce passion. Zheng Hao, caught off guard, reminds her she has saved his life countless times, and now he must repay her somehow, arguing he has already allowed far more kisses than he should. Nan insists a kiss is only the beginning, saying she needs more of him, more warmth, more closeness. She leans down and begins kissing and tasting his neck, believing her long-awaited moment has arrived. Zheng Hao remains stiff, half embarrassed yet half captivated. He tries to stop her, but Nan only pauses briefly. Then she teases him, claiming his body responds just like her other companions. Zheng Hao blushes in humiliation, because despite his protests, his body is still reacting to Nan's pace and pull. Nan murmurs that he should simply choose her, claiming she can fulfill him emotionally, physically, and even with money. Zheng Hao wavers for a brief instant, the temptation stronger than he wants to admit. At the same time, Yahello gets an unexpected call from her aunt at the antique store, warning that Nan has taken Zheng Hao away. Yahello instantly feels uneasy, disliking the news deeply. She quickly orders her butler to summon everyone, declaring she has an urgent matter and someone crucial to rescue. Back with Zhang Hao, he attempts to take control again, telling Nan she must agree to one simple demand if she wants to date him. Nan smiles sweetly and agrees without hesitation. Zhang Hao says she only needs to sit on his lap, rest against his shoulder, and remain there for 3 minutes. He promises he won't touch her, only wanting her to sit quietly like a well-behaved girl. Nan lifts an eyebrow in confusion, saying it sounds strange, and she doesn't understand his purpose. Zhang Hao insists it is his condition, and if she wants to please him, she must comply. Nan realizes he is far more cunning than she thought, yet before she can react, she gives in and settles onto his lap, her cheeks turning pink as her voice softens, enjoying it despite her shyness. Zhang Hao is startled, never expecting her to actually follow through instead of mocking him. Nan tries to mask her blush, saying it's only a few minutes and she can endure it. Zhang Hao stays motionless, thinking it strangely pleasant, though nothing compares to when Yahello sat there before. Suddenly, Nan's assistant storms in, frantic and shouting that something is wrong at the entrance. The instant she notices what she has interrupted, her glasses almost slip off as shock freezes her completely. Nan erupts furiously, demanding how she dared enter during such a private moment, losing all composure before the minutes pass. Nan hears the secretary's report, already aware she has made a terrible mistake, while the trembling girl apologizes desperately as Nan rubs her temple with a growing headache. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao drifts into his own thoughts. He recalls how in his past life, his company's CEO was an obsessive workaholic. That woman was always secluded, chasing flawless perfection, and Nan's resemblance feels eerily familiar. In this life, Nan is the same, leaning back and demanding to know what emergency justified the interruption. The secretary nervously explains that a young woman from the Min family has arrived, insisting on seeing Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's eyes widen in disbelief that Yahello truly came, while Nan's expression darkens in annoyance. Nan dismisses it as unnecessary information, scolding the secretary for failing to handle it herself. The secretary hesitates, explaining Yahello is General Min's granddaughter, so she assumed it mattered. Nan's patience finally breaks. She fires the secretary instantly, declaring her unfit to remain employed. Nan sharply adds that the grandfather retired long ago, so there are no soldiers left to fear. She then orders Zhang Hao to follow her to find out what Yahello wants. Zhang Hao senses Nan's anger and grows anxious, knowing disaster always follows when the two women meet. Walking toward the entrance feels like stepping into yet another nightmare. Outside, Yahello is already causing chaos, shouting that they must release Zhang Hao or she will call the police. When Zhang Hao asks why she's there, Yahello answers sincerely that she came to rescue him. The words stir Zhang Hao deeply, touched by how much she cares. Nan scoffs, calling it ridiculous, insisting her mafia ties saved him from kidnapping, and blaming Yahello for endangering his life. Nan declares that from now on Zhang Hao will train in martial arts only with her, and Yahello must stay away. Zhang Hao tries calming things, telling Yahello not to listen, and scolding Nan for her deadly glare. But it is already too late. Yahello is seething with anger. She shrugs off her jacket and challenges Nan, asking if she truly believes herself unbeatable. Nan smirks and agrees, saying it is time to finish the fight begun last time. Tension builds until Zhang Hao cuts in, exhausted and frustrated. He announces they can fight all they want, because he is going home instead. That jolts Nan, who rushes after him, insisting she will accompany him. Soon the arguing resumes, both women fighting over who will take Zhang Hao home. Zhang Hao finally snaps, saying he doesn't need Nan's help since he already called an Uber. He adds that being around her feels suffocating, and he only wants peace at home to earn money streaming. Yahello sticks her tongue out playfully at Nan like a mischievous child. Gesture drives Nan absolutely insane. Nan orders her guards to stop the vehicle immediately, then flings a stack of cash at the driver, declaring she has bought the taxi outright. Nan hops into the driver's seat herself, claiming it's more private, and she will drive Zhang Hao home. Zhang Hao leans back in disbelief, thinking Nan may be the most impossible woman alive. Later at home, Chen Qin waits on his bed, teasing him about staring so intensely when she looks so attractive. Zhang Hao quickly brushes it off, claiming he is just working on a mind map. In truth, he is secretly texting Nan, who remains furious and refuses to leave him alone. Only hours earlier, after dropping him off, Nan warned him not to forget about returning the ball, demanded he bring it back as soon as he finished repairing it. Zhang Hao had asked if she would also forgive his enormous $100 million debt. Nan replied she would erase it even if her entire family collapsed. Zhang Hao felt that response was far too extreme. Yahello, sitting in the backseat, had grown uncomfortable and asked Nan to let her out. Nan coldly refused, saying Yuehua didn't belong in that area and would instead drop Zhang Hao at the station so the issue wouldn't concern him anymore. Now in the present, Nan keeps texting him to rest and stop overworking, but Zhang Hao insists he will repay her quickly. Just then, Yuehua messages him that she arrived home safely. Zhang Hao responds that they should avoid each other for a while, promising to treat her to a meal next time. After all the madness, Zhang Hao finally sighs in relief, thinking the day's chaos is over and his burdens are lifted. The moment he relaxes, another literal weight falls onto him. Looking up, he sees Kyankin leaning close, her chest pressing against him as she offers a massage. Without waiting, she kneads his shoulders gently, scolding him for exhausting himself just to earn money. Zhang Hao groans in mixed pleasure and fatigue, realizing how comforting Chen Chen's massage is. Suddenly, their mother calls Chen Chen from the other room. Chen Chen waves goodbye to Zhang Hao. She heads into her mother's room instead. There she finds her mother frowning while flipping through a pile of books. One after another, the books thud onto the table. Chen Xin's horror. They are romance novels about two women falling in love. Panicking, she rushes to hide them, insisting her mother misunderstand nothing, claiming a friend planted them as a prank. Her mother squints suspiciously, asking if Chen Chen might actually be one of those girls. Kyankin denies it instantly, stammering that she is not that kind of person, but before she can explain, something slips out from one of the books. A pair of women's underwear tumbles onto the floor. Her mother's face flushes crimson with anger. In seconds, she smacks Chen Chen on the head. She warns her harshly to find a boyfriend soon or face serious consequences. Once her mother finally storms out, Chen Chen exhales shakily in relief. Holding her head, she smiles faintly, satisfied that everything happened exactly as intended. Mother's suspicions are now stronger than ever, which means her hidden feelings for Zhang Hao remain safe. And with her mother distracted, Kyankin can move closer without obstacles. The next school day, chaos erupts the moment Zhang Hao walks through the gates. A swarm of excited fans rushes him, shouting and snapping photos like he's a celebrity, while Zhang Hao looks exhausted trying to flee. Some diehard supporters even stand guard proudly, claiming they will protect him. Zhang Hao knows the truth. These girls are no safer than the rest. Just then Yilong appears grinning widely, saying he's glad Zhang Hao is back, while Zhang Hao laughs that missing one day wasn't dramatic. Yilong tells him not to slack off, admitting he was worried Zhang Hao was sick and even planned to visit his house. Zhang Hao quickly says he was in a rough fight recently and needed a full day to recover and rest. What he leaves out is that he also had to deal with a troublesome relative at home, someone who tormented him with non-stop teasing and playful mischief. Zhang Hao nearly lost his sanity trying to stay composed. Yet deep down, part of him actually enjoyed being home that much. Yilong notices his odd smile and asks what's on his mind. Zhang Hao only replies that he remembered something pleasant. Yilong shifts the topic, complimenting Zhang Hao's gaming talent and saying his recent streams have been incredible. Zhang Hao looks shocked, asking if Yilong truly watches his broadcasts since he assumed streaming wasn't his interest. Yilong proudly says he even told Yuehua about it. When they glance toward her, Yuehua looks completely drained, with dark circles heavy beneath her eyes. Zhang Hao asks why she didn't sleep at all last night. Yuehua admits she stayed up binge-watching all his older live streams until she lost track of time. Both boys are stunned. Zhang Hao scolds her gently, insisting she shouldn't do that again and must go rest. Yuehua only smiles, saying she wanted to know everything about him and it was worth it. Zhang Hao sighs, clearly worried for her health. As usual, Yilong throws an arm around Zhang Hao in a proud, friendly embrace. Yuehua joins in too, leaving Zhang Hao both embarrassed and amused. Later, the three walk together, chatting casually along the way. Yilong suddenly remembers they must buy swimsuits for upcoming swimming lessons. Zhang Hao groans instantly, already imagining Yilong choosing something absurdly flashy and feminine. Refusing to let his friend destroy his dignity, Zhang Hao insists on coming to help pick something normal. He tells Yuehua to go home and rest, but she shakes her head, saying she already slept during class and can shop too. Zhang Hao then remembers Yuehua still can't swim. When he asks about it, she admits she has tried several times, but always ends up swallowing too much water. Zhang Hao chuckles softly and promises he'll teach her every Friday from now on. Yuehua blushes brightly, but nods with happiness. With that, all three head toward the shopping mall together. Meanwhile, across town, Chen Chen sits in a warm coffee shop, waiting with her usual calm smile. A tall, charming man walks in confidently, greeting her cheerfully as her blind date, Liang Xian. Xian immediately boasts about how boyfriends in his city cost $50,000 to $100,000, claiming hiring staff is best for raising children, while admitting he barely works himself. Chen Chen listens half-heartedly as he rambles on with ridiculous demands. In her mind, she thinks blind dates are exhausting, and she'd rather be anywhere else. Her phone buzzes with Zhang Hao texting that he's at the mall buying swimsuits. Chen Chen quickly replies, offering to pick him up if it gets late. Truthfully, she only wants to be with Zhang Hao, not trapped with this self-centered man craving attention. She glances at Xian in boredom and casually asks what his special talent is. Xian smirks arrogantly and says his talent is simply being handsome. Chen Chen lets out a small laugh, unable to take him seriously. She remembers the time she asked Zhang Hao the same question, answered with confidence and sincerity. That was when she truly saw him as a real man. Compared to that, this guy feels childish and shallow. Yet her mother refuses to see Zhang Hao the same way, only pushing her to date whoever appears. Qian forces a polite smile, saying she'll consider his demands, though she knows there's no connection at all. Her heart is far away. Back at the mall, Zhang Hao was right. Yilong is trying on the most ridiculous swimsuit imaginable. It looks so flashy and feminine that Zhang Hao can barely hide his laughter. Grateful he came to prevent disaster. Just then, Yuan walks in, eyes sparkling as she compliments Yilong's physique. Yilong panics, yelling at her to keep her perverted gaze away. Yuan laughs, saying she needs swimsuits too, offering to help them choose outfits that flatter while teasing with just enough skin. In truth, she's behaving as usual, hoping to see them in revealing clothes. Both Zhang Hao and Yilong sense her shameless intentions. Yilong looks horrified, convinced she will steal their remaining dignity. He quickly suggests they split up, pick swimsuits separately, then regroup later. Yuan sighs in disappointment, realizing she got no photos. Then Yuehua approaches, asking Yuan for help finding something nice for herself. Yuan's face lights up again, eagerly asking what Yuehua wants. As they browse, Yuan asks if Yuehua has been using the social tricks she taught her to make friends. Yuehua smiles warmly, saying they've worked very well. The girls share a friendly hug, showing their growing closeness, though Yuan's influence is slowly corrupting Yuehua's innocence. After a moment, Yuan asks if Yuehua has anything else to confess. Yuehua hesitates, cheeks turning pink. She softly admits that she likes Zhang Hao. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao suddenly realizes he left Yuehua alone with Yuan, the class pervert. Panic strikes and he rushes to intervene, but before he can, his eyes catch Yuan wearing an extremely thin swimsuit, shamelessly flaunting her body. Zhang Hao feels both embarrassed and overwhelmed. He wonders if all the girls dress this boldly these days. He then worries Yuan picked something outrageous for Yuehua too. If so, they're doomed, since Yuehua never refuses her. Yuan admits that's exactly what happened. Zhang Hao immediately demands to know where Yuehua is. Yuan innocently points out she's just in the fitting room trying things on. They head toward the dressing area together. Zhang Hao calls out, asking Yuehua if she's all right. Yuehua hides behind the curtain, shyly saying she's fine, though swimsuits feel strange to her. She doesn't understand why stockings are necessary with a swimsuit. Yuan launches into an explanation, claiming stockings are normal for warmth. He adds that studies show men love women wearing them. Zhang Hao instantly proves her point, finding Yuehua's white stockings surprisingly attractive. Yuan takes advantage, pairing them with a black swimsuit to highlight Yuehua's cuteness while making it enticing. Yuehua blushes deeply, feeling mortified, but when she steps out, she looks absolutely stunning. Every boy nearby stares with jaws dropped. Yuan beams proudly at her masterpiece. She even pulls out another skimpy garment, urging Yuehua to try it next. Before Yuehua can respond, Zhang Hao snatches it away, calling it disgraceful and declaring Yuehua will never wear such a thing. He feels overwhelmed by all the revealing outfits. He quickly changes the subject, saying they must hurry or risk being late for dinner. Yuan, Zhang Hao, and Yilong bicker non-stop while Yuehua watches quietly. He remembers Yuan confessing earlier that she has feelings for Zhang Hao and plans to fully confess soon. Yuehua knows Zhang Hao will likely reject her, but believes Yuan must speak her heart or regret it forever. At the same time, Yuehua realizes she must face her own crush before it's too late. Just as promised, Yuan finally confronts her feelings directly. She admits she loved Zhang Hao from the first moment, begging for a chance, voice shaking as she vows to become worthy despite her flaws. Zhang Hao listens quietly, almost uninterested, suspecting she only wanted to meet him to say this. Like tearing off a bandage, he bluntly tells her it will never work between them. He hates emotional drama. Yuan thinks his rejection is too harsh since he doesn't even hesitate. Zhang Hao explains it's not her fault, but his, believing short pain is kinder than lasting heartbreak. He softens slightly, offering friendship if she wishes. That's when Yuan realizes she was played. Back in class, Zhang Hao feels guilty for making a girl cry. Then Yilong approaches shyly, and Zhang Hao asks what's wrong. Yilong explains someone invited him to the Grove Sanctuary today. Zhang Hao assumes it's a trap or a fight, so he decides to go along. Yilong clarifies it's a girl who has written him love letters for years, and now wants to finally meet. Zhang Hao can't believe it, thinking confessions are happening everywhere lately, even suspecting Yilong might be targeted by some weirdo. But seeing Yilong's dreamy smile, he realizes his friend is already in trouble. Yilong keeps talking about giving the girl a chance. Zheng Hao agrees to accompany him, but only to keep watch and make sure nothing goes wrong. Before long, Zheng Hao, Yuehua, and Yilong duck behind a nearby pole to stay hidden. They secretly watch the girl who has been sending all those letters. She looks dangerously fixated, and Zheng Hao fears things could spiral quickly. Yilong wonders why Yuehua came along, and Zheng Hao explains that as a girl, she could step in if the other one went too far. Yilong nods firmly and declares he will reject her immediately. Yet when he finally approaches her, his nerves take over and he bolts away instead. At the same time, Yuehua softly asks Zheng Hao what it truly means to like someone. Zheng Hao answers that it differs depending on the individual. For him, it's when someone stays in your heart no matter how hard you try to forget. If you can't release them, that's what real liking feels like. Yuehua listens intently, almost ready to confess her own emotions for Zheng Hao, when something sudden interrupts. Glance up just in time to see the girl boldly confess her love to Yilong, then press a kiss on him. Both Zheng Hao and Yilong stand completely frozen. Horrified and repulsed, Yilong shoves her away, accidentally striking her face. His lips split open, and panic hits him as he realizes he just hit a girl. He stumbles back into Zheng Hao's arms, sobbing that his first kiss was stolen. The girl collapses to her knees, apologizing wildly, saying she lost control and couldn't stop herself. She pleads for another chance, but Yilong refuses, insisting he never gives second chances and orders her to go. Later, Yilong drowns his frustration in alcohol, yelling that women are all worthless. Zheng Hao tries to settle him down, repeatedly pulling the bottle away and telling him to drink water instead of spewing nonsense. Yilong stubbornly claims he isn't drunk at all. He turns toward Yuehua, accusing her of failing to rescue him from that humiliating kiss. He bursts into tears again, clutching his chest and crying that his innocence is gone forever. Zheng Hao realizes his friend has completely snapped. Yuehua lets out a tired sigh, saying they're far too drunk to return home. Their parents would explode if they saw them like this, so she invites them to stay at her place overnight until they sober up. Zheng Hao turns to Kaienkin in confusion, asking why she even showed up there. Kaienkin looks tense and admits she was so worried about him it felt unbearable, like she might die if she didn't check on him. Zheng Hao sighs, telling her he isn't a child and can handle himself. But as he speaks, he notices Yilong acting strangely distant and silent. Zheng Hao raises an eyebrow, but decides to head to class anyway. Chen Chen, still unsettled, glances over at Yuehua and asks again who the girl beside him is, since she has never seen her before. Zheng Hao calmly introduces Yuehua. Kaienkin smiles sweetly, but her eyes remain cold. She explains she is Zheng Hao's stepsister, her voice carrying hidden meaning. Seeing how important Kaienkin is to Zheng Hao, Yuehua steps forward politely, introducing herself as one of Zheng Hao's close friends. She says they spend a lot of time together, her tone gentle but firm. Kaienkin keeps her pleasant smile, but inside she burns with anger. She immediately senses Yuehua's love for Zheng Hao and it enrages her. Wanting to prove her claim, Chen Chen moves closer, far too close, and loops her arms around Zheng Hao. He stiffens as she leans in, whispering in his ear that they will talk privately in his room tonight. Yuehua's face shifts instantly. Jealousy flares inside her heart twisting as she watches Chen Chen's deliberate display. Flustered, Zheng Hao tells Kaienkin she doesn't need to whisper such things in public, which only worsens the awkwardness. Kaienkin smirks and steps away, satisfied for the moment, leaving Zheng Hao and Yuehua standing in stunned silence. She walks off. She thinks to herself that time is running short. If she doesn't act soon, someone else may take Zheng Hao away from her. Later, Zheng Hao finally can't endure the tension any longer. He looks at both friends and asks what's wrong with them. They were fine this morning, but now they look haunted. Long speaks first, admitting that ever since seeing Kaienkin, he has felt deeply uneasy. Zheng Hao's eyes widen as realization hits. Yilong might actually like Chen Chen, and he doesn't know how to respond. He quickly turns to Yuehua and asks why she seems so downhearted. Yuehua hesitates, then softly admits she feels jealous. Zheng Hao is caught completely off guard. She explains that even though he and Chen Chen are step-siblings, they are far too close, and it unsettles her. She adds that they live together and share so much time, and she wishes she could be the one beside him like that. Zheng Hao laughs awkwardly, trying to ease the mood. Then Yilong jumps in saying he wants to live with Chen Chen too, making everything worse. Zheng Hao hurriedly changes the subject before it spirals. At night, Zheng Hao returns home completely drained. He calls out for his family, but the house is silent. He decides to make up for yesterday's chaos by doing a long live stream tonight, since staying at Yuehua's disrupted his schedule. But just as he sets up his equipment, a sharp scream pierces the air upstairs. His stomach drops. The sound is coming from Chen Chen's room. He rushes in and freezes in horror. Inside, Chen Chen's mother is whipping her with a belt, screaming that she will kill her. Zheng Hao is horrified. demanding to know why his mother is doing this to poor Kyankin, who is now crying out in agony. Steps between them, saying she can talk to him if she wants, but she must not hurt Kyankin so cruelly. His mother, however, is furious and orders him to stay out of it, declaring that today is the last day Kyankin will live. Zheng Hao is left speechless, but eventually their fight comes to an end. Chen Chen lies on her bed, clearly suffering in pain. Zheng Hao sits beside her, gently bandaging her wounds and asking her to be patient with him. Cheng Xin apologizes for being troublesome since she cannot apply the medicine herself. Zheng Hao says it's fine, but admits he feels shy treating so much exposed. Still, as he studies her injuries, he realizes their mother went far too extreme. Kyankin's body is covered in bruises and painful infections. Zheng Hao feels a heavy ache in his chest seeing her like this. He asks what she did to anger their mother so badly, secretly wondering if it was about the earlier kiss, but it was. Cheng Xin takes a shaky breath and confesses she is a lesbian. She tells him she has always been drawn to girls instead of boys. She explains she grew up hating boys but didn't want to seem abnormal, so she forced herself to try liking them. That's why she worked so hard to get close to him, hoping she could change. But she can't. She is a lesbian and it isn't something she can control. Zheng Hao exhales slowly, feeling both relief and sadness. Relief because he finally understands, sadness because she never liked him the way he thought. Chen Chen admits she hates being this way and wishes she could just be normal. Zheng Hao stays beside her, saying he understands her struggle. He asks him to keep her secret, saying it would be too shameful if others found out. Zheng Hao promises not to tell anyone, but he also knows he cannot let Kyankin remain trapped in self-hatred. He wants to help her somehow, so he searches online for others who have experienced the same thing. He finds posts where girls claim that living with a man slowly helped them develop feelings for men over time. Some even say they eventually became straight again after growing close to someone they trusted. Reading this, Zheng Hao starts thinking that breaking her emotional wall through affection might help Chen Chen too. He believes that if anyone can show her the better side of men, it would be him. So he goes back to her room to speak with her about it. When he enters, he sees her condition has worsened. She sits there cursing herself, tears streaming down her face, and Zheng Hao feels even more sympathy. He shows her the post he discovered. Chen Chen looks at it and admits maybe it could actually work, but she refuses to let anyone else know her secret. There is no one she trusts enough. Then, half joking and half broken, she tells Zheng Hao to leave before she spreads her disease to him too. But Zheng Hao, with his gentle heart, decides he wants to help her regardless. He tells Chen Chen that he will be the one to try. He stares at him in shock mixed with gratitude, unable to believe someone would sacrifice so much for her. Zheng Hao lightly pinches her cheek, trying to coax out a smile, saying they can go slowly since they have already hugged and kissed before. Places his hand over hers and asks if she feels anything. He gently pushes her back onto the bed and asks again if she senses something now. Chen Chen, blushing and sweating, looks away and lies that she feels nothing at all. But her trembling voice reveals something deep inside definitely stirs. Cheng Xin insists it all feels meaningless, claiming again she feels nothing, not even from a handsome man like him. Zheng Hao realizes her situation is more serious than he imagined, suspecting it may be psychological. Meanwhile, Kyankin panics internally because Zheng Hao actually initiated things, and he looked unbelievably cute hovering over her. Zheng Hao calmly says he will return to his room, and she should change and come see him later. He promises he will do whatever he can to help her feel more comfortable. As expected, Zheng Hao sits in his room searching for ideas when a teasing voice suggests he should wear something sexy, like lingerie. There is no way he could ever wear something like that, even if it killed him. Instead, he chooses a short-sleeved outfit. He figures black and white are colors women like, and maybe they could excite her the way stockings might. He hopes his clothing choice for tonight will actually work. Soon, he lies on his bed when Xiangxin softly calls his name. He opens his eyes and sees her standing in a red sleeping suit, looking almost like a goddess, and he jolts in surprise. Kyankin quickly quiets him down, reminding him her parents are asleep. Zheng Hao is amazed she slipped in without a sound, almost like a stealthy ninja. They settle down side by side, and Zheng Hao suggests they cuddle for a bit before drifting off like normal. Chen Chen's cheeks flush in the soft moonlight. Even though his face is barely visible, his outfit still looks incredibly attractive, making her pulse race. Even so, she forces herself to remain steady and not lose control. She inhales deeply and switches into what she calls her calm, wise mindset, trying hard to stay collected. Lying close together, Zheng Hao softly asks if she feels uncomfortable or disgusted, urging her to answer honestly. He needs clarity about what's going on so he can understand how to move forward. Chen Chen admits she feels nervous butterflies, but she's okay because he's cute, and his effort for her makes her feel deeply touched. She hugs him closer and tells him that if he feels uneasy, he can pull away anytime. Zhang Hao refuses, admitting he enjoys being close to her as well. He thinks Chen Xin is unbelievably thoughtful, still worrying about him even now. Slowly, he begins stroking her back in a gentle, comforting way. Their faces draw nearer until their lips are almost touching. Lion-Kin hadn't expected Zhang Hao to go along so easily, but now he seems completely absorbed. She notices his cool, faint scent. He's been restraining himself for so long, not wanting to ruin what they share. Now the temptation feels almost impossible to resist. He shyly asks her to hold his hands and arms since girls seem to like that. Then he mentions he'll roll his sleeves down. Lion-Kin nearly loses her composure. Her breathing speeds up as she stares at his arms, trying not to reveal how eager she is to touch them. Qinchin realizes this is a rare opportunity, and she refuses to let it pass her by. She reaches forward, placing her hand carefully on Zhang Hao's arm and fingers. She can't help thinking that life feels pretty amazing in this moment. Sensation sends a thrill through her, and everything suddenly feels bright and wonderful. But Zhang Hao gently interrupts, warning her not to overdo it. He notices her trembling fingers and worries she might secretly feel uneasy. Lion-Kin insists she's fine. She says she can't retreat after all his effort, and jokingly claims it's so intense she might get a nosebleed. Turning away quickly, she admits she still isn't used to being this close to a guy. To calm her nerves, she repeats her little yoga breathing trick, inhaling slowly to steady herself. Zhang Hao reaches out softly, touching her arm with care. In a quiet voice, he asks if she wants to kiss him. Their last kiss was awkward, but this time feels much more sincere. Chen hesitates, realizing it might not be such a bad idea after all. Tears gather as she laughs softly, saying he's making such a sweet sacrifice for her future. Even through her fake tears, she smiles. Zhang Hao says he would genuinely enjoy kissing her. Lion-Kin's mind goes blank. The thought of him actually wanting to kiss her overwhelms her completely. Without thinking, she leans forward and kisses him with sudden intensity. Zhang Hao freezes in surprise, completely caught off guard, and that's when it sinks in. She realizes she lost control instantly, swept away by feelings she couldn't hold back. Lion-Kin pulls back for air, awkwardly suggesting they should prepare a little first, trying to regain calm. Zhang Hao sits stunned, still processing it all, hoping she isn't using him as a replacement for someone else. Lion-Kin is clearly flustered and burning inside, blurting out that she'll take charge this time. Before he can respond, she kisses him again. What begins as an innocent kiss quickly escalates into a passionate make-out session. Neither of them can stop, both having imagined this moment countless times. When Chen finally pulls away, she's breathless and shaken. She accidentally blurts out another girl's name. Zhang Hao is stunned, beginning to ask who that name belongs to, but before he can finish, Chen Xin kisses him again, stealing his breath and cutting him off completely. This time, Zhang Hao's mind drifts. He notices Chen feels even more tense, as if her thoughts are elsewhere. He seems distracted by someone or something beyond him. Still, the moment remains intense, and he can't deny the kiss feels real. When she finally breaks away, he's left gasping, dazed from the rush. Lion-Kin tries to laugh it off, saying it was awkward but still okay. Zhang Hao, still confused, asks again whose name she spoke and whether she's thinking about another woman. Lion-Kin quickly insists it would have been normal to think of someone else, but her voice betrays her lie, and Zhang Hao notices. He asks if that name belongs to the girl she truly likes, and her silence feels like a Pinocchio moment revealing everything. Zhang Hao suddenly feels guilty, blaming himself for not being enough, thinking maybe he disappointed her. But Chen moves close again, speaking softly, telling him to sleep because he has a long day of school and work tomorrow. Zhang Hao hesitates, then asks quietly if she really does like women. Question makes her stiffen, like he struck a secret nerve. Then she smiles faintly, saying she wouldn't lie, and teasingly adds that if she ever did, she'd accept being his slave forever. She wraps her arms around him, whispering for him to rest, and Zhang Hao finally relaxes, falling asleep feeling like the luckiest man alive. The next morning arrives while Zhang Hao is still sleeping. Chen gently strokes his face, guilt softening her expression. She never wanted to deceive him. She fears he would hate her if he knew the whole truth. The past and their situation trap her, making honesty feel impossible. So she convinces herself to bend the truth just enough to keep him close, promising she'll be twice as kind until one day he might forgive her. Later at school, Zhang Hao wakes up feeling drained. The night before still lingers in his body, leaving him exhausted and sore. What he doesn't realize is that simply arriving at swim class makes him the center of attention. Nearby girls whisper and stare openly at him. His friend stands beside him looking shy and insecure. Zhang Hao laughs, encouraging him to relax and be confident. Then Zhang Hao notices something odd. His fan club has gathered behind him, cheering loudly. He hates being ogled and feels embarrassed by the catcalling. Vinya suggests faking stomach aches to escape, But Zheng Hao firmly shakes his head. He still has a promise to Yuehua to help her swim, and that matters more than avoiding attention. When he reaches the other side of the pool, Yuehua is already there practicing awkwardly, clearly using the wrong technique. He warns her that continuing light that could lead to her drowning again. He tells her they need to warm up properly before real practice begins. They start gentle stretches, and as she moves, Zheng Hao accidentally sneaks a quick glance at her. His heart skips. She looks so beautiful that he feels instantly flustered. He silently thanks his luck she didn't wear the other swimsuit, because he wouldn't be able to look her in the eye. As if reading his thoughts, Yuehua suddenly asks if he truly wanted her to buy that revealing swimsuit. Zheng Hao freezes, completely thrown off guard. Can't believe she guessed so accurately, and before he can answer, Yuehua steps closer, whispering into his ear that if he wants to see it, he can come to her house and she'll wear it for him. Words sound like more than an invitation, and Zheng Hao blushes hard. He tries acting casual, saying extra lessons at her house wouldn't be a problem. But he quickly shakes the thought away as they focus back on the lesson. Yuehua needs to start slowly with the water. Zheng Hao wants her to build confidence step by step. However, Yuehua is bold and jumps in without hesitation. A moment later, she sinks under and begins drowning again. Zheng Hao dives in, pulling her out quickly. She stands trembling, soaked and terrified, making his chest tighten with worry. He gently encourages her to breathe deeply, trying to soothe her panic. Yuehua's eyes are wide with fear as she begs him to hug her, needing warmth and comfort. Zheng Hao can't believe how frightened she looks. It's the first time he's seen her so vulnerable. Yuehua confesses shakily that as a child she once fell into a backyard pool at night and nearly died. Since then, water has terrified her. Zheng Hao finally understands, his heart softening. He agrees she needs comfort and decides to hug her. Before he moves, Yuehua throws herself into his arms, holding him so tightly he can barely breathe. His body stiffens under her grip, and to make things worse, he notices others nearby staring at them. Panicking, Zheng Hao tells the instructor Yuehua has a cramp so people won't misunderstand. The teacher nods and allows them privacy. Later in the locker room, Yuehua is calmer but still shaken. Zheng Hao asks if she feels better and she nods slowly. She admits she still hates pools and feels guilty for disappointing him. Zheng Hao assures her she shouldn't blame herself, saying he pushed her too quickly into facing her fear. Wanting to make up for it, he offers her a massage to help her relax, beginning gently. Yuehua looks away, her cheeks flushing pink. She murmurs that it feels really nice, then quietly adds she doesn't want him focusing on her legs. Instead, she asks him to massage somewhere higher, closer to her neck. Zheng Hao freezes in sudden realization, his face burning bright red. He suddenly shouts in disbelief, wondering where his sweet, innocent friend vanished to. Zheng Hao practically pleads with Yuehua not to let her mind wander, insisting he only wants to give her a simple leg massage. But Yuehua stubbornly refuses, shaking her head firmly. Zheng Hao tries to explain, saying she can't request things like that and definitely shouldn't blurt them out in public. Yuehua tilts her head innocently, asking why it's such a problem. Zheng Hao turns bright red and blurts out that it's wrong, something only couples do, and even they keep it private. He warns her it's inappropriate to say such things around classmates and teachers, and if she doesn't want rumors, she must watch her words. He realizes too late that his tone sounded harsh. Yuehua is already hurt, tears gathering in her eyes. Zheng Hao panics, afraid others will misunderstand, but before he can speak, Yuehua wipes her cheeks and admits she doesn't really mind being a little naughty. Blunt confession shocks Zheng Hao so much his mind goes blank. He thinks if they weren't in public, he'd scold her properly. Zheng Hao tries to reason, saying she doesn't understand how creepy perverts can be. Yuehua doesn't care, only wanting her massage, acting spoiled and uninterested in swimming. So Zheng Hao proposes a deal. If she learns to swim, he'll grant her one wish, as long as it isn't too outrageous. Yuehua agrees instantly, and Zheng Hao realizes she's much sharper than she looks, a pampered, rich girl who knows how to get her way. Meanwhile, over at Feng Hong Group headquarters, Nan is drowning in work, dark circles under her eyes and papers scattered everywhere. She spent the night staring at Zheng Hao's photos and now suffers for it. For once, she's falling behind schedule because she can't stop thinking about him. Temptation grows stronger until she finally gives in. She picks up her phone again, staring at the screen. Thoughts drift back to their intense kiss. At the same moment, someone steps into a nearby elevator, chatting casually with an employee. The woman speaks in a playful, flirty tone as she teases him. Meanwhile, Nan is spaced out, daydreaming about Zheng Hao with a dazed expression. She's so distracted, she doesn't notice a woman who resembles her suddenly snatching the phone away, remarking on her daughter's taste in boys. Nan's eyes widen as she yanks it back, demanding to know why her mother is here. Her mother smiles slyly, saying she only wanted to see what kind of man Nan is chasing these days. Then asks to be introduced to this new type of boy. Nan flushes with embarrassment and tells her mother to stay away from him. Her mother folds her arms, pretending to be insulted, asking if Nan really thinks she'd steal the same man. She claims she's only curious. Nan ends the conversation, telling her to leave. Her mother agrees, but warns her not to nap at her desk or she'll catch a cold. As she walks out of the office, she glances back, shaking her head, knowing Nan has fallen deeply in love and seeing lovesickness as a dangerous weakness. Meanwhile, across the city, a gloomy-looking woman sits alone in a quiet cafe. Zheng Hao passes by and instantly recognizes her as Nan's former assistant. He's shocked her suspension is still ongoing. Remembering how strict Nan was, he feels a bit guilty. Concerned, he approaches and starts talking to her. The assistant looks startled to see him. Zheng Hao smiles warmly, mentioning he learned she and Nan once served as soldiers under Yuehua's grandmother. She nods, confirming it. She adds it's touching Nan has opened up to Zheng Hao, admitting Nan usually confides in no one. Zheng Hao laughs awkwardly, denying it. He jokes Nan is just a talented stalker and he doesn't even know why she's obsessed, especially since she once despised men. The assistant sighs, explaining Nan doesn't hate men for being men but for being weak. She tells of Nan's gentle father who obeyed Nan's mother. After her mother left, her father grew ill and died alone, never visited even at the end. Nan blamed his weakness instead of her mother's coldness, convincing herself men always cling to women, hardening her heart. The assistant says Zheng Hao is different, strong in body and mind, able to handle someone like Nan. Zheng Hao listens silently, sinking into the realization that he's become the man of Nan's dreams. He jokes maybe he should act weak and clingy just to scare her off. The assistant chuckles but suggests he could simply date Nan. She assures him Nan wouldn't mistreat him. She's sentimental, pays her comrades well, and spoils those she cares for. Zheng Hao shakes his head, saying Nan is too domineering and he can't stand being ordered around. He's still speaking when someone suddenly interrupts them. It's Nan's mother. She approaches confidently, saying she'll handle the interview herself. Zheng Hao and the assistant stare, confused, as she greets him with a charming yet intimidating smile. Without hesitation, Nan's mother uses her influence to clear the cafe for privacy. Once alone, she examines Zheng Hao, smirking that her daughter's taste has changed. She comments on his looks and asks if they're dating. Zheng Hao denies it immediately. He laughs, calling him a womanizer with several women chasing him. Zheng Hao keeps calm and asks why she's seeking him out. Mother says she wants a private talk somewhere even quieter. The assistant steps in at once, sensing danger. She lies, claiming Nan already arranged a meeting and she's taking Zheng Hao there, suggesting business be discussed with Nan directly. Nan's mother narrows her eyes, clearly unconvinced. The sharp snap of her fingers, she summons the assistant closer. The woman hesitates but obeys. As soon as she's within reach, Nan's mother strikes her with such force she collapses unconscious. Zheng Hao's mouth goes dry, terrified he might be next. Nan's mother smiles, flexing her hand, pleased she still has strength, then orders Zheng Hao to follow her. Realizes once again he's fallen into serious trouble. In a private room, Mrs. Wei studies him carefully, noting his calmness. She remarks most high schoolers would panic, but he seems different. Zheng Hao smiles faintly, saying strange situations have followed him since meeting Nan. Inside he's tense, knowing Mrs. Wei was once a gang leader, and one wrong word could turn dangerous fast. Mrs. Wei admits she's glad Nan chose someone strong, but bluntly asks why Zheng Hao doesn't seem fond of her daughter or want to join their family. Zheng Hao answers politely but vaguely, neither confirming nor denying anything. He then says he should leave since his family won't allow him out late. Mrs. Wei smirks, saying she'll get straight to the point. She wants to propose a deal only he can accomplish. She explains Nan is obsessed with him and would never refuse his suggestion. Zheng Hao blinks, confused about where this is going. Mrs. Wei says she wants him to invite Nan on a trip. She'll provide an address where her men will capture Nan. In return, Zheng Hao gets enough money to move abroad and live lavishly. Zheng Hao can hardly believe it. Nan's own mother wants him to betray her. He argues no mother should scheme so cruelly against her daughter. Mrs. Wei replies coldly it isn't about family, but about taking back control of the company. Between her and Nan, there is no mother-daughter bond left. They are rivals for the family throne. Zheng Hao urges her to stop. Nan deserves leadership because she's strong and capable, and the business thrives under her. Mrs. Wei laughs softly, saying it's not about money but power. She adds since Zheng Hao doesn't even like Nan, he may as well accept and remove her. Zheng Hao pretends to consider, but deep down knows he could never do such a thing, money or not. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Nan's assistant is chained to a chair. Bruised and exhausted, she endures the pain like the trained soldier she is. Realizing she must warn Nan, uses her emergency bracelet to send out a distress signal. Nan receives it and immediately understands her mother has gone too far. Without hesitation, Nan orders the car prepared. This time, she's the one rushing to rescue someone. Back in the private room, Zheng Hao tries to reason calmly, warning Nan has strong allies and kidnapping won't be easy. He urges them to resolve conflict peacefully instead of destroying each other. Deep down, he prays he won't be dragged into chaos again. All he wants is peace, but peace refuses to find him. Mrs. Wei's face darkens. She calls Nan ungrateful, ranting that Nan never appreciated her, and that peace died with her father's death. Bitterly, she spits that if she'd known Nan would become this way, she never would have given birth to her. Zheng Hao feels sickened, seeing her as a horrible adult unable to face her own responsibility. He tells her to stop talking nonsense. Nan's anger is justified, and her father might still live if not for her mother's neglect. He urges Mrs. Wei to face her mistakes and apologize. From what he's seen, Nan might forgive her if she truly tried. Mrs. Wei laughs sharply, realizing Zheng Hao is protecting Nan. She declares war began the moment she struck her secretary. She says the war continues, offering Zheng Hao the chance to hold the assistant hostage while luring Nan into a trap. Take the money, disappear, never work again. Zheng Hao refuses without hesitation. Mrs. Wei stares at him, then lets out a chilling, sinister laugh. She rises at an unhurried pace, the warmth draining from her face as her gaze hardens. In a voice that sends a shiver down the spine, she states that refusing her offer means he and his loved ones will be trapped as her captives, living completely under her control. Zheng Hao's temper ignites as he challenges whether she truly believes she has the authority to threaten him or his family. He gets to his feet, declares he is leaving, and warns that he will fight back if she dares to block him. He points out that her situation is her own doing for arriving without protection. Mrs. Wei seems amused by his boldness and playfully asks whether he genuinely has the nerve to lay hands on her. Zheng Hao answers icily, telling her to see for herself. At the same moment, Nan arrives at the cafe with her people. She orders Mrs. Wei's guards to step aside, and her secretary recognizes her, rushing over in a panic. The secretary cries out that the two of them are locked in a private room together. Nan remains composed and instructs her men to free the secretary. She announces she will enter alone and tells everyone to wait outside until she signals, then strides straight toward the restroom. Uttering curses about her mother, she approaches and catches unsettling sounds from within. It is Zheng Hao's voice, strained and angry, questioning whether this was all a setup and if Mrs. Wei had only been acting. Nan stops cold at the door, leaning closer to listen. Inside, Mrs. Wei calmly says that anyone who gets close to her daughter usually has ulterior motives. Since Nan loves him deeply, she simply wanted to judge his character for herself. Zheng Hao, clearly irritated, asks if Nan even knew her mother was there and whether she had touched him. Mrs. Wei replies softly that Nan is completely unaware, adding that her daughter would be furious if she discovered this scheme. She lets out a sigh, admitting Nan has always resented her interference. But this is the first man Nan has ever truly fallen for. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she concedes that Zheng Hao is remarkable and that Nan has excellent taste. With a faint smile, she mentions another request she wants to make. Zheng Hao listens carefully, wary yet intrigued. Mrs. Wei explains Nan's birthday is only days away and asks him to give Nan a present in her place, knowing Nan would reject it if it came directly from her. Zheng Hao feels irritated, thinking all this chaos was unnecessary, and wonders why she wasn't this devoted before if family meant so much to her. Mrs. Wei lowers her head and finally reveals the truth. She says that in her era, elders dictated many life choices, their large family obsessed over preserving lineage. And after Nan was born, her husband became gravely ill, leaving them unable to have more children. Nan's grandmother then pressured her to remarry for the sake of the family future. She fought back, but the disputes turned vicious, and eventually her husband sided with his mother, claiming he could tolerate his wife being with another man if it protected the bloodline. For Mrs. Wei, that crossed an unforgivable line. Feeling her love betrayed, she walked away and chose an indulgent, carefree life, convincing herself she had escaped her troubles. Only years later did she realize Nan had grown up without her. Now she longs for her daughter's forgiveness and trust, and hopes Zheng Hao might be the bridge. Zheng Hao gently shakes his head and apologizes, saying this is one request he cannot fulfill. If she wants redemption, it must come from her own actions, because no one can substitute a mother's love. He adds that no gift delivered through another person can mend the wounds of childhood. With that, he exits the room, only to stop short in the hallway when he sees Nan standing just a few steps away. As expected, Zheng Hao rides back with Nan and asks if she truly did everything she could. She answers that she did and quietly says she's sorry. She reminds him she had warned him this could happen, yet he still risked himself. Zheng Hao asks whether she plans to speak with her mother, though he makes it clear he won't. Nan says nothing will ever change. Their relationship is finished, and they are strangers now. She then asks what he would do if her mother suddenly appeared in his life. Zheng Hao admits she may be right and reflects that such situations never happened to him since his own mother left when he was young, something he has never forgiven. Nan then asks if he is happy with his new family, including his stepsister. Zheng Hao answers honestly that he is. Nan gives a faint smile and suggests they all move in with her, saying it would make protecting him easier and prevent her family from using him against her again. Zheng Hao feels she is rushing things and questions why they should live together. Nan replies plainly that he belongs to her, so it only makes sense, leaving him confused since he never agreed to that. Nan insists that no matter what, they will end up together, which starts to irritate Zheng Hao. Before he can protest, she suddenly slams the brakes and the car screeches to a halt. Zheng Hao yells, demanding to know what she's doing. Nan takes a deep breath and finally pours out her feelings, saying her father chose compromise over honesty, and her mother chose escape over confrontation. She vows not to repeat their failures, lifts Zheng Hao's chin, and in a low, determined voice declares he is hers, promising she will never give him up and will chase him until he gives in. Zheng Hao thinks her words are intense, but when her finger traces his lips, he freezes beneath her stare, held firmly by her eyes. Snapping back to reality, he tells her to calm down and stop pushing so hard, reminding her they are still on the highway and she needs to focus. Anne glances sideways and softly asks if they should return to her place. Zheng Hao groans and responds by flipping her off. He tells her to drive him home, pulls out his phone, and notices Chen Chen calling. After hesitating, Zheng Hao answers. Hearing Chen Chen's anxious voice asking where he is so late, he lies and says he's at his place and will be back soon. Nan watches him suspiciously as he ends the call. Zheng Hao tells her firmly to take him home right away. Nan smirks and remarks that he has learned how to manipulate people. Zheng Hao says he picked it up from her little test, which unexpectedly piques Nan's interest as she notes that Kyankin seems quite invested in him. Zheng Hao claims it's only because they live under the same roof, but Nan clearly dislikes that explanation. He thinks things are never simple when two good-looking people share a house. Soon after, Zheng Hao reaches home. Chen Chen greets him at the door as usual, and Zheng Hao apologizes, saying he lost track of time. Kyankin, however, isn't interested in excuses and stares him down, demanding to know why he lied. Zheng Hao tries to steady himself, hoping another lie might save him, but Kyankin reveals she already checked, calmly admitting she called you earlier and learned Zheng Hao had left long ago. Panic grips Zheng Hao as he wonders how deeply she has been investigating his life. Kyankin takes a breath and says she's not his mother, explaining she's often lonely with their mom always working. She says Zheng Hao is the one person who makes her feel less alone, admitting she cherishes him more than anyone, yet now feels she has grown overly attached while he never felt the same. He says she should step back, respect boundaries, and stop interfering. Even so, Chen Chen struggles to hold herself together, her voice trembling as tears well up, and Zheng Hao can't bear to see her hurt. Overcome with panic, he grabs her hand and begs for a chance to explain. But instead of telling the truth, he lies again, claiming he had dinner with a friend and stayed quiet to avoid worrying her, adding it was just a casual acquaintance, and mentioning it was a woman would have upset her. The apology sounds weak and strained, but Chen Chen refuses to listen, turning away and saying this is the consequence he must endure for now. Zheng Hao feels utterly crushed. Unable to handle the rejection, he drops to his knees, convinced Kyankin is deeply disappointed in him. She has always been gentle and considerate, and now he has failed her. He curses his fate and longs to undo everything. Meanwhile, Kyankin forces herself to stay composed. Inside, she is just as frantic, torn between relief that Zheng Hao confessed and fear that he might abandon her completely. She silently encourages herself, trying to appear calm despite her racing heart, reminding herself to hold back and act maturely because she knows he feels something for her, even as guilt gnaws at her. She sinks to her knees, realizing she may have gone too far by slapping his hand away earlier. Her thoughts drift to the woman he dined with, and she feels compelled to find out who she is. Later that night, after everyone has gone to bed, Chen Chen quietly sneaks toward the laundry basket. She picks up Zheng Hao's clothes and inhales carefully, her heart sinking instantly. The perfume clinging to them matches the scent of the clothes she burned the night before. Smelling another woman on him only deepens her suspicion, and she decides that woman will be her next focus. The following morning, Zheng Hao yawns while getting ready. The family plans to fetch their older aunt and his cousin. His father scolds him for sleeping too much, but Zheng Hao argues he's simply exhausted. Chen Chen adds that he can nap in the car if needed, though the sharpness in her tone makes him uneasy. He knows things with her are still unresolved. As he gets into the car, Zheng Hao thinks about his aunt and cousin, remembering his cousin as handsome and close, feeling both nostalgic and excited to see him again. Suddenly, his father slows the car and asks who the girl staring at them is. Everyone turns to look. They see Yahello standing in the driveway, her eyes locked on Zheng Hao. His father asks who she is, and Zhang Hao hurriedly says she's just a classmate, nothing more. Then asks Yuehua why she's there, and she innocently replies that she came to invite him to see a painting together. That's when his parents realize Yuehua is more than a classmate. She's a bold admirer who showed up unannounced, and Kaienkin immediately dislikes the situation. Zhang Haosen decides to introduce Yuehua to the family, and Yuehua quickly senses the seriousness of the moment. She bows respectfully, years of training kicking in, her etiquette is impeccable, her voice gentle, and her demeanor refined, even impressing Zhang Hao's parents. Yuehua recalls the butler's handbook stating that winning a good man starts with pleasing his family. Yet Chen is the only one who doesn't recognize her immediately. Chen meets Yuehua's gaze and bluntly asks if she truly wants to date Zhang Hao. Yuehua answers without hesitation that she does like him. Zhang Hao is stunned. Everyone is shocked except Chen, who looks ready to scold Yuehua on the spot. Zhang Hao's father intervenes first, lecturing him about romance at his age. Zhang Hao protests, insisting it's all a misunderstanding. He explains Yuehua was homeschooled and inexperienced socially, awkward and bad with words. He and Ye helped her learn how to communicate, and now she's just a friend, but his father remains unconvinced. Still smiling, his father tells Yuehua it's fine to be interested, but she shouldn't pursue Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao quickly mentions relatives are arriving and urges everyone to continue with the plan. Yuehua stands there, quietly wishing he would fall in love someday. Zhang Hao's mother joins in, saying Yuehua can love anyone she wants, just not Zhang Hao. Overwhelmed, Zhang Hao feels everything slipping out of control. Shankin steps in to calm everyone, suggesting they pick up the aunt while she personally escorts Yuehua home. Zhang Hao's parents nearly agree, but his mother suddenly hesitates as a thought crosses her mind, remembering that Chen might like girls. Looking back, she sees Kaienkin standing a bit too close to Yuehua, unaware that Kaienkin actually wants to question her about whether she's the woman Zhang Hao has been secretly meeting. Kaienkin's mother misreads the situation, assuming her daughter is flirting, while Yuehua boldly meets Kaienkin's gaze and teasingly says they still have each other to talk and fall in love. Horrified, Kaienkin's mother pulls her daughter away and scolds her to behave. Shangha decides the embarrassment has gone far enough and tells Yuehua to leave for now and come back another day. Yuehua bows again, elegant and polite, and everyone agrees she's adorable but overly formal. Meanwhile, Kaienkin is lost in her own thoughts. The scent she smelled earlier didn't belong to Yuehua, meaning another woman is involved, and she knows she must confront Zhang Hao soon. At the station, Zhang Hao's father warmly greets his sister and her son. Zhang Hao looks at his cousin, known as the family's femboy. Can't help missing the handsome man his cousin used to be. When everyone returns home, their aunt beams and praises Zhang Hao's looks, joking that girls must be lining up. His mother laughs and mentions one even came by earlier, filling the room with lively chatter. The aunt remarks that Xiangxin has grown into a beautiful young woman too, and wonders how many admirers she has. Zhang Hao's mother teases her daughter, who glares back while being told she should at least blush at compliments. Zhang Hao stands and offers to help his father cook. Knowing his father's time is limited, he wants to cherish these moments and reconnect with his aunt and cousin. Before he can leave, Chen interrupts, praising how mature and handsome Zhang Hao has become, joking they'll attract girls together. Zhang Hao dislikes the comment but senses how much they've both changed. Trying to dodge the topic, Zhang Hao suggests staying with the women to help his mother and sisters, but Chen waves it off, saying they only discuss dull adult matters. Zhang Hao proposes helping his father instead. Chen panics and stops him, claiming there's a lesson about being handsome, saying good-looking men shouldn't do kitchen work or ruin their hands if they want an easy, wealthy life. Zhang Hao sighs and says he'll only help if his father asks, but Chen insists they hang out in his room. Once inside, he laughs, calling the room cute but too plain and joking it will never attract a girlfriend. Out of nowhere, he asks if Zhang Hao has someone he likes, and Zhang Hao quickly denies it. Chen then starts boasting, saying his girlfriend bought his clothes, making Zhang Hao realize his cousin is shamelessly materialistic. Chen asks if Kaienkin treats him well and whether she has a boyfriend. Zhang Hao says she's kind but single despite many admirers, even mentioning a stalker incident. Chen laughs, saying their mother brags about Kaienkin being a medical genius, adding that he'd have a crush on her too if he were Zhang Hao, which makes Zhang Hao panic since Chen already has a girlfriend. Chen smirks and admits he has desires and won't limit himself. Just then the door opens and Chen announces lunch is ready, telling them to head downstairs. Instantly, Chen switches to his polite persona, smiling sweetly, leaving Zhang Hao amazed at his cousin's ability to change faces. As they walk out, Chen stops Zhang Hao briefly, softening her tone and admitting she hasn't been pleasant lately, suggesting they talk privately later to resolve things. Zhang Hao agrees, and they both join the others at the table. Lunch passes quietly, Zhang Hao barely touches his food, and Kaienkin notices but stays silent. Just as he finishes, his phone vibrates. He excuses himself to answer, discovering it's the receptionist from the art shop who handled his broken bowl. When he asks about the fee, she says it's already paid by his girlfriend, and that a note was left. Zhang Hao freezes, completely baffled because he doesn't even know which girlfriend paid this time. Realizing he must figure this out, Zhang Hao decides to leave immediately. Chen Xin feels slightly hurt since they were supposed to talk after lunch. She quickly steadies herself, reminding herself to stay calm and not control him like before, simply asking him to come back early so the family won't worry. Zhang Hao feels thankful for her restraint and leaves feeling lighter. While Chen Chen lounges at the table chatting, he remarks on how caring Chen Chen is toward her brother, and she calmly replies that she worries about the whole family, not just Zhang Hao. Chen Chen keeps rambling, warning that since Zhang Hao is so good-looking, she must watch out for both men and women approaching him. Chen Chen shoots him a sharp glance and tells him to stay quiet because she has everything handled. At the repair shop, Zhang Hao receives the restored bowl from the receptionist. She smiles warmly and slips him a small note, explaining a girl already covered the bill and asked him to visit her later. Zhang Hao recognizes the handwriting immediately. It belongs to Nan. Without hesitation, he grabs the package and heads straight for the Fang headquarters where she works. When he enters without knocking, Nan looks up with a frown, teasing him for his poor manners. Zhang Hao says if she doesn't want him there, he can leave, but Nan refuses to let him go so easily. She tells him to wait, promising they'll have dinner together once she finishes her tasks. Zhang Hao sighs, pulling out the package and explaining that now the bowl is fixed, the repair cost should be subtracted from the amount they discuss. He also plans to auction it later for a better return. Nan looks at him and says since it's repaired, he should just hand it over so they can close this chapter. Zhang Hao hesitates, realizing things always end up going her way, and the constant repetition exhausts him. Tells her that since she's acting strange again, he'll simply sell the bowl instead. Nan steps closer suddenly, her face impossible to read. She takes the bowl from his hands, and without saying a word, tosses it straight into the trash. Zhang Hao stands frozen, his thoughts going completely blank before shock hits him. He remembers the effort of repairing it, the people he met, the favors owed, and the money spent, all wasted in an instant. He lunges toward the bin, voice trembling as he begs for it back. His heart aches seeing something so valuable destroyed so casually. Nan doesn't even blink, coldly saying a cracked bowl isn't worth much and money means nothing to her. Before he can react, she grips his wrist with frightening force. A sharp crack echoes, sending dread rushing through his veins. Pain surges up his arm, and he realizes in disbelief that his hand may be broken. He remembers he is no longer in his old world, where men were sturdier, because here his fragile body reacts too easily. Nan looks genuinely apologetic as she examines his wrist, saying it's only a mild sprain with no tendon damage, but insisting he should still see a doctor. Zhang Hao feels oddly moved by her concern. Trying to change the mood, he asks if it's true she was really a retired soldier, wondering how her skin can remain so smooth. Nan gives a faint smile and confirms she truly served. She says she fought on battlefields and nearly died once. Looking serious, she tells him he may ask anything and she'll answer, but only if he spends the night with her. Zhang Hao instantly feels she crossed the line again and backs off. Just as he prepares to leave, Nan stops him and invites him to stay for dinner. Zhang Hao mutters that she's stubborn and spoiled as always. Nan smirks and says she read his novel, finding the world inside it so vivid that she needs to discuss it with him. Her words make Zhang Hao uneasy, as if she might have uncovered something about him. Yet his curiosity about what she learned regarding the red moon keeps him listening. He sits down, pretending casual conversation about his writing while his stomach growls loudly. He hasn't eaten since morning due to stress around Kaienxin. Nan finds his impatience both arrogant and strangely adorable. Nan suddenly asks what it would take for him to spend the night with her. Zhang Hao startles and tells her to stop being so relentless. Nan stretches her legs and tells him to look her in the eyes when speaking, teasing that she already caught him staring at her. Zhang Hao tries to claim he was only admiring her expensive clothing, but it's an obvious excuse. Nan seizes the moment and sits right down on his lap. Zhang Hao freezes and tells her to behave, but Nan softly replies that since he is destined to belong to her, restraint is unnecessary. The poor boy is nervous and confused, wanting to push her away, yet the warmth of her body feels far too tempting to resist. He blushes without meaning to, and Nan notices, disliking the loss of control. Zhang Hao warns that if she keeps teasing, he'll spank her. Tries to shove her off, but she barely budges, like pushing against a solid wall. His body remains weak, and Nan calmly reminds him to slow down since his wrist is still injured. Zhang Hao grits his teeth, feeling sudden strength rise within him, and in one swift movement, he pushes her down and ends up above her. The air between them shifts. Nan locks eyes with him, sensing something powerful she can't name. whispering that it may relate to the blood moon she studies. She says she wants to share it with him. At the residence, Chen Chen lounges lazily, yawning, wondering why Chen Chen shows no interest in him, since he only wants some harmless fun. Suddenly, he notices Yahello standing outside. He perks up instantly, thinking he has finally found a worthy rival, feeling lucky to have seen two stunning women in one day. He cheerfully greets Chen Chen as she passes, but she sidesteps him without a word, completely ignoring him. Chen Chen stands awkwardly, wondering if he smells bad or said something wrong. Just then, Zhang Hao's parents arrive and ask what Chen Chen is doing outside, noticing Yahello lingering nearby again. Zhang Hao's father looks irritated and scolds Yahello for hanging around their home, but Yahello remains polite, bowing her head slightly. With surprising composure, she offers them a bag, saying it's a small gift for the family. She adds there is another separate gift meant specifically for Zhang Hao, and his father sighs heavily. He tells her firmly to stop pursuing Zhang Hao, insisting he will not allow romance while his son is still in high school. Even Zhang Hao's mother looks sympathetic, gently warning Yahello not to waste money. Chen Chen is stunned that such a beautiful girl is chasing Zhang Hao. Yahello quietly insists she doesn't seek romance, only wishing to remain at Zhang Hao's side as a lifelong companion. Her words unsettle his parents, who exchange looks at how boldly shameless it sounds. Zhang Hao's father hesitates, glancing at the gift bag uncertainly, but his mother stays calm, smiling politely yet firmly asking Yahello to keep her distance for everyone's sake. Chen Chen watches silently, scheming that he could twist this situation to control Yahello and perhaps make her fall for him instead. Before he can act, Yahello shocks them once more. She looks directly at Zhang Hao's mother and declares calmly that she will not abandon Zhang Hao, insisting he matters deeply to her, and she will stay by his side forever. Her boldness silences everyone, even impressing Chen Chen briefly. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao finally asks Nan about her near-death experience. Nan's expression softens as she explains that during a mission she was gravely wounded and believed she was dying. As her vision faded, she saw something extraordinary overhead, a blood-red moon glowing brighter than anything she had ever witnessed. Then darkness consumed her and she fell into an endless dream. When she awoke, she was miraculously healed, and she believes the moon saved her. Zhang Hao listens closely, but remains skeptical, suggesting it might have been a hallucination caused by trauma. Anne shakes her head, saying that's impossible because her wound was fatal, beyond medical saving. She explains she has studied the phenomenon ever since. She says the blood moon recently appeared again, lowering her voice as she stares at Zhang Hao, noting the second appearance happened the same night he arrived in this world, growing suspicious. She observed him closely and realized everything about him felt different, from his actions to his worldview. After reading the world described in his novel, Nan reached a chilling conclusion. His story resembled the dream world she saw under the blood moon, convincing her he is tied to it somehow. Zhang Hao sits frozen, realizing she trusts him deeply. Nan suddenly stands and approaches, leaving him bewildered. She begins unbuttoning her shirt, and Zhang Hao shrieks in startled panic. Nan only lifts her top slightly, revealing part of her abdomen, explaining seriously that she once had a fatal wound there, now healed without a scar. She says she was the lone survivor of a mission where everyone else died, and has searched for answers since. Now she wants to learn the truth about the world Zhang Hao came from, and he realizes he cannot keep lying. He pauses and says he will share the truth under certain conditions. He will help only when he is free, meaning she cannot summon him whenever she likes, and she must never involve his family. He warns her not to use him for research without consent. Nan listens, then sighs with a small smile, agreeing that his dramatic demands are acceptable. With that, Zhang Hao finally confesses. He admits he truly came from another world, and after witnessing the blood moon, everything changed. He woke up in a strange place where everyone seemed delicate and feminine, and that is where his story began. Meanwhile at home, Zhang Hao's father reflects on Yahello's stubborn persistence, noticing her backpack and sweat-soaked clothes, realizing she had waited outside in the heat for a long time. Feeling guilty, he gently tells her no one means her harm, and she may remain friends with Zhang Hao, but urges her to return home since it's late and her family may worry. Yahello shakes her head and asks to come inside and play with Zhang Hao. When she learns he isn't home, she politely hands over the gift bag again, bows, and quietly leaves. Zhang Hao's parents exchange glances, realizing just how determined the wealthy girl truly is. When they open the bag, their eyes widen. Inside lie sparkling pieces of expensive jewelry, shining brilliantly under the light. Chen Chen scowls, frustrated that such an elegant girl favors Zhang Hao over him. Zhang Hao's mother inspects them carefully, noting they look surprisingly authentic. Just then Qian enters and asks what's happening. Seeing the jewels on the table, she raises an eyebrow and asks who gave them. Her mother answers that it was Yahello. Chen Chen scoffs, claiming the jewelry must be fake and Yahello's feelings just as false. Qian frowns, and lifts a sapphire ring from the pile. Her eyes narrow, then her face changes completely as she recognizes it instantly. It is a famous national treasure with no market value, worth tens of millions if priced. The room falls into stunned silence as they realize they mock priceless jewels simply because they could not imagine such wealth. Zhang Hao then reveals his true name is Jianghao and that he does not belong to this world. Nan listens in shock as the reality of parallel worlds sinks in. Her mind races as Zhang Hao explains that in his world, everything is reversed. Men chase women. Nan jokingly asks if men even show off their chests to attract lovers. Zhang Hao awkwardly admits it is normal and that he is only an ordinary guy. Nan ignores his reluctance and leans forward mischievously, asking him to remove his shirt as proof. Zhang Hao blinks in disbelief, but explains that back home men did it shamelessly, especially after fights or in heat. Hearing this makes Nan blush deeply, as she has only seen such things in questionable internet corners. Curiosity overwhelms her, and she urges him again to prove it. Nervous, Zhang Hao scratches his neck, but slowly starts undoing his buttons. He notices the hungry spark in Nan's eyes. Realizing he has stepped into her trap, he feels embarrassed but cannot retreat now. As his shirt comes off, awkwardness floods him. He suddenly recalls the Moonblood goddess's warning that if he fails to become a true man, he will be assimilated into this world. The chilling thought makes him wonder if change has already begun, while Nan remains completely mesmerized. She stares, flushed with heat, murmuring that men from his world are unbelievable. Yet she finally begs him to put his shirt back on because she can't endure it anymore. Zhang Hao quickly complies, feeling as though he has lost his dignity and sanity today. Nan clears her throat and says they will now work as partners, agreeing to all his terms. Zhang Hao feels relieved and adds that he will be busy for a while with matters he must handle. Nan teases him and invites him to stay the night again, but Zhang Hao instantly refuses, saying he wouldn't do it even if she paid him. At home, Kaienkin sits quietly, studying the sapphire ring again. Its glow reflects in her eyes as she realizes how effortlessly Yahello can give Zhang Hao such priceless things. Jealousy stirs, but then a sly plan begins forming. She thinks that if she plays her cards right, she can turn Yahello's wealth into an advantage and ensure Zhang Hao remains hers no matter what. When Zhang Hao returns home, his father scolds him for staying out late, then demands to know why Yahello sent such expensive gifts. They discovered most of the diamonds are real and priceless, and they cannot accept them. Zhang Hao is stunned, thinking Yahello must be insane to give away something so valuable. Tenzin comments again on how rich and stunning Yahello is, emphasizing her unbelievable wealth. Zhang Hao's father snaps at him once more. He warns him never to befriend people only for money. Zhang Hao insists there is nothing romantic between him and Yahello, only friendship. Meanwhile, Chen feels miserable, having received nothing, and bitterness twists inside him. Thinks if Yahello gave him such treasures he would be overjoyed. Jealousy consumes him as he wonders why she favors Zhang Hao. A greedy plan forms to win her over and gain riches, and if that fails, he can always chase Kaienkin instead. Surrounded by beautiful women, he believes all he needs is his so-called charm. Later that evening, Yahello returns to Zhang Hao's house, and Zhang Hao immediately asks her to take back the gifts because they are too expensive. Chen believes it is finally his moment to shine, thinking weakness will draw a strong woman closer. He follows his second rule, creating small impressions to bond with Yahello, and the third rule, initiating physical contact. Pretending to stumble, he expects Yahello to catch him gracefully. Instead, Yahello kicks him away bluntly, then innocently asks if he's all right, pointing out he tripped over nothing at all. Zhang Hao feels embarrassed and asks her to stop kicking his cousin, while Chen is humiliated that his seduction scheme collapsed. Yahello turns to Zhang Hao and asks if he dislikes her gifts. Zhang Hao's parents quickly explain that the presents are simply too costly to accept. Zhang Hao adds that friendship doesn't need gifts as proof, and the family politely tries to return her kindness. Yahello misunderstands, believing everyone hates her now, and Zhang Hao no longer likes her. That's when his parents realize they mishandled things badly. Kaienkin steps in, saying that since they are only friends, there is no reason to dislike Yahello. In fact, she claims she would be happy to have Yahello around as long as she stays friends with Zhang Hao. Her true motive is to keep Yahello from making moves on Zhang Hao while quietly removing the threat. She offers to escort Yahello home. Before she can, her mother interrupts, insisting she will do it instead, clearly suspicious that her daughter's interest in girls may not be entirely an act. Kaienkin realizes her strategy of pretending to like girls might be backfiring. Inside the car it becomes awkward, and her sister is placed in the front seat, leaving Kaienkin and Chen together in back. Chen tries again to impress Yahello, suggesting they connect online because he wants to buy jewelry. Zhang Hao quickly steps in, saying Yahello is too busy to mingle with random people. Chen ends up embarrassed once more. Then Zhang Hao, unaware of appearances, keeps his arm resting around Yahello. Chen notices immediately and warns him not to lean in so much, claiming the car is cramped. But Zhang Hao misunderstands completely, assuming she's jealous of how close he sits with Yahello. He even begins to suspect his sister has developed feelings for Yahello, which would explain her strange behavior. After all, Yahello has a charm that attracts both men and women. That thought pushes Zhang Hao to work harder in the coming days, determined to fix Kaienkin and help her return to normal. The next morning, Kaienkin calls him down for breakfast. As he arrives downstairs, he asks where their parents have gone. Kaienkin explains they stayed at a cousin's place and left early. Zhang Hao realizes that means the two of them are alone. To him, it feels like the perfect moment to carry out his plan. He steps closer and suddenly hugs her tightly from behind. Kaienkin stiffens, her cheeks flushing bright red. Confused, she doesn't know what's happening. Zhang Hao quietly apologizes, admitting he lied before. She had planned to make peace after breakfast, but his sudden affection catches her completely off guard. His embrace feels warm and safe, making her heartbeat race. To her, it feels like the best morning she's ever experienced. She shyly smiles and says the past is painful but finished, and they should focus on what comes next. She says honesty must guide them from now on. Zhang Hao agrees, though deep inside he still keeps something hidden from her. The thought stirs guilt in him, but he promises himself he will confess once everything is resolved. The two of them reconcile peacefully. Zhang Hao then takes the opportunity to ask if she has fallen for Yahello. Chen looks stunned and even slightly offended that he would assume such a thing. Then she suddenly laughs, joking that Zhang Hao shouldn't bring Yahello home again because she can't control herself around her. She reminds him he was the one insisting she needed guidance. Zhang Hao nods and says it's time for their special training. Kaienkin blushes instantly, her pulse quickening as she understands what he means. Together, they go into his room. Inside, they remain close for a long time. The atmosphere grows warm, and Kaienkin feels as if she's living out a secret dream she's always held. She can barely believe it's real. It's a moment she has imagined her entire life, and now it feels almost unreal. Far away from their home, the secretary visits the kindergarten where Zhang Hao and Kaienkin once studied as children. She politely greets the teacher and asks about what the two were like back then. Teacher hesitates before opening an old envelope of records and photographs. The moment she does, her expression darkens, her hands trembling with dread. The secretary calmly explains she is searching for something unusual about a girl who attended the school. She questions how such a young girl could blackmail a teacher into hiding the truth. The teacher goes pale as buried memories surface, recalling nightmares of Chen that now feel real again. Shaking, the teacher asks how the secretary discovered this. The secretary answers coldly that it doesn't matter. She only wants the truth of what happened back then. Teacher takes a deep breath and says she will never forget Kaienkin as long as she lives. Years ago, she was the one on duty when everything occurred. She was the one who questioned little Kaienkin, begging her to explain where she had taken Zhang Hao the day before and what she did to him. But Kaienkin was an unsettling child. She listened quietly, then lied, claiming they only played together, even asking innocently if Zhang Hao was all right. Teacher argued that he couldn't possibly be fine after what happened. Kaienkin had taken him without permission, essentially kidnapping him and risking his life for a game. Furious, the teacher threatened to call her mother, insisting Kaienkin was too dangerous to remain in kindergarten. That's when calm little Kaienkin said something that froze the teacher. She warned that snitching was foolish, because the teacher was also at fault. She reminded her that she was responsible that day, and if she hadn't been careless, Zhang Hao wouldn't have been taken. If the truth came out, the teacher would lose her job and reputation. Chen said the teacher was free to expose her, but she would fall alongside her. Hearing those terrifying words, the teacher began to panic. Chen smiled and promised silence as long as the teacher did the same. All she had to do was keep quiet about Chen taking Zhang Hao outside, because one truth would reveal the other. The secretary listens closely and asks if the teacher ever recovered from that threat. The teacher shakes her head, saying it didn't end there. Even after the threat, she contacted the family and tried to report it, but things went unexpectedly. They said Chen would never return and they were moving away. After that, she disappeared from kindergarten, the incident buried, yet never truly resolved. The secretary asks what happened to the boy during the kidnapping. The teacher admits she never learned everything, but rumors said Kaienkin treated Zhang Hao like a toy. Looking at them now, she sighs. It feels like those stories became reality. Zhang Hao and Kaienkin are together once more, and no one sees the manipulation beneath their bond. Meanwhile, Chen is lost in happiness, unaware of the dark discussion about her past. She feels closer to Zhang Hao than ever before. She once believed Zhang Hao preferred strong women, but now she realizes he likes being the one in control. Gazing at him with admiration, she softly says he is the most incredible person she has ever known. Zheng Hao senses the intimacy between them and asks if she wants to continue their training. Chen Chen tilts her head, confused, and asks what he means. Zheng Hao explains she must grow comfortable with a man's touch, and if she persists, someday she will accept herself fully. He is determined to support her no matter what. Chen Chen can sense his calm exterior masking deeper emotion. Beneath the surface, he is just as passionate as she is. Blushing, Chen Chen whispers that he can do whatever he wants and she won't complain. Zheng Hao begins to sweat, nervous yet thrilled, as the air between them grows heavy with shared moments. They lose track of time, completely wrapped up in each other, breathless with pounding hearts. Zheng Hao removes his own shirt, and Qian almost explodes with embarrassment, her face burning as she stares at him. She can't believe he leads again with such boldness. It feels like a dream fulfilled, every part of her plan unfolding perfectly. A sly smile appears on her lips. She thinks all her effort training him since childhood wasn't wasted. She remembers kidnapping him once to teach him, and now it has finally paid off. She wanted him playful and devoted, a charming husband and loving father in public, yet also daring and intense behind closed doors. To her, it's perfect. Only one final step remains before she can be completely open with him as Zheng Hao continues. This time, however, Chen Chen feels nervous. She fears they may be crossing boundaries too quickly. Zheng Hao feels he can't hold back anymore. Since returning to this world, he has longed for closeness, and now he finally has it. He tells her this is how she will overcome her fear of the opposite gender. Chen Chen's heart races, caught between fear and desire. She feels joy, yet also senses everything slipping beyond her control. Zheng Hao gently reassures her, and in that instant, Qian realizes she is no longer the one steering the situation. She wonders if Zheng Hao is already this intense now. What will happen when he becomes a grown man and a husband? The thought makes her blush, imagining she may never get any rest. She even thinks about what doctor she might need once Zheng Hao eventually exhausts her completely. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao finds her shyness adorable. He never imagined women here could have such a hidden, timid side. He smiles softly, saying the past doesn't matter now. But just as he's about to continue, sharp pain stabs his stomach. Chen Chen immediately asks what's wrong as Zheng Hao turns pale and unsteady. He quickly realizes it must be a hormonal shift. Doing the math, she remembers she expected it later in the month, not now. Zheng Hao suddenly understands that in this world, men experience menstruation instead of women, and he never expected the pain to be so intense. Chen Chen rushes to help, telling him to stay still while she gets water. Later, she feels stressed thinking how close they came to going too far, and how she forgot it was the end of the month for Zheng Hao. One truth becomes clear: Zheng Hao has deeper feelings for her than he admits. That realization gives her courage, and she decides no matter what happens, she will confess everything soon, even if it risks their bond. She can't hide her emotions anymore, so she prepares breakfast for him. She urges him to eat something warm to recover. Zheng Hao slowly improves, but still feels weak. He asks if she has medicine for the pain, since she is a doctor. Chen Chen explains medicine can help, but may cause side effects. Still, she says it's a healthy sign, regulating his hormones and releasing built-up stress. Once it passes, he will feel calmer. She offers a gentle massage to ease his discomfort. She begins softly massaging his stomach, telling him to relax as she plays quiet, soothing music. The peaceful mood makes him feel safe and content, something he hasn't experienced in a long time. Listening to the music and feeling her gentle touch, he realizes he no longer wants to return to his original world. He wants to remain here with her. The thought of leaving for a place where she doesn't exist feels unbearable. Meanwhile, Nan sits furious in her office, reviewing old kindergarten files of Zheng Hao and Emma. She senses something deeply wrong with Emma, but needs more proof. Her secretary asks what they should do next, or if they should invite Emma directly. Nan takes a long breath, knowing she will break her promise to Zheng Hao. Even though he told her not to contact him, she says she has no choice but to reach out. Back home, Qian looks at Zheng Hao sleeping peacefully, thinking he looks unbelievably adorable. Just then his phone begins buzzing. He quickly shuts it off, relieved she caught it before it woke him up. She sighs at her carelessness and decides she must be more cautious. As she picks up the phone to silence it, a message flashes across the screen. It's from an unknown number, containing her kindergarten file and demanding she meet the sender. Qian freezes as panic rushes through her. Someone is investigating her, and that is incredibly dangerous. She looks back at Zheng Hao's calm face, leans down, kisses his cheek softly, vowing in her heart that she will do whatever it takes to keep him hers forever. Meanwhile, Nan waits in a quiet restaurant for Chen Chen to arrive. When Qian enters, she wastes no time and bluntly asks if Nan is the one investigating her. Nan stays composed, speaking lightly as if it's nothing. But Chen Chen is already tense, demanding to know who Nan truly is. Nan answers plainly that she likes Zheng Hao and Qian should leave him alone. Qian almost laughs, pretending the situation is amusing. She says she always expected this, since Zhang Hao is tall, kind, and handsome. Of course, many girls chase him. She shrugs, calling herself just a normal admirer, then smirks and teases Nan to back off because Zhang Hao already likes someone else. Nan doesn't flinch, instead laying a stack of photographs on the table. With a cool voice, Nan asks what Zhang Hao would think if he saw these images. They show Kyankin watching him for years, following and tracking his every move. Yet Kyankin remains calm, asking if Nan truly believes she can threaten her. He insists Zhang Hao will trust her no matter what, because she can claim she was protecting him. Nan clenches her jaw, saying she is the one who protected him since childhood. She insists her care is genuine, not based on looks, and that Zhang Hao can only belong to her. Kyankin accuses Nan of twisting the story to make her seem evil. She points out that only someone rich and powerful could dig up such information so easily. Her voice sharpens as she says Nan may buy obedience with money, but never Zhang Hao. He is moral and kind, and that is exactly why Nan desires him. She dismisses it as simple, spoiled obstinacy from a wealthy girl who can't accept being turned down. Then she remarks it's a pity, because Zhang Hao genuinely likes her, not Nan. The tension between them grows heavier. Nan applauds slowly, her expression icy. She remarks that Chen Chen truly was the type to blackmail a teacher even at 7 years old. Then she introduces herself as the CEO of Feng Hong. The name jolts Chen Chen, and fear briefly flashes across her face. Nan calmly sets her coffee down and says she promised Zhang Hao she would never harm his family. However, if Chen Chen crosses the boundary, she will no longer be treated as family, and Nan will make her pay dearly for it. As Nan rises to leave, she delivers one final remark. She notes how boldly Chen Chen claims to care for Zhang Hao, but she questions whether Chen Chen has realized that Zhang Hao is no longer the same boy from kindergarten. The comment hits hard. Chen Chen's smile disappears, replaced by anger and confusion. That line unsettles her deeply. Inside, suspicion begins to spark. She starts doubting whether the Zhang Hao beside her is truly the one she has always known. Back at home, Zhang Hao wakes up from his nap. He finds Chen Chen seated at her computer. When she notices him waking, she approaches warmly and hands him a hot water bag for his cramps. Then in her playful way, she drops a surprising comment. She says she read his novel while he slept, and the world inside feels strangely real. Her voice softens as she suggests it almost sounds like he truly came from another world. Kyankin praises his vivid imagination, but Zhang Hao hurriedly downplays it, claiming he writes carelessly and without much thought. Kyankin laughs, teasing that she never expected him to like girls so much, since his protagonist is surrounded by them. She jokes that maybe he was lonely enough to imagine someone taking care of him. As the conversation continues, Chen Chen even offers to bring him to a psychiatrist if loneliness ever overwhelms him. She presses the hot pad back into his hands, reminding him to look after himself. Then suddenly she wraps him in a tight hug, telling him that if he ever feels uneasy or troubled, he must always tell her. She promises she will always stand by his side. Next day, Zhang Hao can't stop thinking about their odd exchange and Chen Chen's unusual behavior. At lunch with Yahello, she surprises him by offering a toy she personally made for him. Zhang Hao smiles, asking if she has kept her old jewelry safe. Yahello nods, saying she has. She then opens a lunchbox packed with food, saying she brought him a feast. Zhang Hao chuckles, telling her to relax and stop trying so hard to be perfect. But Yahello insists she only wants to support him however she can. Zhang Hao explains that small gifts like toys are fine, but jewelry is too excessive and could cause trouble. Yahello frowns, saying she only wanted to show kindness. She anxiously asks if she has somehow made his family hate her even more. Zhang Hao gently smiles, assuring her it doesn't work that way. He tells her to observe others and respond naturally. Yahello admits she rarely speaks with people, and when she does, she only wants to make them happy. Zhang Hao comforts her, saying he is always happiest when he is with her. Still, Yahello cannot stop worrying that his family might dislike her. Zhang Hao sighs, telling her they don't hate her. They simply don't want the two of them falling in love too quickly. But Yahello recalls how Kyankin treated her, saying she seems openly hostile, as if she wants to keep her away from Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao notices her insecurity and stands up, telling her she shouldn't force anyone to like her. He reminds her she is Yahello, heir to a powerful family, and she is already wonderful as she is. Yahello smiles. He suddenly announces she has learned how to swim. Zhang Hao grins, saying they should celebrate, and an idea forms in his mind. He tells her they'll do something fun that weekend. When the weekend comes, Zhang Hao waits for her, stunned by how beautifully she is dressed. It almost looks like she's ready for a real date, and Yahello blushes. Shaylee pulls out a diary titled, Things to Do for a Great Date with Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao realizes she has been preparing for a long time, far more seriously than he expected. When Yahello opens it, the first suggestion is the cinema. She proudly shows tickets she bought weeks ago, declaring it their first date, and saying she wants him to be the happiest man alive. Zhang Hao smiles warmly, takes her hand, and tells her he will always be happy as long as she is. Hand in hand, they walk toward the movie theater together. Yahello looks uneasy as they enter the crowded theater, and Zhang Hao immediately notices. He leans closer, asking what's wrong. After hesitating, she admits she's overwhelmed by the crowd and wonders if everyone eats popcorn during movies. Zhang Hao chuckles, telling her it's normal as long as they aren't noisy. They find their seats, and Yahello gazes around in awe at the giant screen and lively audience. Zhang Hao realizes she is probably used to private screenings in her luxurious home. She is certain of it, knowing Nan even owns a private airport, so Yahello likely has her own theater too. Just as the lights dim, Zhang Hao's phone vibrates, showing Nan's name. Yahello softly asks if he's busy. Zhang Hao pauses, then decides today belongs to her, something she has waited for. He ends the call and puts his phone away, chooses to focus completely on her. The movie starts and they sit quietly at first. Zhang Hao quickly realizes it's another typical romance film, usually his least favorite. He never expected Yahello to choose something like this. Before he can complain, he feels her hand gently touch his. He turns toward her, whispering to ask if she needs something. Yahello blushes and leans close, whispering that her guidebook said couples should hold hands during a movie. And afterward, it even suggested sharing a kiss. Zhang Hao blinks in surprise, reminded again of Yahello's unusual approach to everything. She looks serious, murmuring that they haven't kissed in a long time. Zhang Hao sighs, trying to steady things, explaining that kisses are for people who truly love each other, usually married couples. Yahello stares at him and replies that if marriage is required, then maybe they should just marry. Zhang Hao is completely shaken. He tells her she is relying on him too much, but Yahello shakes her head, opening her guidebook and pointing to a line about girls being more dominant. Before he can respond, she leans forward to kiss him. Zhang Hao panics, whispering they are still in a theater, but Yahello doesn't stop. She climbs into his lap, looks into his eyes, and confesses she truly likes him. She kisses his neck, and Zhang Hao's thoughts blur. His heart races as he struggles to hold back. He knows it's wrong, yet he can't deny the closeness feels intoxicating. When the film ends, they step outside, the air between them thick and tense. Yahello happily flips through her guide again as if nothing happened, while Zhang Hao looks troubled. Sharply tells her to stop following that book and listen only to him. Curious, he asks to see her diary. The moment he opens it, he sees it's a chaotic mess. She has been absorbing romantic advice from all the wrong sources. Zhang Hao sighs, rubbing his forehead, gently scolding her not to follow such ridiculous lessons, because none of it is acceptable. Yahello looks embarrassed, but admits she only wants to be with him, saying he can ask anything of her. Zhang Hao realizes he needs to show her what a proper date truly feels like. He takes her diary away and promises to teach her the meaning of real happiness himself. First, he brings her to a video game cybercafe. Yahello looks utterly lost upon entering, eyes darting at flashing screens and noisy players. Zhang Hao laughs, asking if she has ever visited such a place. She shakes her head, saying her family forbids it. Zhang Hao grins, calling it their secret, warning he'd be in trouble if anyone knew. He tells her to choose an avatar, explaining that despite strict upbringing, she should learn to relax sometimes. He reminds her she is already smart, polished, and well-raised, but above all, he wants her to feel genuinely happy. He teaches her how to aim and shoot, and within minutes, Yahello starts understanding the game. Zhang Hao can't help smiling. She learns quickly, and her love of action and weapons gives her natural instincts. Focused and competitive, she surprises him with her skill. Their time ends, Yahello pouts, saying she wants to keep playing. Zhang Hao reminds her they shouldn't become addicted, and it's time to move on. Outside in the sunlight, they chat excitedly. Zhang Hao admits cyber cafes feel nostalgic and comforting despite having a computer at home. Yahello is clearly thrilled by the day. Suddenly her phone rings. She listens briefly, then hangs up. Zhang Hao asks if she needs to go home, but Yahello shakes her head, saying she wants the whole day with him. Zhang Hao smiles at her determination, and they continue together. Their next stop is the arcade. They play countless games, laughing and cheering like carefree kids. Afterward, they stroll through the mall, still energized. Yahello happily says she wants many photos to capture every moment. Zhang Hao smiles gently, assuring her there will be many more fun dates in the future. Just then, a sleek black car pulls up beside them. Zhang Hao's heart jumps, fearing it might be Nan. But when the door opens, it isn't her. It's Yahello's butler, who bows and says Yahello's father has returned. He adds her father wants not only to see Yahello, but also to meet Zhang Hao. Yahello's father has been thinking over everything, remembering Zhang Hao asked for money soon after meeting her, and it wasn't a small amount. On top of that, Zhang Hao is often in fights and has become a minor internet sensation. Now Yahello has brought him home. The situation is strange yet intriguing, and her father is curious to meet the man close to his daughter. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao feels nervous and frightened. He wonders what her father wants, the tension so strong it almost feels like a kidnapping. He even worries people might accuse him of stealing away a noble girl. Seeing his anxiety, the butler reassures him to relax, saying his master is a decent man who rarely mocks others. Entering the room, Zhang Hao sees Yahello's father seated at the head of the table. They exchange polite greetings, and Zhang Hao immediately notices how much Yahello resembles her father. Yahello's father asks if she enjoyed her day, then tells her to go change since she looks a bit messy. After she leaves, the atmosphere grows heavy, as if something unpleasant is coming. Yahello's father eats calmly, saying Yahello always speaks of how well Zhang Hao cares for her. He adds that as her father, he wants to thank him. Zhang Hao replies it's nothing important. He notices the man barely looks at him, his tone distant and cold, as though he already dislikes him. Suddenly, Yahello's father drops politeness, telling Zhang Hao to name his price to stay away from Yahello. Zhang Hao is stunned yet unsurprised, insisting they are only friends. Yahello's father remains angry, pointing out she skipped a family dinner just to go out with him. Zhang Hao feels nervous, not knowing about it. He apologizes quickly, saying Yahello never mentioned the dinner. Her father sighs, saying he doesn't blame him and even should thank him. Then he slides a credit card across the table. Zhang Hao is deeply offended, insisting the man misunderstands everything. Yahello's father repeats his demand. That only fuels Zhang Hao's anger. He says he feels insulted, and if this were Yahello's father, he would have punched him. Zhang Hao takes a breath, standing firm. He explains her father has it wrong. When he met Yahello, she was shy and detached from the world. Over time, he discovered she is kind and gentle but struggles to express herself. He says he befriended her out of sincerity, not because of her wealth. He understands their worlds differ, but he wants to be there whenever she needs support. That is true friendship. He tells her father to take back the credit card, as it insults both him and their bond. Yahello's father seems impressed, even offering a faint smile. He remarks that youthful passion is understandable. And jokingly, he asks if Zhang Hao is selling himself since Yahello brought him home. Zhang Hao bristles, saying he should trust Yahello more because she is stronger than he realizes. Yahello's father laughs softly, admitting his words were harsh. He says Zhang Hao seems like a good, even handsome boy, and soon they speak more comfortably. At the end, Yahello's father says he wants Zhang Hao to remain good friends with Yahello. When it's time to leave, they walk together to the gate. He invites Zhang Hao to lunch again someday and says he is proud Yahello found such a good friend. Before parting, he turns once more, making himself clear in front of Yahello. He repeats that Zhang Hao and Yahello must stay only friends and never date, which clearly upsets her. Zhang Hao says little, only promising to restrain himself. Later, Yahello's father mentions he will be leaving for a month and quietly tells the butler to keep an eye on Zhang Hao in his absence. Once he leaves, Yahello asks if her father made him uncomfortable. Zhang Hao smiles, saying it's no issue, only proof of how deeply her father cares, and that kind of love is comforting. Then he checks his phone and notices multiple missed calls from home. When Zhang Hao returns, he finds Chen Chen sitting alone, drinking. She looks exhausted, disheveled, and deeply disappointed. Approaches, asking what's wrong. Without waiting, she demands to know why he ignored her calls, complaining he always comes home late and makes her worry. Zhang Hao realizes he made another mistake. He apologizes, saying he didn't hear his phone. He gently urges her to stop drinking and go to bed. Strangely, Chen Chen seems in a good mood tonight. She tells him not to apologize, saying it's normal at his age to spend time with classmates and friends. But if he truly feels sorry, she wants him to spend the entire next day with her. Zhang Hao agrees, saying he only needs a morning work talk with the streaming platform, then he's hers. Chen Chen smiles, saying she has some work too, but afterward they can relax together. Zhang Hao tells her to wash up, joking she can give him a massage later. As he walks away, Chen Chen quietly realizes something. First Nan, now Yahello, both are slowly pulling Zhang Hao away. She decides she must make Zhang Hao belong only to her, and soon. The next day, Zhang Hao meets with his manager, Song. He clearly cares for him, though she masks it with professionalism. She says his fan base is rapidly expanding, and it's time to protect that growth. She proposes a plan to create a short video about Pure Land and promote it through other streamers. If he agrees, he must wear a revealing outfit for the photo shoot. Zhang Hao refuses instantly, saying he won't expose himself just for views. Song smiles, offering a second option. He could do a King Arthur cosplay photo shoot in full armor. When Zhang Hao sees the reference, he actually likes the idea. The armor looks impressive and matches his rugged vibe perfectly, so he agrees. The only surprise is that the shoot happens after a meal, catching Zhang Hao off guard. It almost feels like Song turned work into a hidden date. Still, Song deserves credit for keeping it professional. She brings him to the shoot, where everything is handled properly. Zhang Hao wears the gleaming armor head to toe, posing along the shoreline. The sea breeze blows as people stop to watch, and he quickly becomes the center of attention. Cameras snap non-stop, and the crowd seems thrilled. Meanwhile, in a corporate meeting elsewhere, a young woman delivers a presentation, explaining how this beach is now drawing cosplayers and foreign tourists. She calls it a perfect chance for investment and development. She asks the drone operator for a closer shot to capture exclusive footage. But when the drone gets too near, Zhang Hao notices and dislikes being recorded without consent. He grabs his prop sword and hurls it, sending the drone crashing into the sand. The room falls into an awkward silence after the presentation. The presenter panics, apologizing quickly and promising to find out who caused it. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the tension. Nan, seated at the head of the table, coldly warns that if she ever does something like that again, she will be fired. Everyone goes silent. The meeting is hosted by Nan's company, planning to invest billions into developing the new beach district. Zhang Hao returns home still dressed in costume, utterly exhausted. He quickly learns that modeling for photos is far more draining than it appears. Just as he is about to sit down, the doorbell rings. He assumes it's Chen Chen who forgot her key, but when he opens the door, Nan stands there, visibly annoyed, especially after he accidentally calls her by another girl's name. Before he can explain, she suddenly wraps him in a tight hug, saying if he ignores her calls again, she'll simply show up at his door. Zhang Hao tries to calm her. They sit together in the living room, and Nan insists that since their relationship is now professional, they must trust each other and answer calls. Of course, she still wants control and to keep tabs on him. Zhang Hao nervously promises he will contribute more to her research team. He offers to make tea, but Nan ignores it, instead teasing him about his cosplay outfit. She jokes that it suits him far too well for someone supposedly working. Zhang Hao sighs, asking if she came only to scold him. Deep down, he finds it ironic that Nan pushed him into fame and now can't handle the attention he receives. Tries to explain that in his world, men value dignity and honor. He insists he isn't selling himself, only cosplaying, but Nan enjoys provoking him. She grabs his collar and reminds him he still owes her for the drone he destroyed. Zhang Hao realizes his luck is terrible. It was her drone. He offers to pay, asking how much it costs. Nan smirks, saying she has a far more interesting way for him to repay her. Before he can react, she leaps onto him and kisses him, whispering that the outfit is driving her crazy. Zhang Hao teases back, saying she'd look perfect in cat ears and a maid dress in his world. Nan laughs, replying that if he wants to see her like that, he can dress her himself. Zhang Hao plays along, pulling her onto his lap. Nan notices he is growing bolder and more confident, and she loves the change. He tries to lift her, but she is stronger than she looks, and he struggles under her weight. Nan bursts into laughter and finally lets him go, realizing she has been a bit rough. Zhang Hao curses his lack of strength, and they end up kissing again, the tension filling the room for the next half hour. When things finally settle, Zhang Hao lies there dazed and asks what she truly came to discuss. Nan turns serious, explaining she wanted to talk about the blood moon. She says it appears irregularly, but before the last one there was a lunar eclipse. Zhang Hao shrugs, noting eclipses occur about every 14 months and aren't always visible, so it seems ordinary. Nan shakes her head, saying this one was different. Usually, eclipses happen on the 15th or 16th lunar day, but this one occurred on the first day. A lunar eclipse during a new moon is almost unheard of. She adds the same rare phenomenon occurred when Zhang Hao arrived, along with a nationwide magnetic disturbance. Her research shows the peak of that disturbance was half a month before she first saw the blood moon. That means another new moon eclipse may be connected to Zhang Hao's arrival. Zhang Hao begins to piece it together, sensing a direct link between these events and his soul's transfer. They are fully absorbed in the mystery when Chen Chen's voice suddenly echoes through the house, announcing she is home. Zhang Hao freezes, panic rushing over him as he realizes another girl is still inside. Chen Chen drops the grocery bag in surprise. She stares at him wide-eyed, shocked not because someone else is there, but because Zhang Hao is standing in an unbelievably cute costume. For a moment, she feels as if she is hallucinating. Her legs weaken as she asks why he is dressed like that. Zhang Hao explains it was his agent's idea to build a fan base. Chen Chen can't help thinking how adorable he looks, especially with his blonde hair. Zhang Hao says he is going to shower, and Chen Chen instantly offers to massage him afterward. Zhang Hao laughs, saying he might need help since the outfit is too tight to remove alone, inviting her into his room. Chen Chen agrees immediately, far too eager. They chat about how cosplay can be embarrassing, and when Chen Chen rushes, Zhang Hao tells her to slow down since they have plenty of time. Inside, he desperately hopes Nan will sneak out now. Sweat soaks his body, his shirt sticking tightly against his back. Chen's eyes linger on him, thinking he looks incredibly handsome. She teases that he smells nice, saying the light fragrance suits him well. Smiling, she jokes that seeing him in cute outfits might even make her straight again. Zheng Hao chuckles, saying maybe that is the goal, promising he will dress up again. He even plans to buy more costumes and wear them during live broadcasts. Chen loves the idea and insists she will pick the next outfit. Zheng Hao heads to the shower while Chen daydreams about uniforms she wants him to wear, even secretly bringing a flower to place in the bathroom. Zheng Hao keeps thinking about cosplay and how bizarre everything feels, but when he turns, he freezes. Nan is sitting on the edge of his bathtub. Shocked, he asks why she hasn't left. Before she can answer, he hears Chen's footsteps approaching. Thinking fast, he yells that he slipped on the marble and hurt himself slightly, but it's nothing serious. He turns back to Nan, frustrated, telling her to leave before his stepsister comes in. Nan glares, saying she never promised to go. Zheng Hao sighs, asking what is wrong with her now, but Nan seems distracted. Quietly, she asks how men in his world can stand so close to a woman while shirtless. Zheng Hao snaps back that it's easy because women there don't creep into bathrooms uninvited. Nan rolls her eyes, muttering that Chen must have wild fantasies with all these costumes. She calls it a dangerous game. Zheng Hao scolds her for eavesdropping again, but Nan only smirks. He warns that Chen might not be as innocent as she seems. If she ever discovers he isn't her real brother, she could lose control. Zheng Hao tells Nan not to worry. Just then, Chen calls from outside that the milk is ready, and she will massage him afterward. Nan's face twists with jealousy. Zheng Hao insists she leave and stop meddling with his family. Clearly unhappy, Nan steps toward the window, saying she knows Chen is hiding something. For now, she must stay quiet and gather proof so Zheng Hao will finally see the truth. With a sharp look, she climbs out, saying she will meet him at noon. Before leaving, she promises she can handle his domestic problems anytime, and that soon she will expose Chen for who she truly is. As promised, Zheng Hao later visits Nan at her family home. He is surprised to find she is not only a powerhouse in the office, but also talented in the kitchen. He decides to help, rolling up his sleeves and praising her knife skills. Nan smiles, saying she wasn't born knowing how. She teasingly asks if girls' cooking is normal in his world. Zheng Hao nervously admits it might be surprising, but men cook too. He adds he isn't delicate, just someone who lived alone for years. When he tries to take over, he quickly realizes the heat is far too high. Instinctively, he leans close to Nan as if seeking protection, then awkwardly steps back, embarrassed. He laughs, saying it has been a long time since he cooked. Truthfully, he never really cooked before, living off takeout during his exhausting life. Nan becomes bossy, ordering him to sit down instead of interfering. Zheng Hao obeys quietly, watching her work with confidence and grace. He never imagined someone as dominant as Nan could also seem nurturing. When she finally serves the dishes, Zheng Hao is stunned. The meal looks like it came from a five-star restaurant. He takes a bite and feels the flavor melt perfectly. It is delicious. Nan smirks, asking if her cooking is better than Chen's. Zheng Hao quickly says there's no comparison because Chen is family. Nan's expression shifts as she asks how he truly feels about her. Zheng Hao replies honestly that Chen is the best girl he has ever met, treating him well, and he is happy as her stepbrother. Nan frowns, pointing out a proper stepsister wouldn't use her role to get overly close. Zheng Hao sighs, telling her not to spread rumors. Women here, he says, worry far too much about reputation. He adds Nan is always suspicious and should relax sometimes. He insists he truly likes Chen. Nan studies him carefully, asking if he really means it. Zheng Hao answers firmly that he does. Nan sits quietly, realizing Chen has already taken a deep place in his heart. She forces a smile and tells him to eat. Zheng Hao thanks her and again warns her not to contact his family. Nan's smile fades. Nan knows Zheng Hao has a gentle heart and treats Chen like family. But she also believes Chen sees him as something more, like a toy she can control. Determined, Nan begins gathering evidence to reveal Chen's true nature. Later, Nan's secretary arrives with new findings. They followed a lead tied to a daycare and uncovered something strange. Deeper investigation showed parents were mysteriously arranged together, and it seemed Chen orchestrated it. Nan listens as the secretary explains Chen has manipulated events for years, using others to stay close to Zheng Hao. She has been persistent since childhood. Nan clenches her fists, muttering that someone like Chen has no right to remain by Zheng Hao's side. After Zheng Hao leaves, Nan calls her secretary again, asking about progress on the report connecting Chen to manipulations involving Zheng Hao's father and Nan's mother. The secretary replies it is nearly finished. Nan leans back with confidence, knowing she is close to striking Chen where it hurts. Soon, she plans to make her pay for crossing the line. Meanwhile, back at home, Chen decides it is time to confess everything to Zhang Hao. In a cheerful mood, she arranges flowers in the living room, humming softly as the calming scent fills the afternoon air. When Zhang Hao comes home early, she greets him warmly, explaining their mother is not back yet, so she returned early to tidy up. But her smile fades when she sees he isn't alone. Yahello stands beside him, shy yet composed. Yahello bows politely, showing respect, but Zhang Hao quickly tells her not to do that again since it is too formal between classmates. Chen forces a laugh, though her stomach twists. She wasn't expecting guests, especially Yahello. Trying to stay calm, she asks why Zhang Hao didn't warn her. Zhang Hao apologizes, promising next time he will. Then he quietly explains Yahello struggles socially and spends most of her time studying at home, so he brought her here to relax and experience something new. Yahello changes into indoor shoes and says she is ready. Chen watches closely, noticing how naturally Yahello speaks with Zhang Hao and how comfortable they seem. It feels too intimate, almost unsettling. She tells herself it is just trust, but something feels wrong. Zhang Hao leads Yahello toward his room to talk, while Chen forces a smile and offers to prepare food. As she heads to the kitchen, her expression hardens. She tries to convince herself it is fine, but deep down jealousy stings. Zhang Hao asks Yahello what she wants to do. Yahello is too distracted by sitting in his room, bubbling with excitement. Zhang Hao feels embarrassed by her thrill over something so simple. He tries calming her, saying she can learn a few tips about how he organizes his space. That suggestion excites Yahello even more. Curious, she goes straight to his drawer to see what he means. Before Zhang Hao can stop her, she pulls out a cartoonish pair of boxers, holding them up and asking what they are. At that exact moment, Chen walks in. The timing is disastrous. Chen's face freezes, clearly unhappy. Zhang Hao instantly begs her not to misunderstand, but tension fills the room. They sit together in awkward silence until Chen remarks the facts are obvious. This girl entered their home and immediately touched Zhang Hao's clothes, even private ones. Zhang Hao tries again to explain Yahello isn't acting improperly, just lacking awareness of boundaries. Chen studies Yahello and slowly believes him. The girl seems too naive and clueless to scheme. Still, Chen dislikes how close they've become and decides Zhang Hao should spend less time with Yahello. Trying to appear friendly, Chen invites Yahello to her own room, offering to teach proper organization. Yahello smiles, thinking she is being kind, but Zhang Hao hates the idea, uneasy about his female friend being alone with Chen. He steps in, insisting Yahello shouldn't bother Chen, pulling her gently back. He even jokes that Chen might teach her the wrong things. Chen snaps back that girls should spend time with girls instead of relying on boys. The atmosphere turns heavy. They begin arguing over who should protect Yahello, emotions flaring before anyone understands why. Suddenly, Chen kisses Zhang Hao on the lips. It happens so fast that Yahello, trapped between them, doesn't even process it. Yahello is squeezed between their bodies, struggling to breathe, and starts panicking. When Chen pulls away, she looks flustered and apologetic. In a trembling voice, she admits she had lied to him. Soon, Yahello's taxi arrives as rain falls outside. They say goodbye under the gray sky. Zhang Hao nervously asks if Yahello saw anything, but she looks dazed. Suffocated earlier, she barely remembers. She laughs awkwardly, insisting she recalls nothing. Zhang Hao forces a laugh too, pretending everything is fine, though his mind is elsewhere. After Yahello leaves, she quietly takes out the keychain she once gave Zhang Hao. Staring at it, she feels a strange, painful realization. Zhang Hao might actually have feelings for Chen. Zhang Hao turns back and sees Chen standing on the porch, rain falling heavily between them. His heart races as he recalls her confession moments ago. Chen admits she lied about being a lesbian. Her voice shakes, but her words remain firm. Zhang Hao asks if her story about her orientation was false from the start. Chen nods yes, apologizing yet admitting the lie brought them closer. Zhang Hao stands stunned, unable to believe her, though part of him always suspected. Chen steps closer, hair soaked, confessing how deeply she likes him. She explains her mother would never approve, so she pretended to be gay to distract her. Zhang Hao thinks it sounds insane, but before he can speak, Chen's desperation grows. She steps fully into the rain, forgetting her umbrella and shoes. Trembling, she says she knows it is crazy, but she is even crazier about him. She refuses to lose him again after everything. Zhang Hao tries calming her, warning she will catch a cold in the rain. Curiosity takes over, and he asks what she meant by losing each other again. He wonders if she is referring to something in kindergarten. Chen looks at him through tears, saying he must not remember, but it changed everything for her. It was deeply painful and stayed with her all these years. She promises she will do anything to remain by his side, wanting to spend her life with him. She reveals she has followed him secretly since elementary school, always watching him from afar. The rain pours as they talk, and Chen is about to fully confess her love. Suddenly, someone interrupts. Nan appears from the shadows, her voice sharp and unwavering. Nan declares everything she told Zheng Hao earlier is true. She insists he only sees Chen Chen as family, but the truth is darker. She accuses Chen Chen of manipulation and lying from the very beginning, and urges Zheng Hao to come with her so she can prove what is really happening. Chen Chen steps in front of him, shouting for Nan to leave their house. Her voice breaks as she insists she can protect Zheng Hao from Nan's poisonous words. Zheng Hao stands between them, silent, torn apart by confusion and guilt. Then, gently, he hands Chen Chen the umbrella, asking her to go inside and wait for him. He promises that once he learns the answers he needs, he will return and give her his final decision.